Hey guys, welcome to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto uses Rasen Shuriken in Chunin. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. So let's start the video. To erase someone from history, from their present, can have irreparable damage on their future and past. Naruto Uzumaki was trying to defy the laws of chakra yet again and write another page in the 100,000 ways chakra can be used. The years of training to be strong and thereby survive came to their climax, their paragon with this one technique. The last technique he had. Shadow Clone. Rasengan. Sage Mode. They were all techniques that he expanded on for bigger, badder techniques, bigger, badder forms. His techniques always centered around the ideas search and destroy, bash and crash and finish and diminish. The chakra he poured in those techniques were lifetimes, but none so like this technique. This huge technique started as a concept, a thought in his head, something he pondered about when he viewed his birthright, his father's scroll. The techniques his father had, the knowledge the fourth Hokage put on this scroll, all the required skills for the techniques and all of the exercises done to do so. The Flying Thunder God technique was always one of the techniques he went over. And that's when the training began. It had taken a week to do the Rasengan, but a year to truly master it to the end. He could easily make a clone, shape the chakra and there was a Rasengan, but he couldn't ever just make a simple one-handed Rasengan without them. His massive chakra could be controlled and tamed ever so much. And with the natural sync of his original chakra and the Nine Tails chakra, controlling the huge amount of godly chakra tumbling in his body was next to impossible. But he knew anything was possible. And so, he waited months on perfecting his chakra and with his clone's help in order to control it enough for the Rasengan. The clones may do exercises every day for 5 months, but he was told his chakra control was still decent, not good. It was a wonder sometimes how much time he had while the world went to disaster. Almost endless time, while he ran from their eyes. From town, to eventually a remote island far from the eyes of the elemental countries. He had to even run from his last ally, all to not hear the Uchihas kill him. Kakashi Haddock and the rest of them stayed in his head all because of the last 2 Uchihas. Which is why every day for the last 5 years he trained and trained until he became completely strong. Completely strong. And be stronger in areas that he could cover. In jutsu he would never be great in, for it took even better chakra control and higher intelligent levels than he already had. It would make him even stronger to be able to use it, but without Kakashi, he couldn't even try to learn. Medic ninjutsu he had dabbled some in, especially since his chakra control was no longer crude anymore, but he had no prowess like the late Sakura Haruno had. Those 2 had been his weaknesses and he could probably only fix one later one. But for now, he worked crazily on chakra control. 2 clones might have worked on the occasional wind-oriented technique here and there with the scrolls he had at hand. 5 other clones worked on taijutsu as well, but nothing like how he was with chakra control. 12 clones climbed trees in the morning, and himself too. 12 clones walked up and down the local waterfall in the afternoon, and himself too. 12 clones balanced a single leaf on their heads in the night, and himself too. Naruto Uzumaki was no joke. But he still believed it meant nothing to defeat his current problems. Madara Uchiha could bend reality to his will, had the world under flames, and Sasuke Uchiha was his right-handed man. Naruto Uzumaki knew he couldn't beat both of them like this. Not like this. So he started working on the Flying Thunder God technique after he finished a year and a half's amount of training to do a simple one-handed Rasengan, a wind release version, and making and throwing a Rasen Shuriken when he was in his normal form. His father's legendary move was the thing that made this 5 years. The technique demanded as good to be excellent. So he forced more clones to do chakra control exercises. But when 2 more years passed, he grinned at his success. Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze's greatest technique did not die with him. There were now 2 yellow flashes in history. Naruto Uzumaki could flash from one part of the island to another in milliseconds. Naruto's speed, which was already excellent, jumped to newer heights. It's funny how everybody who he loved had to die for him to become the strongest ninja of his generation now. But he knew if he went against the Uchiha Armada, he would die as he stood. So he decided that 1 more year would be dedicated to such. And this is what law he was breaking in the usages of chakra and rewrote a new one. As the Sage of the 6 Paths wrote. As Madara Uchiha wrote. As Minato Namikaze wrote. As Naruto Uzumaki is now written down. Naruto Uzumaki was officially the first ninja to use space-time ninjutsu to the extreme. 500 hand seals, 1 shitload of chakra, he joked, and a greater glimmer of hope in him. Naruto's last words in this world were the following. Gyukyukin ninjutsu. Hiraishin Senko. And the yellow flash's sun was no more. And, well, he was back again. Back to the past again. The familiar white plain ceiling, the familiar white walls, the familiar plain 1-bedroom bathroom kitchen apartment. Compared to the island he had, this was a paradise. At least he had a bedroom. He tentatively went into the bedroom as not to believe he was here, but he was. Same queen-size bed in the room, a dressier, and a closet. And suddenly a wave of nostalgia hit him as he saw the single orange and blue jumpsuit and pants combo on his bed, as if this was his available outfit for today. The jumpsuit. Shit. It has been this long since he saw this. 13 was the last age he even had that orange and blue jumpsuit, as it was too destroyed, and he decided to sadly part with it and go with a black and orange streamlined version of it. This jumpsuit had memories definitely. He smiled to himself, home. I'm in Konoha. How that felt good to say. Konoha was still her good old self, in great health and condition. He could remember he cried when she was destroyed by Sasuke Uchiha, who swore revenge on her and every inhabitant in it. Sasuke Uchiha. It brought so much venom out of him to the last day he was in that future. Gone and dead was the Sasuke Uchiha he was probably still with. Cold from the beginning, but still able to warm up to, try to keep from reaching out to anyone he thought would be hurt by him. And as Sasuke Uchiha came to mind, Naruto had to control the immediate urge to go befriend him right away. This feeling he was ultimately ashamed of. How could he befriend the man who destroyed his future? How could he betray the memory of everybody who died for him and in front of him, looking at him with the hope to stop this? Suddenly he felt the urge again, and the powerful urge reckoned this. If we keep Sasuke away from Orochimaru and Madara's hands, we can keep him from going down that path and keep him here. Yes. That made sense. That kind of sense that didn't force its way to him. He had the power to do so. The 500 hand seal technique took him to before it happened, and possibly even before the Chunin Exams, to which Naruto definitely wanted to do better in. He could stop Sasuke Uchiha. He could stop the future. He grinned heavily at that, and then an uproar of laughter erupted from his belly. This was laughter of determination. Yes, he would do it, he would stop the future. Stop the future. Chapter 1 Graduation. It felt weird going around Konohagakure. The stares and glares he was accustomed to all made him feel strangely wanted and gave him a sense of him being here. While he didn't like the heated looks he got from several of the civilians he passed, he got even more stares from some of them, who looked at him with a mixture of pity and even respect. Was it always like this? How come he never saw it? Maybe being 12 at that time just wasn't a time where he sat there and paid attention to the other emotions some civilians sent his way, how some already respected him. He knew he was just too busy promising he would show this village to respect him and love him. That's all he wanted at this age. This was the main reason at first why he wanted to be Hokage. Meeting one Haku from the Yuki clan changed that. Haku? He was another person he could save. He could save Haku, Zabuza, and create newer allies for what's to come. He could actually do so. Yes, more things to do. More things to look for in this past. He could not just prevent the future from happening, but he could also rewrite history. He could actually do so. While he grinned to himself, pondering about how he could do so, the yellow man now boy bumped into another person of his past, Iruka Yamino. Iruka. And Naruto. Even though I was Iruka stopped to let out a ragged wheeze as he choked on the same blood he was leaking out. Even though I always thought I could see you become the Hokage in my time, I always knew I would see you become one of the strongest ninjas I know. But it's time to get even stronger than that, stronger without me being here. Naruto sobbed for his teacher. This would be the second teacher to die that he was greatly affected by. Those last words Iruka uttered. Iruka Yamino was then tackled greatly by Naruto Uzumaki, who initially was gonna scold the boy for something. Iruka stopped those thoughts as Naruto hugged the life out of him via midsection. Iruka-sensei. Naruto said, happily pleased to see Iruka's face, much to Iruka's surprise as Naruto never really did so before. Naruto. Iruka started, but ended up smiling due to the infectious smile on Naruto's face spreading to him. Iruka couldn't help but feel happy and wanted Naruto to make it clear that his presence here was welcomed. I'm glad you're glad to see me. Naruto grinned and rubbed his head in that sheepish manner he always did. You have no idea. So, Iruka started as still astonished, Naruto was easily packing down his second ramen bowl with ease. Are you ready for tomorrow? Tomorrow? Naruto dumbly drew out. What's tomorrow? The Chunin Exams, Naruto. Iruka deadpanned. You were spending all week talking about how you would pass and get out of the ninja academy. Naruto childishly grinned. Oh yeah, forgot for a sec. Iruka shook his head, what am I going to do with you? So, what do I need to do in order to pass? Naruto legitimately forgot what was required. The exam was so far away and a long time for him, but yet, it was coming now, right in front of him. Iruka shook his head again, becoming exasperated with the young Naruto. I would think as many times as you failed the Chunin Exams Naruto that you would know what was required. Alright, so what I forgot. Naruto pouted. I'll do much better this time around. Naruto loudly proclaimed. His yells did turn some heads, including the working Tuchi and Aim. The two subsequently smiled at Naruto's yells of triumph. Iruka smiled, I bet you will. So what I gotta do again? Naruto questioned again. In the exams there is a small written part. Iruka ignored Naruto's small groan about several historical topics, basic knowledge of the three main technique classes, and the explanation of chakra. It's about 30% of your grade. A written test. Naruto groaned, with a small quirk of amusement on his part. That sounds so boring. Why couldn't it just be the physical part of the test? Cause it gives people the chance to pass even if they don't do well in some of the physical parts of the test. Ergo, Naruto, you should brush up on some of the dusty books you got at home. Hey. Was the indignant cry of one further embarrassment of Naruto Uzumaki. Geez, I wasn't that much of a slacker in the ninja academy, was I? Sheesh. Iruka bit down the feeling of laughter in Naruto's face, but a part of him was being somewhat serious. Then we have the projectile part of the test. It is about 20% of your grade. If you did very well on your written exams, you pretty much can do bad on this and still overall pass. So, this is the throwing kunai and shuriken stars at the target part of the test. Yes, Naruto. Iruka grinned. Pretty self-explanatory. We give you 8 kunai and 8 shuriken. Hitting 4 kunai and 4 shuriken on the target anywhere is passable. Hitting simply 2 kunai and 2 shuriken in the center is automatically passable. Sounds easy to me. And finally, the technique part of the test. You must be able to do any of the academy techniques we give you, but a predetermined one we would give you is the clone technique, meaning in order to pass, you must do it. Eh? Again with this bunch and no jutsu crap. Naruto barked at Iruka's response and sighed to himself. I couldn't even do a single freaking clone last time I tried that due to my huge ass chakra level and abysmal control, but maybe with my current chakra control. Sorry Naruto, but if you can't do bunch and no jutsu and you have no acceptable medical reason on why you can't, then I'm afraid you can't pass. Even if I do great on the other parts of the exams. Iruka paused after he heard Naruto's question. That was actually a good question. Iruka continued, well yes, if you do great on the other parts, this part of the test makes up the other 50% of your grade. Depending on how flawless you do the other techniques we request, you could still think you would pass, right? Naruto nodded his head. The clone technique is something we taught early in the academy, and if you can't even make a single clone, and many rookies still make mistakes with the transformation and body replacement techniques, if you cannot do the clone technique correctly and can't do decently on your other parts of the test, why do you deserve to pass? That's why every time you did not do too well on your history exams, Naruto, and did pass the projectile test, your graduation was dependent on knowing the techniques. Naruto grunted in agreement. It seemed to make sense anyway. Iruka smiled, but I have faith in you. I think you can pass. And then with an amusing grin and a deadpan voice, Iruka said, and get the hell out of my class, brat. Naruto laughed, I can't wait to do such a thing. Don't worry, Iruka-sensei, I'm definitely passing that exam. Iruka smiled genuinely to the boy, well then, you better get to it then. The brown-haired man then stood from the table, left a generous amount of ryo on the top for AM to pick up, and then moved towards the exit. You got daylight burning, young man. Train, study and sleep well. Sorry about not buying 5 bowls today, but I think you're better off without it. Plus it saves me some ryo. You go through my money like nothing, Naruto. Surely the stipend of a Chunin teacher isn't as stellar as Anbu pay. Naruto sheepishly guffawed at Iruka's jokes. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. One day, I'll buy 5 bowls instead. Iruka put his hands in his pockets, leaving with a small wave of his right hand before doing so. Can't wait for the day. Later, Naruto. And with that Iruka walked off, leaving Naruto to his thoughts again. Naruto left the stand too, after sharing some small talk with AM, who was teasing him of his small stature. Naruto really could not wait until his growth spurt kicked in, so he can tease AM on how short she was compared to him. Naruto growled to himself as he tested his chakra control out in an empty field trainees were allowed to use. Forget the nostalgia he has been feeling all day. Having chakra control barely Chunin level sucked so much ass. Naruto found out that yes, he could form the Rasengan one-handedly without so much of a clone, spinning or aiding him with chakra control, but he couldn't even do the wind release version without using 2 clones to spin and add the affinity. And the Rasen Shuriken was definitely out if he couldn't do the wind release. Rasengan now. Screw caring about the fucking clone technique. So what the hell could he do that shit now? Now, he couldn't do the Rasen Shuriken off the fly. It's not that he didn't have the ability to perform it, but it was just why should he even try? He could still probably do it and all, but since he had no chakra control to do it without clones, and no extra control to even throw it, it was useless trying to do it without trying to suffer the damage he would receive from doing it. Even if he had the remnant of the Kyuubi's chakra, he couldn't heal anymore like he could before. The healing factor he had was higher than any regular human had, but none so incredibly fast like a regular Jinchuriki had. Then his chakra control wasn't adapted for medic and his advanced healing factor from Kyuubi was severely dampened, so the Rasen Shuriken will probably not be usable for years until his chakra control was good without using Sage mode actually. And then he decided to activate Sage mode and gasped in the 5 minutes as he collapsed from exhaustion. Good God, he couldn't even go an hour of using it without even feeling fatigue anymore. His body shook in sweat and drenched from it. He was actually tired out from it. His body wasn't his chiseled hardened 23-year-old self. His body was still young. Fresh but still young and weaker. He was seriously dampened. He wasn't even sure he could even par with Kakashi anymore. Damn. And don't get him started on the Flying Thunder God technique either. Rasen required excellent chakra control to the point it was crazy. Last time he heard Jiraiya, Hirosenin tried years doing it himself and failed even doing it. However, he wasn't Naruto, he couldn't, when he was alive, spam the shadow clone technique like Naruto could to increase his train progress even faster to a few months. The 2 yellow flashes died. All those years he fermented his body, all those months honing it, all those weeks doing chakra drills from hour to hour. All those days his sweat, blood and tears were what he was accustomed to. Wasted. They died when he decided to discard his present for his past in order to change the future. This did nothing to soothe the yellow young typhoon. Naruto then launched a single Rasengan to a nearby tree and watched the tree crumple to his disdain. He huffed, in a mixture of a scowl, a pout and a sigh. Looks like I gotta do this over again. Without even doing hand seals, Naruto summoned 12 clones to the left of him and 12 clones to the right of him. Clones to the left, do water walking until dinner. Clones to the right, do tree walking until dinner. What you gonna be doing, Prime? A single leaf dropped perfectly into Naruto's hand and was now placed on his head. Do the leaf concentration technique and study for my test tomorrow until I fall asleep. After those words were uttered, all of the Naruto clones went to do what they were tasked to do. Naruto sighed and watched the lead stick to his forehead and then spun it with relative ease. Time to study for my big test. Unbeknown to him, Sasuke Uchiha also used the same grounds from time to time and saw the destruction that Naruto left in his anger. Not knowing the source, but knowing what he was feeling, Sasuke Uchiha trained harder to destroy 4 more trees in his path. Next morning, Naruto woke up and looked at the blue and orange jacket he had and thought to himself. You know I love you and all, and you were just basically my attire for battle when I was a genin, but you really would set off a whole lot of traps for me. I need something a little less discreet. I'll go shopping whenever I can in the stores that don't quit discriminating against me. Heh. Naruto for now tugged on the warm orange jacket and didn't bother to close the jacket for the probably sunny weather that was gonna be in Konoha, like usual. Very confident in passing the exams and damn near probably destroying it. No need to hold back. No need to worry about anything. He wouldn't be just overlooked anymore. He wouldn't be weak at all. Not his past, his present, and certainly not his future. Well, this is sad. Naruto said as he sat down in a separate class from everybody else except 5 other people divided evenly in the size of the room. Naruto sat down, ready with a pencil and looked at his test. And was disappointed. Very disappointed. Everybody got a separate room with 6 total people in the room, excluding the test examiner. Everybody got the same test, the same time, and the same points for each, even him. And he wondered if it would have been more of a challenge if he was discriminated against. Number 1. What is Taijutsu? Wow, Iruka really wasn't kidding. This is extremely boring and almost useless. Naruto quickly jotted down the test in his little world in the back of the classroom. Number 2. Name the 5 elements, and for extra credit. What are affinities? Boring as hell. Naruto again jotted down his answers, but then thought to himself again. Well, now that I think about it, even though this is easy as hell, I'm not having too much trouble with it at all. It would be bad if I did. Naruto then finished off the 6 questions of the test, didn't blink about the 7th, and the 8th was done as soon as he knew it. By the time he realized he was on his 20th question, which asked something relatively interesting about what was Yuzu no Kuni now present day, he thought, the land of the whirlpool is now present day wave country. The land of the waves. God, that brings memories. Can't wait until I see Tazuna and knock some sense into Inari's little ass. Soon Naruto finished his test and left the room, now learning he was the first out. The others inside were still struggling with their test. Naruto grinned, well, I bet they're mad the supposed dead last finished before they did. Hinata Hyuga looked at him as he confidently strode out the room with a look of admiration and was tempted to run out the room to congratulate him with a kiss, of course. Instead, she was given the desire to finish the test faster. Naruto walked slowly to where he was supposed to go for his projectile part of the test, wondering if he would see Sakura, Ino, or even Shikamaru in passing. Shikamaru, knowing him, would rather sleep the test at the last minute, fill out the answers quickly and leave, saying it was a drag. Ino, from what he remembered, was the smartest kunoichi in the academy, second to his former crush, Sakura only, of course. Ino had her licked in everything else. Sakura definitely was gonna ace the Chunin Exams written part of the test, she was decent in throwing projectiles and very good when it came to knowing the main techniques the Ninja Academy taught due to her excellent chakra control and very little chakra. He seriously wanted to see his good friend Sakura though. Not even out for a date. He long ago got over his crush for her, rather feeling simple platonic love for her. He missed her. Like everyone else, he wanted her death no faster than his own end. But now he could prevent her from dying on him. She could even be stronger than before. And he could help her. He could. Damn, being in the past, despite its cons, were eventually outweighed by its pros. Putting those thoughts aside, Naruto took his time to get to the room for his projectile test. When he got in, he got a seething glaze from the examiner. No doubt because he believed Naruto was Kyuubi incarnate, which was even now extremely far from the truth, but in the end, the man couldn't do anything to forge or discriminate against a boy for the exam, made him discard his hatred for Naruto for now. This did not mean he would not try to launch the blades at Naruto. The man threw all of the kunai and shuriken at Naruto, but much to his surprise and further despise, Naruto flawlessly caught them. The man grunted out, "Throw your weapons at the target and then get out, demon." Then the man smirked, "I bet you won't even hit the target at all with any of them." Naruto grinned back and with a flick of his wrist, 2 kunai and 2 shuriken stars each hit the center, dead on. "You were saying, sir?" Naruto then simply tossed the last of his projectiles, finger by finger, and all of them unsurprisingly hit the center, further infuriating the teacher examiner who glared hard at the target and then at Naruto. Naruto's grin was the biggest pure shit-eating grin the man ever saw. "I'm finished. I'm guessing I passed that part of the test, right, sensei?" Naruto then decided to turn away from the teacher, deciding to take his leave. Oh, the boy would pass, alright, thought the teacher. But he won't live to tell the tale. The man launched the kunai in a speed an academy student wouldn't even be able to see, let alone dodge. However, Naruto simply brought his hand to his head and grabbed the kunai before it even could touch him. And with speed even he couldn't see, the teacher watched the kunai now lob itself with all of the kunai and shurikens Naruto had. All 17 projectiles were now in the center red circle. The kunai as it flew carried a deadly velocity and force as it collided with the target. The target board sailed to the wall, bouncing off as soon as it hit it. The man stared at the board and started to sweat. Naruto grinned viciously at the man. "Oh, sorry, were you trying to give me extra credit? My fault for being so hasty. Well, I think I'll leave now and get to the chakra part of the exam now." The man sputtered and then, trying to get some of his wits, yelled out, "Why yeah. Get the hell out my room, you piece of shit demon." Naruto practically slid out the room easily and walked past without not really even paying attention to who was behind him. Even though Naruto was practically a stupid idiotic pig who had a perverse streak through him, Ino Yamanaka will never understand why the hell does everybody hate the shrimp. Finally Naruto came into the room where his techniques were to be tested by the ever so reliable Iruka Yamino and Mizuki. Naruto did not like Mizuki. He never would like Mizuki, and since this was his past and all, he would not ever like Mizuki. It was because of Mizuki that Naruto came close to being stripped of being able to ever become a ninja. It was because Mizuki Naruto learned the burden he once carried. And it was because of Mizuki that he learned only Iruka, Am and Tuchi truly cared for him until Kakashi, Sakura, Jiraiya, Tsunade and a few more came around, of course, but still. Mizuki deserved his anger and he could not get over how much he despised the man, but Mizuki was not getting the satisfaction of making him out as a fool today. Iruka breathed easily as Naruto Uzumaki came in with a face of confidence for him. "Come on, Naruto. Good day Naruto Uzumaki. Today, we will ask you to perform 3 simple techniques for us. Judging on how well you execute the techniques and how many flaws we see in it will determine how we will pass you or not. First technique. Show us the transformation technique. You can turn into either me or Mizuki." Not wanting to turn into Mizuki at all, Naruto easily transformed into another Iruka, much to Iruka's smile. Naruto's size and stature fit Iruka, and Naruto even got the direction of his scar correctly. "Excellent," declared Iruka. And Mizuki grinned, adding in his agreement. "Next, body replacement. Replace yourself with the chair over there." Iruka pointed. Naruto flawlessly again did so. Iruka smiled even brighter. Mizuki grinned too. "Power-me excellent," Mizuki said after Naruto ended the technique. "I got word that Naruto did great on his projectile test too, so his taijutsu is passable as well." "Better than passable," Iruka prided. "We actually can pass him even if he can't do the Bunshin no Jutsu correctly." "Well, better not tell him." "Last technique. Do the clone technique." "Alright," Naruto simply said and then did the necessary seals slowly for them to see, which was almost painful to Naruto. Hand seals. They are much slower than before. Gotta also work on that. Much to the great surprise of Iruka and possibly the surprise and probably anger to Mizuki, Naruto's clone was not dead and lifeless on the floor like he did in the past. Bunshin excellent. Congratulations, Naruto Uzumaki. You passed the exams with flying colors. Iruka grinned and patted Naruto on the back. Yes. You can now get the hell out of my classes. Haha. Yes. Hahaha. Naruto Uzumaki cheered, though the victory wasn't really very long as Iruka expected. Hell, Iruka expected Naruto to be hopping on desks, dancing like hell, but Naruto wasn't. Iruka grinned. Iruka handed him his headband and watched Naruto take it and wear it with pride on his head. Iruka couldn't be even prouder. Naruto has finally matured. Great job, Naruto. Let's celebrate with some ramen. Yeah. Naruto pumped. He honestly roared that ramen was the food of the gods. Mizuki, you can take over. Sure, Iruka. Go treat him. Mizuki said. Iruka grinned at him as he took his leave and left the room. Mizuki laughed at Naruto's cheerful yells. Congrats, Naruto. Naruto's pleased demeanor changed to a neutral tone with Mizuki. Thanks Mizuki. Mizuki raised his eyebrow. You know, Naruto, I think you could be Rookie of the Year this time around. Your scores were the best I've seen around, possibly even better than Sasuke Uchiha, and you scored flawlessly on the written test. Yeah, I guess I did, eh? Naruto might have seemed sheepish and happy that Mizuki was praising him, however, Naruto's thoughts were more different. Of course I know what you are planning, Mizuki. You know, even though Iruka's not here, I think you deserve to get extra credit. Extra credit? Hahaha, really? That sounds awesome. Naruto wisely decided to play coy with Mizuki. Extra credit Naruto sang. Mizuki laughed heartily, settle down now. Naruto wisely listened to his teacher, so how do I get this extra credit? Mizuki shushed him. SHH. Now, Naruto, extra credit doesn't come if you shout it out now. Haha, sorry. Mizuki grinned, I'm glad for your enthusiasm. Now listen, this test will test your speed, timing and stealth. It's an extra credit quest that is administered by all academy teachers. All you gotta do is the following. In the past, he still wanted me to do the same thing. Too good. This is just too good. Mizuki said what? He said in order to receive extra credit, all I gotta do is steal the scroll of seals and bring it to him by 7 tonight. Naruto innocently said, smiling up at Iruka. Naruto, instead of letting Mizuki have everybody scapegoat him for being tricked into stealing the scroll again, went straight to Iruka's usual spot at Ichiraku's and told him what Mizuki's extra credit quest was. Mizuki, that Iruka seethed. I shoulda know he was a traitor. And he was trying to bait an academy student so he could take the fall. So it's not extra credit that every teacher does? Naruto asked, confused on why Mizuki would lie to him. Why would Mizuki-sensei lie to me? I really don't know, Naruto, but thanks for coming to me first instead of doing the quest yourself. Iruka really sighed in relief. I fear what would have happened if he didn't come to me first to brag about the quest. So no extra credit. Naruto sighed. Iruka patted Naruto on the head. The extra credit here is that you get 5 bowls of ramen today and the next payday comes, alright, Naruto. Yay. Naruto yelled, Ramen, Ramen, Ramen. Iruka laughed much more easily at Naruto's antics. However, keyed in when Naruto started talking again. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Yeah? You know, I haven't done pranks in a while now. Naruto said. Yeah, it's been a good 2 weeks since I last caught you. Iruka said, still priding himself as the only one, out of the and then even the Anbu, to catch Naruto Uzumaki without even having trouble. Hey, can I do one more prank? What? No. Are you serious? Last time, you tried blowing up Yondame's face with exploding tags. Iruka bellowed. But it'll be the last one this time. Naruto whined. No. Arg, what the hell you wanna do now, brat? Play a trick on someone. Oh, I feel bad for the soul who would get pranked then. Iruka shook his head and dived back into his miso ramen. Well, how about Mizuki-sensei? What do you say? Iruka was surprised again. Naruto grinned to himself, vicious. Gotcha. How about we trick Mizuki-sensei like he tried to trick me? We can get him back for trying to get the scroll. Naruto, that's. Yeah, I know it's a bad idea, but we can still have. Let's do it. Iruka suddenly said. What? Naruto was surprised. Let's go and prank him. Can't believe I ever say the word prank again and wanna do it to someone. Awesome. And I got a plan too. Oh? You? Planning. As if his passing flawlessly today was a great surprise. A great pleasure to him, but still a surprise, nonetheless. Hey, shut up. Naruto yelled, honestly annoyed. Geez, it's like everybody in this goddamn village thinks I'm too stupid to plan shit. Listen to my plan, damn it. Iruka chuckled. Sorry Naruto. Just playing a little. Now run that plan by me. You know, this ain't a stupid plan at all. Haruka inwardly said as he was searching for one Naruto Uzumaki, knowing fully well Mizuki was on his way too. Actually, this is pretty damn slick. Naruto grinned, looking down at the scroll of seals. Haruka swooped down. Naruto gasped out, "Haruka-sensei," he grinned and laughed, "so you caught me, eh?" Haruka rapped his knuckles on Naruto's head and applied some pressure, "You fool. You got the whole village looking after you. What the hell were you thinking?" Naruto grinned, "It's all good though, Haruka-sensei. Don't you know? This is the extra credit quest Mizuki-sensei said to do." Haruka narrowed his eyes, "Mizuki-sensei said what to you?" "There's no extra credit quest." Naruto blinked, "But Mizuki-sensei said I can get extra credit if I steal the me Mizuki-sensei." Naruto called out, seeing Mizuki on the tree above Haruka-sensei and him. Said man, with a Fuma Shuriken on his back, grinned down at Naruto and Haruka, "This is just too perfect. Excellent work Naruto. Now, the scroll of seals hand it to me." Haruka growled, "Traitor." "No." Naruto didn't hand him the scroll. "Huh? Why?" "The extra credit Naruto." Mizuki said once more. "There isn't any." Haruka bellowed. "Don't listen to him, Naruto." Mizuki frowned at his former fellow teacher and had an evil smile plastered on his face, suddenly. "Hey Naruto. You know, I'll tell you something even better than extra credit. Be better than extra cred." "What? What?" Naruto energetically said. Haruka frowned, wait, what he would be telling Naruto. Unless as his eyes widened, the prank being forgotten. "Wait, no. Naruto want to know why everyone hates you in this village." Naruto blinked, playing the boy he once was when Mizuki first told him this. "Why do they hate me?" Haruka's eyes widened. He was telling him that. "No Mizuki, you can't." Mizuki laughed. 12 years ago, the Kyuubi attacked the village and were told to be defeated and killed. However, the fourth Hokage couldn't kill it. It had to be sealed into a baby. Around that time, Naruto blinked. "A law?" Mizuki nodded, the evil smirk reaching the height of his. "Yes, brat. A law that said that nobody was allowed to reveal that Naruto Uzumaki is the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Haruka growled, "You bastard. You're a traitor and a liar." Haruka-sensei's right. Mizuki looked back at Naruto with confusion. "What? You said the nine-tailed fox was sealed inside a baby." Naruto neutrally said back. This really didn't faze him. Mizuki was an idiot back then, and now he was twice the fool. "That's right, and so how could I be the Kyuubi no Kitsune if it was sealed inside me?" Naruto defiantly argued back, ignoring Haruka's incredulous look. "You're a fool. A fool who's too stupid to realize that maybe me and Kyuubi are two separate entities. There isn't even a nine-tailed fox anymore anyway." He added himself at the end. Mizuki sputtered, while Naruto rose with a kunai to his face. "It's over for you Mizuki. You lose here." Mizuki then laughed his shock off, just like a demon. "Yes, accept what you are. You can't beat us. Ah, you and Scarboy here." Mizuki sneered, "I can kill you in my sleep, Nine Tails." Naruto smirked, "There isn't any way to beat you." "No, you fool, now dire." Mizuki then fell from the tree mysteriously. The clone stood up from the tree, who simply chopped Mizuki in the back of the head. "Yeah, Naruto plays dirty." Haruka looked in awe. "A clone can't do that. That was a shadow clone." Then, he glared at Naruto, "You actually stole the scroll." "Well, old man Sarutobi gave me a copy of the scroll of seals, and I figured since you were busy trying to find me, hell, I learned a technique or two." In all honesty, Naruto did make a copy, at least to cover why he had the technique, but Sarutobi didn't know. The plan went smoothly. Tell Sarutobi what happened. Lead Mizuki to the spot. Make him think that he had the upper hand. Beat him. Turn him in. Go home and train your ass off. Sarutobi smiled, "Well, thank you for telling me this about Mizuki, but wouldn't it be easier to simply let my Ambus deal with him?" Naruto grinned back, "Nah. I say we take care of him ourselves. We got this old man, no problem." Sarutobi laughed slightly, "Well, I say this is one of the only of your pranks I approve of you, my boy. You have my full permission to do what you see fit, but do bring Mizuki back alive and in relatively good health." Naruto. "Yeah, Haruka-sensei." Naruto was further greeted with a hug from his teacher. "You're not a monster." Haruka said, tears brimming down his eyes. "You're Naruto Uzumaki, just the mayor of Kyuubi. You're not him." "I know." Naruto smiled. "Thanks, Haruka-sensei." Takra was something that made anyone who had it in spades something of a god. Takra could do something as small as move an object to bend reality and write a newer law of physics. He did that. He had written a law that yes, you could hop from the past to the future. Yes, you could repair it or even write newer tales in the story. This was his story, this was his world. And he was going to make the best of it whatever he could. Naruto's been here for 2 days and already he has rewritten the past to his liking. Mizuki was stripped of his rank and Naruto thought that it would be a long time until he saw him again. The cover-up of why Mizuki wasn't there the day they would be picked in teams was obvious to him now that it had ever been before. Oh, the small things he missed as a boisterous young spirit. Naruto has been doing a lot of thinking in his time as Iruka, and he dragged Mizuki's body back to the third Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki realized he was not the same boy he was before. More powerful, sure, but less with innocence and a desire to forgive. If he thought about it, when it came down to it, he was willing to even kill someone who was supposed to be his blood brother. He was willing to kill Sasuke Uchiha. But was Sasuke the same person he was in his own future? Would Sasuke become the ruthless cold-hearted killer pawn of Madara Uchiha? Would he? Naruto knew the answer was complicated. He was different, that much was obvious, but so was the world. He made it different. His presence simply here was different. He himself made his memories fake. They were never real. His future wasn't a future anymore. Not his anyway if he had the ability to change it. Fate, as Neji said to him in the Chunin Exams, could not be controlled. Naruto never believed such bullshit in his life. Never once believed it. So would the world change before him? Would there even be any obstacles he had to go to? Hell, did even the Akatsuki organization function? Naruto believed it did completely just that. Even if he was not a human sacrifice anymore, technically speaking, there were at least Gaara who was, right. And what of the others? Personally, the only Jinchuriki that Naruto knew of or even bothered to care about was Gaara, for he had been his companion until the end. Naruto, don't do this. You don't need to keep running, my friend. We need to stay together. Gaara held Naruto's shoulder with a gentle grip. We are blood brothers, we stick together. Gaara, you have been my friend for a long time now. Naruto nodded. Yes, we stay together, but only when I'm strong enough to protect everyone. Naruto, you need to stop burdening yourself with their deaths. Burdening myself with their deaths. No, I am not carrying any burdens. I am carrying 1,000 laments for my fallen village and her inhabitants. All the people who died, innocent or not, didn't deserve to die that day Madara struck the village. And then, Sasuke Uchiha killed her right in front of me. Naruto let out a haunting laugh, something that Gaara hasn't seen for a long time. Something he felt from his own self. Gaara, I will train day in and day out. Find a way to kill Madara and Sasuke and save this world, even if I have to do the impossible. And what would that be, my friend? Gaara whispered, saddened at the display of the once happy man gone deep inside the darker planes of revenge. I honestly don't know. But you know me, I train like crazy already. I will defeat them and avenge my people, Gaara. Anyway I see fit. And that was the last time he talked to Gaara. Naruto had disappeared into the night before Gaara could give any reason to stay and fight with him. Naruto's leave was more painful than he could ever do, and immediately when he put on his sandals, he thought, maybe we could fight together. But in the end, he ran as far as he could, off the coasts of the Land of Wind, took a boat, whatever he could do, and went west as far as he could. The elemental countries weren't the only part of the world, for there had been miles and miles of land inhabited by no one. He could not watch another friend die in front of him. He always knew if he was with someone, they would die because of him. They wanted him. They wanted him even when he had just absorbed the 9 tails. Madara was just too powerful. And thinking about that just got him more pissed off than usual. But other what-ifs plagued his mind too, something he could not stop. What if Madara Uchiha wasn't even alive? Naruto said, as he stood up on the ceiling of his room, doing one of his homemade chakra control exercises, not bothered by the usual uncomfortable feeling of being upside down. What if I came back for nothing? However, the thought of coming back for nothing was abolished. Madara Uchiha destroyed his Konoha. His Konoha. He killed people, exercised no restraint from destroying Konohagakure, and its people didn't even think straight of eviscerating children in his path either. His desire to kill Naruto and start the world anew was palpable. His hatred for Konoha was seen on the silver gleam of his sword. And Naruto still couldn't beat him. Madara had both the resources, the elements, and 2 of the most powerful by his side. Rinnegan in one hand stole from the late Nagato. And then the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan he had that he even took from his blind brother. Madara was ruthless, and Sasuke learned his ruthlessness from Madara. Naruto had no remorse, no desire, and no will to go and convince Madara to stop his ways, should he turn up. The minute he sought Obi, the idiotic facade of Madara Uchiha, was the minute he would spend trying to kill the man. The thing he had that he didn't back then was the element of surprise. If he wanted to, he could even kill Orochimaru and stop Sasuke from falling from darkness for good. Not that he was currently superior to the man, but the fact was that Orochimaru was too arrogant to make anything possible. He could stop it all. At least that's what he believes. Stop the future. Chapter 2 Teammates. Seriously though, we have come to a part of our lives when we don't fit anymore. Naruto said to his orange jacket, who was just laying on his bed, silent as ever. Naruto sighed. You're supposed to be with Naruto Uzumaki, not me. Naruto however threw on the warm jacket and pants he had. He seriously needed to shop. Well, maybe after his teams get picked today, he would go down to the shopping district of Konoha and go search for a shop that didn't discriminate against him. Oh, shops had never again done so after everybody knew Naruto defeated Pain. Everybody, except a few shrewd people too stuck in their ways of course, had earned a newfound reverence, love and downright worship of Naruto Uzumaki. There was even a day dedicated to the defeat of Pain by Naruto. The only festival he went to. It was a little annoying to be back to this old hatred he felt from the people because of the former entity that was the Kyuubi. Every time he would get a glare from a shopkeeper watching the little yellow head pass by, Naruto amusingly gave the owner a one-finger salute and walked closer and closer to the academy. In the small of his eyes, he saw something that should have been the mark-out funniest thing of the year. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were racing to the academy, no doubt to get a seat next to heartthrob Sasuke Uchiha. Back then, he would have been said to hear Sakura thought Sasuke to be cuter to him, but from what it's worth. He really didn't care anymore. Well, at least until she got picked on his team. If she got picked on his team. Unlike before when he knew he had poor grades on tests and poor grades in general in the academy, Naruto never did excellent like he did yesterday on his test. Hell, if Mizuki wasn't lying, he could well be Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Year, he thought with a scoff. As much as he hated the derogatory word, dead last, Rookie of the Year was simply a stupid title that meant nothing in the real world outside Konoha. As if he needed that title to feel good about himself, like the egotistic braggart that was Sasuke Uchiha at this point. Man, he really didn't like Sasuke Uchiha as much as he thought he did, he joked. Sasuke was a brat back then, and he had no reason to be one, even if he understood why he adopted such an unbearable attitude. Even if Itachi killed off all of his family, he could understand why he wanted to avenge the clan now more than in the past. Ironic, isn't it? But the ordeal should have humbled the Uchiha Saiyan instead of turning him. If Sasuke wasn't a power-hungry, jealous little boy, Naruto wouldn't even worry about Madara Uchiha. And that's why he would do everything in his power to stop him. But still, Rookie of the Year? Me? Ha. I have bigger plans to deal with, like beating Madara to the ground and being Hokage. Naruto snickered as Sakura and Ino fought to get into the door. When Sakura came in, a memory of her slapping him out the way to get to Sasuke, let alone sit down next to him, made him groan. He immediately moved the hell out of the way of the Hellcat and let her do the hell she wanted to do. Geez, he couldn't wait until Sakura blossomed into a younger Tsunade. He would seriously not miss the puppy-love schoolgirl Sakura was. On second thought though, he seriously did not miss the punches either. Younger Tsunade would have to wait in line patiently like his Rasen Shuriken. Naruto moved as Sakura and Ino fought over the seat next to the Uchiha, who sat at the wall of the aisle. He then tried to go sit down, next to whoever, but suddenly became very annoyed when Shikamaru saw him walking up to the top of the class and asked, like an ass, why was he here? See this, ass? It's my headband symbolizing that I passed the Chunin Exams. Naruto growled out in sarcasm. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed, laying his head back down and going back to sleep. Seems like they let even dead last pass the exams, right Akamaru? Kiba interjected, in an aisle across from where Shikamaru's was at. The dog barked in response to Kiba's question. Explain why they let you pass, Kiba. Naruto smartly said back. I guess they were too tired seeing a 3-year failure in the academy. Kiba smirked. Naruto grinned back and said back cattily, like they were too tired of your stink mud odor, Kibbles. You son of a bit, Kiba started, cocking his fist back. Sit down and shut up before I decide to keep you two in. Haruka finally said as he entered the classroom. Both promptly shut up and sat down calmly in their seats, Kiba sitting next to Hinata Hyuga and Naruto sitting not too far from Choji Akimichi. Kiba and Naruto truly annoyed him with their childish bickering and fighting in the classroom. Always disrupted his lessons. Thank God they were leaving today. Now, onto more pressing matters. As of today, you are all graduates of the academy. A majority of the class yelled in genuine relief, bliss and excitement. Haruka laughed at their pleasure. Settle down now, settle down. Yes, you're graduates of the academy now, but always know as you leave here, remember what you came here for. You came to be ninjas, to serve the village and its people, and have both a body and mind that will not yield from learning. As you leave, leave with the will of fire. The will of fire, that old saying Naruto said to himself. Nostalgia never ceased to come back to him. Now, Haruka said, departing from his heartfelt speech. You'll be assigned into teams of 3 and assigned to a teacher. There are 12 teams this year. That's pretty good, considering last year. Haruka's announcement of teams that weren't Team 7 fell on deaf ears. He waited patiently to hear Team 7's members clearly. Team 7's members this year is Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha, and, this is it, and Kiba Inuzuka. Your teacher is Kakashi Haddock. Haruka Yamino finally announced. Oh. And just like that, his history had been changed. They waited until Kurenai Yuuhi came to pick them up, with Kakashi's new Team 7 waiting only across the room and Asuma Sarutobi's Team 10. Then a few minutes after Haruka left and the other groups of teams started to leave, Kurenai picked them up before Asuma came to pick his teamer Kakashi. It felt strange not being a part of Team 7, stranger than what it felt when he was still trying to get Sasuke Uchiha back to the Leaf. Even when Sasuke left to pursue power and vengeance, he still believed in Team 7. He still believed Sasuke to be a part of Team 7. What happened to Kakashi? Didn't Kakashi want him to be his student? Surely he knew Naruto was the fourth son. Or maybe was it because Sasuke was the last Uchiha and Kakashi technically was the only active Sharingan user in Konoha and Sarutobi felt Kakashi was needed to keep Sasuke in check. Or maybe Kurenai simply wanted him to be a part of the team. He didn't know but he pretty much was sitting there, pouting and pondering on why did fate change hands. Suddenly, Naruto realized what he told Neji. Destiny and fate is what you made of it with your decisions and actions, not what was predetermined as such. He had to keep telling himself that he wasn't the same as before. He wasn't Naruto Uzumaki. The boy who wanted Sasuke Uchiha back but Naruto Uzumaki. The boy who came for another try at life. He didn't have any personal reasons on why he did not like Team 8. Frankly, Hinata Hyuga in the future became a dear friend of his until the end. He never even got to see her off before he even left and here he was, ignoring the girl who probably just got enough courage to ask him what's wrong. She probably thinks I'm depressed that I'm not on Sakura's team. I'm okay, Hinata. Naruto warmly said to her with a nice smile. Thanks for asking. The girl nodded meekly, unable to look him in the eyes anymore, blushing crazily in front of him. Naruto almost chuckled at the sight. Funny how the Hinata he remembered was a tempest of deadly strikes and power, being able to still blush in front of him like a puppy. This Hinata would be no different, would be a strong warrior right before he could say anything else different. Naruto never forgot how Hinata Hyuga told him that she loved him. The feeling wasn't mutual or anything, but it had made him warm, warmer than anything he had ever felt before. Before then, nobody had told him they loved him before, no one. Jiraiya and Tsunade loved him, but they never told him that. Haruka's brotherhood for him was palpable, but never did he ever say such a thing. Not Tuchi, Am, Sakura, or Kakashi had said so. He had felt warm when she said that. He wouldn't forget. Sadly however, he could not return any feelings for her, no matter how much he would like. He loved her instead, but maybe Hinata Hyuga would be someone he would fall for. Yeah, she would but not anytime sooner. Not when he had work to do. That's why he didn't say anything back. It was cruel to her that he didn't say anything back, but it would be cruel for him to go on and get her when the world was in flames. Shino Aburam was a cool guy. Very quiet but very strong and intelligent, though it still probably held no candle to Shikamaru's tactical mind. He had no hatred for Naruto, no desire to say anything snippy back, and he wasn't arrogant. All he was frankly neutral towards Naruto, at least until Shino heard of some of the things Naruto did after the Chunin Exams. Respectful towards Naruto Shino has always had, and that Naruto liked more than most of the other people he interacted with in the Konoha 11. Kurenai was someone he didn't especially care about since he never had a huge connection with her, but after Asuma died, he and Shikamaru both made sure they properly visited her little baby boy, though Shikamaru more than him anyway. He always took Asuma's death as his own. The man spent time out to help him with his wind affinity and he ended up dying after it. Naruto wouldn't forget that. Kurenai waved her fingers at the children and asked them to come with her. So, your teammate, huh? I'm Kurenai, a specialist, and I'm gonna be your friend for the next few years. I'll be quick and right to the point. This is my first year with Genin, but my second time tutoring such youngsters like you three. So, how about I get to know you better? Hobbies, what fields you specialize in and what fields you want to specialize in and then finally your desires in life. We'll start with you. She pointed to Shino. Shino quietly spoke up in a melodic voice, my name is Shino Aburam. I specialize in my clan's insect techniques and I do not know what else field I want to specialize in. My hobbies are collecting more bugs to my current collection and my desire is to become a clan leader. Kurenai smiled at Shino and threw a glance at Hinata, you, Hyuga-san. And my name is Hinata Hyuga, but yo you already knew that Kurenai-san. I specialize in my clan's techniques though, I'm not good at it. This earned a frown from Kurenai and the same from Naruto. Shino's expression hadn't changed. I don't know what field I want to specialize in, but I want to be able to make people proud of me. Hinata shot a small glance at Naruto Uzumaki, who stared back at Hinata Hyuga intensely. Hinata squeaked and averted from Naruto's glance. Kurenai sighed, don't worry, Hinata. We'll get you some confidence. She herself glanced shortly at Naruto, which he easily picked up. So that's why she wanted me on the team. She knows Hinata's crush on me, and I would be a great boost in her confidence if I'm here. Naruto concluded to himself. And you, boy? Kurenai said last to him. Naruto decided to play loud and boisterous. Hey. Naruto Uzumaki here. I specialize I guess in making clones. This got curious glances from Hinata and Shino. Kurenai's expression did not change. But I want to specialize in just about everything. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu I want to do it all. Kurenai smiled after the genjutsu part. My hobbies are training, making ramen and eating ramen, but my dream is to one day be the strongest ninja in my village. No, now? Kurenai asked, amused by Naruto's cheerful expression. Maybe that, but I'd rather be the strongest to protect my people. Naruto closed his eyes and gently smiled. Kurenai chuckled when she saw Hinata's eyes shine in awe of the boy, and she saw that Shino even had a ghost of a small smile on his face. Well, she would hope, as she couldn't see under his coat. I like all of your dreams and so, I'll make you achieve them the best way possible. I'll be frank and tell you why I chose you three to be my students this year. I want a team to specialize in speed, stealth, tracking, intelligence and power. Hinata with your Byakugan, you can scout enemies from afar. Shino, with your bugs, you can share information about the enemy's location and even tag bugs on your enemies to know their locations. So, what about me? I don't have any special tracking skills at all. Naruto asked Kurenai. All I have is clones. And that's exactly why you do have tracking skills. Your special kind of clones can interact with your surroundings much better than the simple clone technique, and you can make hundreds of them at once. They can also fill up a forest, and they can easily sweep the forest for enemies. Also, as bonus, they can even share memories and info with you the moment you dispel them. Kurenai responded, also telling Naruto what he already knew. And you do want to learn moves from every main technique class, isn't that right? Seeing Naruto nodded, she continued, add in an ability to track and censor out the opponent, and you can be the team censor. Can't go wrong with that, or you could do anything else you like. Whatever you want. That goes the same for you too. She nodded at Hinata, Hyuga and Shino, who both were pondering what kind of clones Naruto had that could interact with their surroundings, let alone make 100 of them. Let's do some taijutsu drills at the training grounds we're assigned to. Come along. And so they did that. Kurenai looked to the side as she observed all three trains together using taijutsu. Hinata seemed to be either the most balanced of the three or a close second. Her taijutsu strikes were fast, precise and dangerous obviously, but Hinata possibly chose to lower her power and speed in most of her strikes against Shino and Naruto. She was adept in the gentle fist style, although she probably didn't try to show it. The girl lacks too little confidence in herself to strike with the intention to hurt. She had precision on her side, but dampened her own speed and power. Shino's taijutsu was good, but nothing worthwhile or shocking. It was simple and showed signs of not diverting from the academy's taijutsu for now. Still, when he struck hard and could easily defend himself against Hinata and Naruto. His speed was well above academy student speed, probably crossing in the high genin territory, but was slightly slower than Hinata. He at least showed more speed than Hinata in her attacks, but he didn't. Naruto's taijutsu was probably the most bizarre display of frenzied attacks. When he cocked his left fist, he attacked with his right. When he cocked his right fist, he attacked with his left. And sometimes, he cocked both of his fists and attacked with his feet. Most of his strikes did hit Shino and Hinata, but something told her he was dampening power and possibly even speed when it came to striking his opponents. She didn't think it was a confidence problem like Hinata, but more like he was holding back. She didn't know why he would. He was not afraid to use every part of his body to attack. From his fingers to his toes, from one elbow to another, Naruto attacked with every part of him, and not just one concentrated part like Hinata or Shino. His off-the-wall attacks were highly unpredictable. He also used his surroundings to attack the opponent. Naruto would bounce off a tree to land attacks if he had to. Then his stamina was also the largest of the three, making him last longer than the two. Although Hinata seemed to be the obvious taijutsu specialist of the group due to her Hyuga blood, Naruto definitely was adept in fighting as well, despite not having any clan or family members or anything. Next was ninjutsu. Kurenai urged them to show some of their techniques. Shino seemed the greater one of that area. Well, it was true Naruto wielded the shadow clone technique, a technique that makes a shitload of clones, as Naruto said. She knew Naruto lacked more techniques in his arsenal and lacked control from what she knew anyway, much to the amusement of one Naruto Uzumaki. Shino showed about quite an amount of techniques, and his bugs themselves counted as a technique. Hinata had no outside ninjutsu techniques aside from the transformation, clone, and rope escape technique, to which were good, but not enough to show adept she was with ninjutsu. She also knew how very few Hyuga members go out their ways to learn other techniques, other than their bloodline techniques. She knew they had no ability in Genjutsu, so she decided to test something else. 3 kunai landed by their feet. Here. Use these kunai to mark how far you get up the tree. What are we doing, Kurenai-sensei? A chakra control exercise, Naruto-kun. Kurenai answered. Chakra control. What's that? Naruto asked, not afraid to ask any questions about something he didn't understand. Chakra control is the ability to conserve and control your chakra. This concept was thought up a long time ago. Too many rookie ninjas long ago poured too much chakra into their techniques and so died by chakra exhaustion. which in came the invention of hand seals to help you control your techniques much better. However, most of the time it wasn't enough, thus came several chakra control exercises. If you pour too much chakra in your attacks without a second thought, these days there are ways around it, but it would leave you severely tired and weakened. Your enemies will not hesitate after watching you waste your chakra in an attack. And you won't have chakra always at your disposal. Kurenai did take a second to glance at Naruto. His chakra is massive, even without using the Kyuubi's chakra, but he does need better control over his chakra it seems. The Cage Bunshin's effect on him may be nullified due to his larger chakra level, but he still needs better chakra control if he wants to learn other ninjutsu. Naruto nodded and stared at the kunai. Well, besides the clones at home training and doing chakra control exercises on my ceiling, this should also help my chakra control. So we run up and that's it? Naruto asked, how do we do the technique? Maybe a demonstration will come in handy. Kurenai said easily as she walked up the tree. Putting a foot to the trunk and then her other, she showed what the exercise was doing. Her feet were firmly sticking to the bark and did not falter. This is what you got to do. Apply chakra to your feet and it will work. However, you need a certain amount applied to your feet. Too little and you fall off. She demonstrated and she started to fall off the tree. However, she landed on her feet. Then she again walked up to the tree. Too much and this will happen. She applied more chakra and then suddenly she bounced off the tree, breaking the bark on the tree. She again landed on her feet. That is why you must put the right amount of chakra in your feet. Oh, cool. I'm definitely gonna ace this. Naruto boasted, bringing a small smile from Hinata and Kurenai. Well, if there are no further questions, get to it, students. Kurenai said, grinning at them. Hinata took a tree in between Shino's and Naruto's. She glanced in Naruto's direction and managed to squeak out, good luck, Naruto-kun, Shino-kun. Shino nodded and Naruto grinned, definitely. Same for you and Shino. I expect you two at the top. Shino simply announced. Naruto could get used to the not-so-arrogant boy. Ready? Go. Kurenai watched all three race up the tree and was pleased to see all three ran up and reached the top. She was not surprised to see Hinata and Shino make it up there with ease, but to see Naruto up there too. Members of the Hyuga clan already have natural good chakra control due to their average amount of chakra, and Aburam already teach their young chakra control exercises to keep themselves from being devoured from the insides by their bugs, but one thing I don't understand is why Naruto is up there. His chakra levels are huge. Also judging from his questions before, it doesn't seem like he knew what chakra control exercises were unless he did and I judged too quickly. Well, let's see something else. Wow, I didn't think you guys would get it so quick. Kurenai yelled from the ground she stood on, looking up at the three on the top branches of the tree, either sitting like Hinata was or standing like Shino and Naruto was. Looks like you three have good chakra control. However, let's see how good it really is. Everyone get down. The three followed Kurenai until they saw a nearby river near the main hub of the training grounds. She grinned. Alright, I wasn't gonna do this on the first day of our training, but since you three sped through the tree exercise so easily, I think we will try something else. Like? Naruto asked. Like the water surface walking exercise this time. Water walking? Hinata timidly asked this time around. Kurenai grinned, that's right. This exercise is also a chakra control exercise, but it's much harder than the tree walking exercise. In this one, you do the opposite of what you do with the tree exercise. Water is like life. It shifts and it moves about. In order to do this exercise you must emit a constant amount of chakra from your feet but be ready for movement. The slightest ripple is the slightest movement. You must change the amount of chakra then. It will shift from high, with a huge amount of ripples, to low, with the smallest amount of ripples. Demonstrated here. Kurenai smiled as she stood up on the water, perfectly. Do too much, you will fly off. Do too little, and you will sink. If you do this to the point of mastering it, you'll be so used to the change in chakra that you won't even feel a thing. Kurenai watched with some sick satisfaction as Shino Aburam dropped into the water. Seeing the stoic boy sputter out the water and spit out liquid out his mouth and nose, Kurenai laughed a little, don't rush into it now. Take your time. Hinata, the less confident of the team, approached the water in a more cautious manner. Gingerly stepping on the surface of the water, which felt flat to her, she reached out again with her other foot. Soon, she was standing on the water surface. However, putting her 2 feet down had created ripples, and Hinata's expression was almost close to a panic. No, it was panic. Hinata Hyuga unfortunately fell in, next to the spot Shino just did. Shino dragged himself out of the water, soaked. Kurenai laughed cheerfully at Shino's hard look. Oops, maybe I shoulda told you guys to take off clothing you weren't willing to get wet. Maybe you should do that, Naruto. Unfortunately, much to the disappointment of a certain wet Hyuga, Naruto shook his head and stuck his tongue out to his teacher. Nah, Kurenai-sensei. I'm definitely not gonna need to. Confidence will be your downfall, Naruto-kun. Kurenai shook her head. Not this time. Naruto smirked, and Kurenai watched in amazement as Naruto didn't stand or even walk on the river, but damn near skated on the water surface. Woo. Look at me, Kurenai-sensei. But god. How is he doing that? On his first try. Is he a chakra control genius or something? Wasn't he ranked dead last in the academy? No way a dead last would be able to do this on his first try. Beginners luck towards the trees, but water walking takes days, sometimes weeks for fresh genin. The fact that Naruto was surfing on the water surface told her he couldn't have been just what meets the eyes. In her eyes, she was a simple, naive boy who might become what he wants to be with years of training, but what he was doing now was something almost at a genius level. Nah, Naruto-kun, wow, Hinata said as she made it back to shore, in awe again today. Even Shino was looking at Naruto with awe and some understandable jealousy, although none so much like a certain Uchiha would feel at this point. Naruto Uzumaki strange. You have never showed this skill in the academy. Kurenai looked at her students taking their leave, but looked at the spot Naruto Uzumaki left from. He's better than what I expected. When she thought about how she got Naruto Uzumaki onto her team, she thought how much of a steal it was. Hopefully it paid off. Seemed like it anyway. Okage-sama, if you may let me, I wish to take Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburam under my wing. This earned a surprised glance from Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Oh. And pray tell why would you want to do so? I want this new team I have this year to specialize in tracking, control, and stealth. The Byakugan is perfect in locating, reading and tracking enemies. Aburam clan members specialize also in locating and tracking with their bugs as well. What about Naruto, Kurenai? Naruto has a boundless potential should he use it wisely. He could be a great tracker as the shadow clone technique can not only make clones to interact with its surroundings, but also share information with each other as soon as the user dispels the clones. If he ever got better chakra control, think about how powerful he could be. Sarutobi smiled and nodded. Well, since Kakashi isn't even here to try and fight to get Naruto, you will be able to take him, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburam under your wing. Do train them to the best of your ability, Kurenai-san. Kurenai smiled back, happy at her victory. Thank you, Hokage-sama. So, Kurenai-san, are you happy with your new team? I figure this team was much better suited for your taste than last year's. Sarutobi said, taking the pipe out of his mouth. Yes, Hokage-sama. I am very pleased with this team, very pleased. Kurenai said, with a small smile. Oh? Hokage Sarutobi asked. Yes, they did much better than expected. Utel. They have solid Taijutsu skills, good ninjutsu skills for genin, and much better chakra control than I first expected. They even got the tree exercise on the first try. Oh really? Sarutobi said with a smile. These generations I have seen in my lifetime keep getting stronger and stronger these days. You don't know. I mean, on the first try. But that wasn't the greatest part. No. Sarutobi's eyebrow quirked. What was it? Naruto Uzumaki has the best chakra control I have seen in most genin, and even in the levels. He did tree exercises and water walking so easily. Almost like was a genius. Kurenai exclaimed, still shocked that Naruto for all people did all that. Naruto did all that. Sarutobi pondered. Very interesting. Naruto didn't show signs of being a genius before, although because of his pranks, I have seen a lot of holes in our securities and he hasn't been caught by any of my people, even my Anbu. Something even tells me that he knew how to do water walking and tree walking exercises from the beginning. But how could that be? Genin aren't supposed to know that. Kurenai gasped again to herself, while Sarutobi took this time out to drag out his pipe and blow out hot smoke. Very interesting, Naruto. He never ceases to surprise me. Sarutobi's raspy chuckle was loud enough for the red-eyed beauty, Kurenai Yuhi. But I think genius is a word that could never be applied to Naruto. Okage-sama? Kurenai questioned, confused at the sudden insult at Naruto. Naruto is much better than a genius because a genius lacks the experience and life Naruto has dealt with. Naruto has shown that with hard work, he could surpass the stereotypical word genius and make something better of himself. Sarutobi grinned at her. I will admit that years of Naruto pranking has spotted out glaring holes in our systems of security, and if he wanted to, he could have just stolen anything from any place without anyone knowing such. He is our #1 most surprising ninja for a reason. The day he ceases to amaze me would be the day I cease to exist. Sarutobi laughed to himself. I'm hoping I do see Naruto become a great man before my time though. We already had the 4th Hokage. Naruto's potential is as great as the 4th was. Kurenai was shocked at Sarutobi's praise. Yes, Naruto was definitely not what a dead last was, but to compare him to Yondaime. This early. Sarutobi spoke to Kurenai again as he took his pipe and set it down next to him on his desk. He looked into her and smiled. Perhaps you should try to keep this team, Kurenai-san. I think they have a storm brewing ahead of them. There have been very small things in his life that could piss him off. Someone talking shit about his Icha books. Someone is stealing his Icha books. Someone trying to replicate his Icha books. But something like this was almost as bad as someone killing his favorite author. Naruto Uzumaki was stolen from him. Just stolen. And Sarutobi let it happen, he just let it happen. The boy was his to teach, not Kurenai Yuuhi's. Goddamn Obito's freaking habits. Goddamn it to hell. The day he was actually helping a woman from the other side of Konohagakure deliver a package to the land of the wind on one hand was the day Kurenai swooped in, took him in and took him from his grasp. His manly grasp. And now, Kurenai was probably doing filthy things with him now, with Hinata Hyuga tagging up. He knew the physiology of those Hyuga. He knew of their voluptuous curves and creamy skin, and how the gentle fist could be used in many ways that would hurt first, but be awesome in the end. Damn Kurenai. Damn her. And then, she stuck him with them. But god, a stink mutt, with a loud mouth and a cheap mouth he just couldn't stand. And then the fucking fangirl with the worst, god-awful amount of hair color he saw in his fucking life. Oh god. But they weren't even the worst of it. No, one arrogant Sasuke Uchiha made having a fangirl and a wet mutt fun. Sheesh, at least they acted like they feared him. Mr. High and Mighty made going to every team meeting fun. Which is why he left his house 5 hours after he needed to be there. Meanwhile, while he was needed by his team, he took extended walks around the village and actually found where Naruto Uzumaki trained in the spare time he didn't not have at Kurenai's meetings. It took one glance at what Naruto was doing and he was shocked when he saw the boy training. Or boys. Naruto had 12 clones in each section. 12 were tree climbing, 12 were water walking, and 12 were doing the leaf concentration exercise. And he was doing it so perfectly. Kage Bunshin too. Why was he not briefed on the boy's skills? How could he actually be able to do that with no drawback? He had that much chakra. No. Alright, that's it. That is it. He would train this boy, he would train him and take him from Kurenai. He would in due time. Even if he had to kill to get him. But for now, hey kid. Name's Kakashi Haddock, wanna learn something new? Shit. Sometimes it was much easier just forgetting a few things. His mind always leaned back after assuring himself that he would beat Madara and possibly Sasuke Uchiha to a pulp to save the future. He wondered if the Akatsuki existed and when they would strike. Would there be newer members more dangerous than he faced last time? He always was intrigued by this newer world's events, but things still stayed the same. Konohamaru had been still the bumbling little naive boy who thought he could do things the easiest way thanks to a certain bumbling idiot teacher until he set them straight. Of course the same way he did it now. He had missed the reactions of everybody who faced the sexy technique and the harem technique. Lately however, he thought about where he came from, the deserted village and his future, how he, the others of Konoha 11, and a couple 100 of ninjas were still fighting Madara and Sasuke. And then he thought of the people who died doing so. Joji Akimichi died, gutted by one of Madara's newer pawns. Denton had been killed in the second wave of Madara's attack on Konohagakure. Rock Lee was ironically crushed by rocks and rubble. Shikamaru Nara was MIA after Madara destroyed the village again with the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei. Sasuke's Kirin also did a huge amount of damage to the village, further wiping Konohagakure forever off the map of the earth. Pain's Shinra Tensei last time had been colossal, but this in Kirin there was nothing in its wake. Naruto had been out of the village again to escape further damage. The list of people who died in the attack on Konohagakure ranged in the thousands. Konoha before had less than 3,000 total inhabitants, ninjas and civilians included, and a third of the total population was killed in 2 sweeps. He all stared at their names and listened on clipboards made by several medic nins. He stared until he read them all. But sad things shouldn't dwell on his mind. Hell, let's talk about something much funner. Like the last time he had sex. Fuck, it was a long time he had a good lay. Before Konohagakure had been destroyed and the Akatsuki attacked, Naruto did pride himself as the man who slept with a lot of women. Jiraiya did get him laid before stuck him with some whore outside Konohagakure before he died, anyway. It wasn't special or anything, but it just felt a haluva good. She sure says that anyway. Every person else he did have sex with also said something similar. Stay Naruto Kun. We can have more fun. I don't gotta go anywhere today. Come on back in, Naruto Kun. Ah, the good times of being a male prostitute. Of course it stopped when he fell for her, but he couldn't deny it was a time he missed. At least he was getting laid, damn it. And then he thought about it and thought about it again. Then, he screamed when he realized it. Loud. Shit. I'm not getting laid for a long time. Arg. Stop the future. Chapter 3 Deus Ex Machina. The heart. One of the 8 vital parts of the body, interesting. The heart is a vital part of the body, giving life to those. With any major organ, this one is one of the most important and the most sensitive to chakra. There are more than 20 chakra nodes around the heart, more than any vital organ or regular part in their body, making a total of a staggering 45 nodes. This makes the Hyuga gentle fist fighting style especially dangerous. The heart is also susceptible to several techniques that not only attack the heart but can even track an enemy's movement. Interesting, I never took it into consideration to read this crap, but actually, it's much more interesting than I thought. The heart is susceptible to several techniques that can track and damage the heart that's outside the gentle fist. So, if I can devise a technique that could track someone by their heartbeat, no one could even hide from me. Naruto grinned to himself. Oh, think of the possibilities. And that itself can't keep me from any person. Something like that will be easy to come up with anyway. Naruto had the right chakra control, the right amount of chakra, of course he had that, and the right execution. He could be great at something Kurenai wanted him to excel in. Naruto always thought sensors type ninjas were pretty damn good in their own right. His Sage mode had the foundations of sensing chakra, but none so like those sensor type ninjas he encountered. He could definitely search and destroy any of his enemies. And Kurenai sensei was right, his clones could very easily fill up a forest. Add to that a technique that could very easily find any incoming ninjas due to their need to be alive and well, he would be dangerous to any foe, so as long they didn't know he was coming anyway. He was still wondering how he could even make a technique to do such a thing. He then found something very helpful. Something almost down the lines of the very thing that could help him devise such a technique. The book. Deus Ex Machina. It had been a very eventful month, and Kurenai Yuuhi couldn't believe her luck sometimes. Of all the things she wanted in her life was a student who she could share her techniques with. None of her former students except one, much to her awkwardness, had even an aptitude in. Their chakra amounts were good and all, but their areas of chakra control were too abysmal for her to even teach them. And here she had a boy that could run backwards on that river again and then up a freaking waterfall. Kakashi just got a huge fuck you from her. A big one. This was perfect. The boy was already a powerhouse to jutsu being good, ninjutsu being good too, but also excellent chakra control for a genin. He shouldn't be able to even do this. Hinata and Shino were still struggling to walk on the water after 2 days of training on it, but Naruto skated up and down the stream with relative ease. Who was this boy really? And then she figured the boy had been experimenting on several techniques. She remembered when she told him he could easily become a sensor type when he displayed chakra control well beyond the years of a genin, and he kept it up, then he would be excellent at it. One day when teammate was doing some sparring, having nothing legal in it, the boy was trapped in a lower level to simply disorientate and confuse him, while still letting him function somewhat. However, Naruto stayed level-headed and declared loudly, "Don't think you can hide from me, Kurenai-sensei. Time to try out my newest technique." Kurenai watched in amazement as Naruto not only tore through her, which wasn't so much a surprise, seeing she already taught them how to break with ninjutsu release, but was able to see where she was when she was sure she made herself totally hidden from the boy. Has the boy already figured out how to sense chakra already? Naruto launched a kunai at Kurenai, to which she of course caught, but decided to come out of the tree of where she was. "Naruto, that was excellent at breaking my technique, but how did you find me? I was sure I hid myself completely but you still found me." Naruto sheepishly grinned and modestly rubbed the back of his head. "I found a way to find someone even if they do that." "How?" Shino stopped, asked stoically and approached Naruto, with Hinata Hyuga meekly moving up to see what was up to. "Haha, I can find someone by their heartbeat," Naruto proudly stated. All 3 sets of eyes widened at Naruto's boast. What? I never heard of such a technique. It's because I came up with the technique myself. And then, she realized the boy truly was something prodigious, even if he tried to play it off as common knowledge. Very few people knew or even remembered what Tenketsu was because very few ninjas could release chakra freely from their Tenketsu, excluding any of the current 450 members of the Hyuga clan, but she never knew there were a lot of Tenketsu chakra nodes at the heart, let alone those could be interacted with even so far from where a person would stand. Yes, she knew you could force chakra into an enemy's chakra system and disrupt someone's chakra flow, but not do anything more to those around an area. Naruto came up with a technique that could easily spot someone else no matter where they were. So as long as they were in his area, he could do it. The heart has 45 chakra nodes at it, the largest part of the body. This technique I've been experimenting on for a week can track someone by their heartbeat. All I do is send out a pulse of chakra to an enemy. Naruto demonstrated and sent a pulse of chakra through the air. All 3 of them felt a tingle in them, and suddenly Naruto smirked, "And I know where you guys are. Apparently I guess you guys can feel a tingle. That's probably the downfall of the technique. A smart ninja probably could feel something is wrong and counter it, and I'm not too sure if I can sense oppressed ninjas, but I'll work out the kinks of the move. I call it the Dokidoki Kanchi no heartbeat sensor technique. The tingle you guys felt was your heart's chakra nodes responding to my chakra pulse. Neat, isn't it?" And Kurenai learned something incredibly helpful to not only help Shino and Hinata become stronger, but even help her own tracking skills. Naruto told them how to do it and the seal, and she realized the problems with the technique. With Naruto and his special amount of chakra, he could probably do the technique for a while without feeling any drawback. The technique did consume chakra and did demand chakra control. While Kurenai could do it, Hinata and Shino could not as of yet due to them still trying to work on their chakra control. It also increased chakra consumption as the target at increased distance. The good sonar technique but incomplete. Good at surprising enemies once, but not again. Smart enemies, anyway. Still, the fact that Naruto could do this, the fact he was already making techniques was staggering. To think if Kakashi got his hands on Naruto. No, she would never let him. And she was sure he wouldn't until she saw Kakashi down in the training grounds with Naruto going over some technique. Kurenai's glare was palpable. So Kakashi had Naruto with ninjutsu, huh? She had. And she was already going to get Guy to help them out with taijutsu. Kurenai smirked, no more secret lessons for you, Kakashi, but for now let's see what Kakashi has been teaching him. Kakashi couldn't believe how much of a little powerhouse Naruto was. When he first threw the idea to Naruto to teach him a few things, Naruto promptly shrugged and said, yeah, sure. Kakashi couldn't be more pleased at the power Naruto had. Naruto was definitely fast, that he could say it was somewhat hard keeping up with Naruto with his regular eye, but even then, Kakashi still felt Naruto was holding back, even when he told him to come at him with everything he got. Naruto's taijutsu was very eccentric, almost erratic, but it didn't lack control. In fact, it seemed the idea around Naruto's taijutsu was to trick his opponent into thinking he was gonna attack with his left while he hit with his right. He had the stance, the stature as if he was gonna hit right, but he was hitting left. Naruto was good at looking around and using his terrain to his advantage. Naruto threw sand and dust at his eyes to blind him and disorientate him. Naruto purposely made holes in the ground to make him slip or whatever. He even made clones to throw at him sometimes, or they threw him. If he was lesser of the man he was, he probably would fall for such attacks. Ninjutsu-wise, Naruto had a cesspool of chakra control and a nexus of chakra. He had a good amount of feel for most of the ninjutsu Kakashi gave him. Duoten. Shippua. Kakashi was drawn in slightly by the side effect of the attack and was attacked by a barrage of arrows made of cutting wind. Kakashi however countered with wind's natural nemesis. Pain. Housenkan no Jutsu. A volley of fireballs flying from the gray-haired man which neutralized wind and destroyed the arrows. Seeing the C-rank move do its job and stopping the wind, Kakashi regarded Naruto with an eye smile. Good job, Naruto. Nice to see those wind release scrolls are paying off. Nice to see it is. Kurenai finally jumped in on the scene. Kurenai-sensei. Naruto cheered, look at what I can do. Kakashi-sensei's been teaching how to do wine techniques and all other cool stuff. Naruto smilingly said, to which a very sheepish smile came on Kakashi's face. Kurenai smirked at Naruto, so I see. Well, since I was gonna see what your elemental chakra affinities already today and had Xan sped up the process, Kurenai started, putting emphasis on Kakashi's name, how about we also help our other students, Haddock-san? Well he tried to start explaining why he was teaching Naruto, but Kurenai stopped him. Splendid. That's the answer I was looking for. Kurenai interrupted with a false cheer. She could tell Kakashi started to openly glaring at the beautiful woman in front of him and Naruto. You can help my team more with ninjutsu, seeing as God knows you're way better at it. Kurenai smirked. Naruto cheered, while Kakashi simply grunted. Kurenai's smirk reached her ears, and while we're at it, we can make a team sessions like bring your team with us to a training ground so we can spar. I would always love to see a Naru Sasuke match up. I wanna see what you've been teaching Sakura and let's not forget Kiba now. Kakashi let out a small chuckle, though she could tell it was strained with anger at Kurenai. Binger, Haddock. He probably didn't even teach them anything yet. Well, that sounds like a cool idea. Kakashi said it as if cool about it, as if he didn't even care. Though, she knew this was an upsetting defeat for him. Though, I haven't been training them with chakra control exercises like you've been teaching yours. Kakashi admitted. Most of what we have been doing is some D-rank missions. Kurenai thought to herself about her own team and their lack of D-rank missions. They do need to do some D-rank missions to get a feel of missions. Well, Naruto seems to have the best chakra control on the team, seeing as he already knew how to do the exercise. Kurenai glanced at Naruto, whose face was either modest embarrassment or fear from being discovered. Crap. She knows. Naruto thought, but he shook his head. Of course she does, idiot. What person knows how to skate on water on their first try? And it's not like I had abysmal chakra levels like Sakura did before, so my chakra control should have been horrid. Ugh, I'm a show-offy idiot sometimes. Kakashi's eyes quirked, he knew the exercise already. Either Kakashi was dealing with the greatest thing in his life, a student who actually had potential to do some right things in his life, or God's son himself. His chakra control, as a genin, was practically ranging to level. That was something that reminded him of himself. More of the reasons to train him to not become like him. Well, I read a lot. Naruto said, sheepishly rubbing his head and smiling foolishly for his teachers. And I came across tree and water exercises before. He's lying. Both concluded. No way he could legitimately get those books with having the 9 tails inside him. But before you go off and saying that I'm lying, Naruto already caught their dubious glances. I kinda had to steal the books, but brought them back before I could get caught. That did barely anything to quell such glances, but again, they had little to no other guesses that could explain why the boy had known those 2 exercises, too advanced for a genin to know. And besides, it was highly doubtful he could have been priorly trained before he graduated. His grades in the academy did not show it, and the plain fact that almost every teacher, ninja and civilian hated him, made that idea abolish itself from their minds. Could he be a genius? Kurenai was already told by Sarutobi that Naruto was simply a hard-working fellow who wasn't a genius, but better than that, as declared by the professor himself. Maybe he just saw someone do it. Naruto's childhood was filled with Anbu, Kakashi reckoned himself. Myself included. I looked after him for some time. And I think I did show him once how to do a tree exercise, though I doubt he could even do it since he didn't even know what chakra was. Naruto even being chased around was filled with ninjas they could have been walking on walls to catch him. And Naruto is known to learn kinesthetically. Could he just see someone do it and just replicate it from there? Naruto could see their pondering faces smooth out to just simple glances at Naruto and then nodded from his answers. Naruto sighed to himself in some relief, showing off techniques I made, showing off chakra control moves I could do, hell, even being here, explaining how I got those techniques, and seeing them think I'm lying to them has already cut my out of my trump cards. Well, at least to them. Not like they could come up with another answer to explain why I know this, and I can't tell them I'm from the future, lest I get a brain checkup from the hospital. Oh well, let's focus on the important things though. I get some training in ninjutsu with Kakashi, with some lower level wind techniques with Kakashi, and we might even spar with Team 7. I don't know why, but I really want to spar with Sasuke. Really want to spar with him. Naruto chuckled manically in his mind. Kakashi had finally caved in and said yes to Kurenai's ideas. The gray-haired man somewhat shuddered when she said she also needed to feed her students some taijutsu drills, so she might even call up Guy to practice with them. Yeah, you can long after I'm gone from here. The flamboyant, youthful man that guy was sometimes really pissed him off to no end. And their long-time rivalry was something even more ridiculous. He only did them because those days he was still failing students. 5 years he had known Guy, and 5 years he wished he never had. Guy wanted to beat Kakashi and claim the youthful title of being better than the legendary hip Kakashi Haddock. It was frankly annoying, and always either ended up with him quitting too early or Guy losing. Only 10 times have Guy beat him legitimately in something, and they were taijutsu battles or speed contests. Guy was cool and all, but rather at distance where he wasn't getting screamed down his ears from the youthful man. Kakashi was still annoyed that Kurenai broke off his secret training exercises with Naruto and forced him to only train with him grouped with his peers. It hadn't been even a week before she discovered them. Damn it. Oh well, maybe he did need to learn that he had responsibilities now. He didn't have any time to go around and train a student when he had students, even if he hated his team at the moment. In short, all 3 had good potential to be good ninjas, but also good potential to be bad ninjas. Sakura Haruno was a textbook perfect definition of a horny civilian girl who was only after some tail rather than to achieve ninja status. She rather spent time cheering on Sasuke, making gooey eyes at Sasuke, punching around Kiba for talking bad about Sasuke, and brushing her locks to look pretty. That's not what a kunoichi was. She was to put it in a ponytail, Sasuke to fight her, and not be afraid to dirty her red dress. She should be a kunoichi, not a frail little girl hoping Sasuke will save her in battle like a hero. Kiba Inuzuka honestly he liked the boy, but he was what he would think Naruto would be a loud, frank, somewhat dim-witted and blunt boy who would rather fight Sasuke than even listen to his teacher sometimes. Kiba didn't get along with Sasuke because of Sasuke's arrogance and nose high in the air, or he had his sharp canine-like fingernails at Sakura for being, what he called, a bitch. Sakura of course didn't take lightly to Kiba's insults and sometimes just clobbered the mutt boy in the face with her so-called righteous female anger. There were even times he didn't even want to teach them a damn thing. And then there was Sasuke, who had successfully acquired the arrogance of an Uchiha. The little bastard sometimes went around, parading as the whole damn show, the leader of the team when Kakashi had been so. The little prick didn't even call him Kakashi-sensei, only opted to call him Kakashi. He is a brat, used to the villagers' undying devotion and love towards the last Uchiha. And he wasn't even humble. It was annoying and frankly it annoyed him even more that Kakashi was like that an arrogant punk who spat at the mouth. All 3 of them were annoying, and Kakashi would snap them out of it even if he had to go to Guy and hang with him for a day. Although he didn't initially like this idea, the thought stood. Maybe, just one spar with Team 8 and he could tame the beasts in Team 7, give a wake-up call that being brats will get treated as such. And Kakashi, with that, grinned at his plans. So, when do Team 7 and 8 spar, Yuhi-san? Kakashi said, coolly to the cooler woman in front of him. The setting now inside a bar dedicated solely to ninjas. The least the Hokage could do before some of those ninjas laid their life down for the village is get them a place to get them inebriated. The bar wasn't very rowdy or lively since it was still early, but it definitely had a few people inside, Kurenai and Kakashi included. In a week from here. A week would make a month of us having students, so how about we do something special for our little Genin? Kurenai grinned. Kakashi nodded, I think this will be a good thing for Team 7. Oh? Let's just say my team needs a wake-up call. Kakashi vaguely uttered. Maybe you do too, Haddock-san. Kurenai frowned. You know you're not supposed to go out your way and teach separately while you forget about your own. I didn't forget about my team, Yuhi-san. Kakashi clarified. I simply was just teaching someone worth my time as an instructor. My brats can't even stop fighting amongst themselves and frankly Kiba's getting double-teamed by the arrogant boy and Sakura. I don't feel like teaching them. You haven't even trained them in anything, so what could you expect? Kurenai deadpanned, you don't feel like it? Sounds like laziness. I didn't teach them anything because they really don't deserve it. Kakashi said, now visibly annoyed at Kurenai's assumptions of him just being lazy or downright incompetent. You think I don't want to? Why do you think I take on teams year in and year out? I try to teach them about teamwork, I try to get them to trust their teammates, and I passed Team 7 just because one gave another a bento for God's sake, without my permission. So yeah, I was desperate at the time apparently. Sue me. It's not laziness, Yuhi-san. I want them to work together, not bicker, and if I give them toys to play with, surely they will break. Until they learn they need to work together, listen to their sensei and stop being like brats, I won't teach them. In fact, I'll deem them unfit as genin and send their little asses back to the academy. Then, I could just tutor your students or students in ninjutsu. They seem like they deserve it. Kurenai smiled and nodded. Team 8 was a good team. The three talked together, they interacted together, and they spared together. Naruto even taught all of them one technique that could help them even more. They got their teamwork packed down. Thinking in the long run, Kurenai knew Kakashi was right but brutally honest when it came to Team 7. He was right, if they didn't deserve it, why should he teach them? If she was him, she would have sent them back the moment they acted like brats on their first team mission. So you're hoping this spar does them well? What if it does the opposite? It won't. Kakashi confidently said. Sakura and Kiba may be idiots sometimes, but they definitely are ready for a wake-up call and they can respond properly. And Sasuke. The most he might do is mope because he was defeated, but I don't think that's gonna shoot down his ego and strive to be a better ninja now. This will let him know that there's always gonna be someone stronger than him out there and he's no closer to his foolish dream of revenge. Such confidence in his team to win. Kurenai sighed, he still thinks he can go against Itachi and win. Forget defeating him, he said he's gonna to kill him. I hope he can realize that his duty in Konohagakure is more important than petty revenge against his older brother. Kakashi shook his head. Even he would be able to get to him, Itachi is not a weakling. He would need to be much more level-headed than he is now. And I heard he joined the Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Where have I heard that name before? Kurenai wondered to herself. In reality, Kurenai nodded in agreement. Alright, well, I hope our spar goes well then. You might be right, this might be the wake-up call you're needing. Kakashi I smiled and nodded, by the way, I'm curious, but since you stole Naruto from me, Kakashi jokes mostly, how is he? Naruto, he's definitely a mysterious one. Kurenai smiled to herself. Did you know that before you showed up, he even created his own technique? His own technique? Kakashi's eyes widened, confused as ever. How could he? I don't even know. She shrugged. He went on and taught everybody his technique. So what kind of technique is this? Ninjutsu. The tracking ninjutsu. The tracking ninjutsu. This early genin is making tracking ninjutsu. Kakashi frowned at himself. Really disappointed that I didn't even pick up this one. Damn it, Obito. The boy can actually make tracking techniques already. He's definitely a genius. My team specializes in tracking and locating teammates. For a boy without a clan that specializes in such, he definitely is making his way down to be the team's second catcher. Hell, if he wanted to be, since his chakra control is better than most genin, he could even be a medic-type ninja. Can't go wrong with those. Kurenai smirked. A sensor-type ninja or a medic-type ninja. Kakashi months ago seeing the boy's grades in academics wouldn't even believe he could do that. But before he couldn't even make a simple clone and suddenly before graduation he got a good amount of chakra control to do the clone technique. Kurenai did see it as far-fetched sometimes. You think it's the Kyuubi's doing? She whispered the last part, lest anyone hear her. Doubtful. I don't sense any of that influence on the boy, nor is he showing early signs of massive destruction for everything. Kakashi lightly jokes. All I can tell is the boy is hiding stuff, possibly hiding his other abilities. Besides, I don't think the Kyuubi would get up and train the boy himself. They chuckled at the notion. Kyuubi, training the boy. Ha. Well, maybe we could learn more about him later, but yeah, the boy is something else. Kurenai said, and then she admitted, hell, I even learned that tracking technique from him. What does it require? At this. The boy found out how to send a sonar wave to pinpoint an enemy's location by their heartbeat. Kakashi widened his eyes and sputtered, what? Yep. He found out that by sending a pulse of chakra to someone's heart, the chakra nodes around it can send feedback in another wave. That repelling wave can help the user pinpoint an enemy. It isn't without its weaknesses, of course, but that's helpful. Very helpful. Think of him using it with clones too. He could scout out more than one enemy without even trying so much. Kakashi's usual stoic face dropped for a shocked look, ingenious. How did he even devise such a technique? He said in a book. Now that I believe. Kurenai said with a straight face without a trace of doubt. The technique is still incomplete and still needs to be worked on, and it seems like he was just trying it out. Also, he does have access to the ninja library now, since he's a genin now. Kurenai laughed to herself. I think it's definitely gonna be an interesting year. Kakashi nodded and put his glass up, I'll drink to that. So, Kakashi-sensei. We're gonna be sparring with Team 8 today. Sakura asked slowly, curious at the man's plans for them today in front of him. Wasn't it the team that idiot Naruto was on? I feel bad for Hinata-san and Shino-san, though he's probably not as annoying as Kiba is. Yep. Kakashi cheerfully said. So today, no D-rank missions. Woohoo. Some action, alright. No more stupid D-rank missions. Kiba loudly proclaimed, happy with doing something other tedious D-rank missions around the village. Yesterday was just the worst with that cat incident and him chazzing it around. Shut up, Kiba Baka. Sakura said, Kakashi-sensei's talking. Make me, wench. Sakura was about to knock Kiba unconscious, but Kakashi promptly stopped her. Now, Sakura, don't get too excited now. We're gonna fight them soon, don't worry. Kiba was glad Kakashi saved his ass back there. What about you, Sasuke? Are you ready to spar against Naruto's team? Sasuke scoffed, ready. Definitely. Now I can show how much I have grown, even if I have to go against Naruto's stupid team. Seeing Sasuke's grunt of approval was all he needed to grin and laugh merrily at Sasuke's answer. Team 7 thought it to be too merry. Too evil. What was the lazy man up to now? He knew he should be more calm and relaxed, but a part of him wanted to beat the shit out of one Sasuke Uchiha. Should they choose him to fight Sasuke, of course, heh. But seriously, maybe this will help Sasuke out. Or making him more of a douche. Probably more of a douche. But Sasuke has always been a douche anyway, so beautiful day though. Useless thinking to waste more time. Let's see what Kakashi has been teaching them, Naruto Uzumaki whispered to himself. He then pondered as he looked at his teammates as they waited for Kurenai-sensei and company to come up. He smirked at them, I wanna see how they got. If Hinata's going against Sakura, Hinata's gonna whip the fangirl out of her. Not that I like to see Sakura get destroyed, but she might need a little toughing up like my Sakura in the future. Naruto grinned at said girl, who caught his face and then blushed madly, averting her pearl eyes from him. Naruto chuckled at this. She's cute when she does that. Always fun doing that. Naruto and Hinata have had a good relationship so far. The girl was nice and kind to him and didn't quite scream and nag at him like Sakura did in the past. Hinata had always been nice to him as far as he could remember. Which is why he liked to hang out with her, and she was getting more confident around him, even asking if he wanted to spar with her a few times. She was also probably the only lively person on this team. Shino was cool and all, but Naruto had never been a fan of stark naked silence before. Naruto then glanced at the stoic and quiet boy in front sitting on a rock, probably tending to his bugs. Naruto and Shino Aburam never really talked, but they both did have a good amount of respect for each other's skills and such. Naruto thought of the boy as a quick-witted, always thinking with his head type of guy, and Shino said once that Naruto's skills were more ingenious than he first thought, much to the awkwardness of Naruto. Naruto never took praise too well, since no one truly praised him, except his former 3 teachers before. It always felt awkward to receive praise more than give it. Overall, Shino was a cool guy. He went into the team, a little disappointed he wasn't on Team 7, but the way Kakashi just came to him for a good week before Kurenai discovered them and asked him if he wanted to train with him, had told him that Kakashi definitely didn't care for his current team. He wonders how it would have been if he was on Team 7 again, but then cringes at the thought of it. Sasuke would probably be a jealous bitch if he showed the things he showed to Team 8, making things a haluva tense if he was on the team. Plus, Kakashi would ask too many questions. Kurenai-sensei had questions and all, but not like how Kakashi would have. The only one he would feel bad for is Sakura, for she would be the only one on that team to not progress until at least Tsunade got her. Sheesh. Well, in any case, maybe he himself could help Sakura a little if she lets him anyway. She thought of him as an annoyance at this time. It's harder not being on the same team, he groaned. However, the sounds of several footsteps made him quell such thoughts and made him grin like a shark. Whatever to that now. Look who came to join the party. Stop the future. Chapter 14 Battle. Frankly, the only high opinion Sasuke Uchiha had of anyone was himself. He didn't care for Sakura, and Kiba was strong, he admitted grudgingly, but an idiot. A big idiot. Add to that there were gonna be two idiots he saw today, and he had this sparring match in the bag. He could have worried about Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburam and all, but he didn't. Well, it was true all he knew about Shino is he used bugs to fight, and Hinata was probably naturally dangerous when it came to Taijutsu if she got close, but he had nothing quite to worry about if he kept his distance. He knew he didn't even need to worry about Naruto, the boy couldn't even do a single clone correctly for a few years. And all he probably was doing was dragging teammate down. He felt almost sorry for them for having to harbor a loser like Naruto. Almost. Sakura had almost the same thing in mind. Naruto was stupid and foolish, and how he aced his tests in order to pass probably was done by cheating or stealing somebody's answers. Something. No way he got as high as her on that test. And not certainly higher than Sasuke-kun. Naruto, he was a Kiba with probably better looks. He was kinda cute, but not cuter than Sasuke-kun. Kiba didn't have much of anything against Team 8, even if it was Naruto the annoying little twit. They probably had a much cooler and better sensei too. Kakashi sensei hasn't even lifted a finger to teach them a damn thing other than teamwork this and teamwork that. Teamwork? He would rather work with two monkeys than Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura was annoying with that damn voice and had a crush on her Sasuke-kun, and he couldn't stand Sasuke. He believed the damn earth revolved around him, the black-haired fucker. But if he had to, he'd work with him. Even just this once. Cause what Kakashi sensei promised. You know, just to get you guys to agree to this, how about we wager something? Ooh, what? What? Money, techniques, oh, I know. That thing under your mask. Let's see what's under your mask. Sasuke's snort was translated to be a huff of amusement at Kiba's words, and Sakura nodded furiously, dying to know what was under that mask. Kakashi's eye slightly twitched, none shall know what's under this mask, lest the universe collapse until an infallible wave of chaos. Kiba's sweat dropped, what? I know what the wage will be. Kakashi declared cheerfully, you'll surely like this. What? What? If you guys beat Team 8, I'll get you guys out of D-rank missions for a month. The three looked at Kakashi with a jaw drop and then those cute sparks of hope glimmered in their eyes. Deal. Kakashi sweat dropped, man, they really hate D-rank missions. He muttered to himself. No more D-rank missions for a month. Kiba said to himself, pumping his fist. Yes, yes, yes. I will do it, I'll beat the shit out of the idiot, defeat Hinata-chan and destroy Bug Boy, even if I have to work with them. By them, he meant Pinky and Sasuke. I'll beat them and get myself all these fucking stupid missions. Unfortunately, Team 7 was about to be disappointed. Sasuke Uchiha stopped on the soil of Training Grounds 8 and seemingly just scoffed at the air itself. Naruto looked at Sasuke with annoyance, what's wrong, Sasuke? Training Grounds too good for you? Teammates better without you, dope. Sasuke shot back. Much like most of the teams. Naruto's annoyed glare only switched over to Kiba when he decided to join Sasuke in insulting Naruto. I actually agree with Sasuke, idiot. Can't believe we're gonna spar with your team. This is gonna be an easy one. Naruto smirked, better watch your tongue, Kiba. Don't want you falling down and hurting yourself before you get a hit on any of us. Kiba grinned at Naruto, I doubt you'll even be able to touch me, dead last. Naruto frowned at Kiba's words, and the term dead last that came up, forgot he was also a douche before we had entered the Chunin exams, until I farted in his face and beat the shit out of him with my clones. Kakashi smiled at them, sarcastically saying, well, glad to see everybody is so ready to spar today. Kurenai grinned, well, I think sparring time should start. We made the rules, so these are them. 1. Kunai and Shuriken are allowed in sparring, but do try to refrain from causing irreparable damage to each other. A kunai to the neck automatically is a win. Fighting until someone gets knocked out or gives up is also allowed. 2. Taijutsu and ninjutsu is allowed, but ninjutsu is restricted to using it 3 times, so choose your techniques wisely. Using the same technique 3 times counts. 3. Fight until you can't anymore. Don't hold back too much, but don't try to kill your opponent. We're sparring, not fighting in a battle. Kakashi laughed, and with that, we decide to pair you up into groups of 2. Sakura Haruno vs Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburam vs Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. May the best team win. Kiba groaned, damn it, why didn't I get lucky and fight Naruto? This earned a slight glare from the quietest boy of the 6 children. Trust me, if you can't beat me, don't try to think you can beat Naruto-san. Shino said, aggravated a little that Kiba ignored him in favor of getting an easy win against Naruto. This isn't about winning, this is about training to get better. Quite so. Kakashi nodded, sparring is sparring. Try to refrain from trying to kill your partner, guys. Sakura was asking herself this, is Shino blind? Kiba doesn't gotta worry about Naruto, Naruto's the weakest here. Who wants to fight first? Kakashi asked. Ooh. I wanna see Sakura-chan and Hinata-chan fight. Naruto clapped Hinata gently on the shoulder, which got him a small meep from the shy girl. Doncha, Hinata. I don't know. Hinata said, lacking the confidence in her abilities unlike Naruto. Come on, Hinata-chan. You can do it. But what if I don't do well? You will. Naruto reassured me. Sheesh, Naruto, will you shut up? Stop pestering the girl already. It must be a headache having a dead last on their team. Sakura screeched, trying to get Naruto from bullying Hinata into fighting first. She was sure not in a hurry to fight herself. She rudely pushed Naruto out the way, ignoring Naruto's indignant hey. And trying to console the unsure girl. We don't need to fight first, Hinata. We don't even have to fight. I'll do it. Wah, I'll fight you. Hinata said, voice darkened, looking at Sakura with a determined look on her face. The grounded yellow-headed boy smiled at Hinata, looks like somebody's gonna fight after all. Battle 1 Hinata Hyuga vs Sakura Haruno. Hinata stood a good distance apart from Sakura, who looked honestly confused. Hinata was the meek and sweet girl she knew from the academy, but now, she was here, practically glaring at her. Then she came out of nowhere and agreed to fight her. Where did she suddenly get the courage to say, let's fight? Sakura honestly didn't want to fight. She didn't want to spar anyway. All she wanted to do was just watch Sasuke-kun beat the snot out of Naruto. He's the one who pressured her into fighting. Ugh, the nerve of the boy. She didn't care if fighting would get them to be off D-rank missions for a month. She didn't honestly want to hurt poor Hinata's ego when she won. Look, Hinata, you know we don't have to fight. Don't listen to that idiot Naruto and let him bully you into fighting me. The nerve of that dead last. He probably annoys your teammate and you all the time. She said, further trashing Naruto. Hey. I'm not that bad. Naruto pouted, still a little shocked Sakura just seemed so hateful of him. Damn, she really thought little of me in the beginning, huh? The old me would probably be devastated at her words. Hinata's expression again darkened. Naruto-kun is not an annoyance, huh? He's better than that. He's a good teammate and I won't let you insult him again. Hinata declared, running at great speed at Sakura. Sakura couldn't even see Hinata, but she suddenly gasped at the burning pain in her stomach. Hinata point-blank punched her in the gut, getting her to choke up some blood and spit. What did I say? She barely said, almost crying from the pain. Hinata sneered as she let Sakura drop to the floor, clutching her stomach. With such a weak girl like you, maybe your team is burdened with you instead of Naruto burdening us. Hinata coldly said, barely stuttering anymore, shocking Naruto and a few others in back of him. Ouch at the punch and ouch at the insult. Quite out of character Hinata was. Naruto didn't like seeing Sakura in pain like this, but sometimes, with pain, people do see the light much better. Hinata really likes me enough to become strong enough to not hesitate to beat someone down. I'm like her little shot of confidence. He didn't know whether to feel flattered or just intensely guilty that Hinata likes him that much to fight for him like that when he probably wouldn't even like her like that. Hinata really doesn't like it when I'm insulted. Naruto chuckled to himself. Weak. Sakura said, whispering. Weak girl. Sakura stood, ignoring the pain in her stomach, and looked at Hinata with emerald fury, only reserved for Naruto and Kiba, now reserved for Hinata Hyuga. I'm not weak. Sakura let out a war cry and tried to deck Hinata in her face. For Hinata, the punch had a lot of power, no doubt, but it was ever so slow and sloppy. People when angry did not fight correctly and usually abandoned everything to fury. Sakura was no different. The punch was in slow motion as it approached the Hyuga's face. With vicious speed, Hinata caught her arm, applied a hammerlock to it, and placed a kunai at Sakura's neck, letting out some hidden killer intent that even surprised Naruto and his teammate. You lose. Hinata declared. Sakura didn't struggle, too tied down by Hinata's killer intent to do anything about it. I lose. Winner. Hinata Hyuga. Kakashi declared, grimly smiling at the fight. Not like he enjoyed seeing his student go down with one punch but, he sighed, it was for the best. Sakura promptly fainted after being exposed to Hinata's killer intent, which seemed almost at a Chunin's level, much to his surprise. Kurenai however smiled, she couldn't ever be more proud in Hinata. Hinata stood up for whatever she believed and inadvertently showed Kakashi where Sakura needed to improve it. Just about everything. Kakashi grabbed the unconscious girl and turned to Hinata with a smile, thanks for telling her what she needed to hear. Hinata blushed, no problem. She said, awkwardness and timidness now coming back over her to hide her once furious expression. Hinata herself knew she kind of overdid it, but when Sakura wouldn't quit insulting her Naruto-kun, she just wasn't there anymore. Naruto himself laughed cheerfully, despite seeing his Sakura-chan go down. Haha, good job, Hinata-chan. Lightning quick as always. She almost fainted herself at his praise. He wasn't mad she beat his Sakura-chan. No, she thought. In fact, he seems happy I did. Sasuke snorted and sardonically said, wow, Sakura sure did last long. Haha, sorry for your girlfriend, Ichiha. Sasuke glared balefully at Kiba. But it's time for me to steal the show away now. Next fight, Battle 2 Kiba Inuzuka vs Shino Aburam. Come on, bug boy. Let's have a decent fight, unlike that last one. You. Boy that was nasty. Kiba grinned and walked onto the field. Though, gotta admit glad Sakura got knocked out by Hinata. Hinata has definitely improved. She's not the only one who has improved, Kiba. Shino said. All of us did. All of you? Kiba scoffed, I find it hard to believe Naruto improved. He seems like the loud twitty was in the academy. Loud? Yes, but do not confuse that for weakness. The mysterious bug wielder said. Coolly he said, when I fight, I can barely hit him. Barely? I thought you were confident in yourself, Shino. I am, but I also know my limits and the extent to which my abilities can go. Hey. I'll believe it when I see it, but you ain't gotta worry about that. Kiba grinned bestially. Right now, you gotta fight me. Shino nodded, let us begin. Kiba grinned. A small bulge moved in Kiba's jacket. Come on out, Akamaru. The white dog yelped while jumping out his coat. Shino expected as much. And Inuzuka was powerful with its partner. But so was Aburam. Naruto, Kiba and Shino moved slowly across the fields, even when Hinata and Sasuke could barely see them, but their speed was well above a normal genin speed. Shino did not summon his bugs quickly, much to Kiba's surprise, but simply decided to attack fist by fist. However, Kiba knew there was a matter of time before Shino did attack with his bugs, and Kiba had already been defeated then. So Kiba opened the distance once again and tried to cause some space. Kiba tried to attack Shino with a barrage of shuriken and kunai, trying to keep his distance from Shino and keep Shino blocking. Apparently the Inuzuka wasn't that dim-witted. Knowing the bugs Shino can eat the opponent's chakra, Kiba smartly kept away from the attacks that Shino possibly could inflict on him. Shino saw Kiba with confusion as Kiba went down on all fours and widened when his bugs told him that Kiba was channeling chakra for a ninjutsu. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. Kiba's first ninjutsu was done with, and then with accelerated speed, Kiba sliding across the field, closing the distance. He then tried slamming an elbow into Aburam's stomach. He barely missed, as Aburam dodged it. The smarter and taller Aburam decided to back off and send some of his bugs to attack Kiba and his chakra. Kiba, with Taijutsu simply, cleaved into flying insects of Shino, not very much shocking the silent boy in front of him. Shino's bugs were like a nin dog, they didn't count as ninjutsu, simply as tools to attack the opponent. Then, Akamaru made his presence known on the arm of Shino. Shino dully gritted his teeth as he tried to get Akamaru's canines off his newly damaged arm, but Kiba again surprised him by closing the distance and then felt a crazy pain overtake him. Tsuga, passing fang. With vicious and bestial speed, Kiba spun like a drill and attacked Shino, whom flew back from the attack. The mini tornado tore through Shino's defenses with ease and knocked Shino back with force until he sprawled over the floor. Ha, not so tough now, eh? Akamaru. I don't think you're needed for this one, get back to the sidelines. Kiba's dog yipped affirmatively and listened to his master. Shino ignored Kiba's taunt and got up, despite the crazy pain he felt. Whatever that technique was, Shino was wise not to get hit by it again. Shino stayed put, collecting his bearings and deciding what to do next against Kiba. The passing fang technique required no chakra to spin at all, just the user spun at dangerous speeds. No chakra used meant it was not a ninjutsu. Perfect. So, Kiba still technically had 2 more ninjutsu he could use, and he could use that move again at free reign. If Shino was like Naruto Uzumaki, he probably would be screaming expletives all over. Shino however thought more on how the technique worked. It was purely Taijutsu and bestial speed. That 4 legs technique released chakra and it gave Kiba the abilities of what a vicious rabid dog would have. No. The deadly speed, power and stamina of a wolf was what now Kiba had. There also seemed to be no time limit of when the 4-leg technique would end. Kiba's speed far surpassed his own. He would have to use his bugs to get close. But the speed of his newfound strength could even overwhelm his Kakechu before he even touched Kiba. Shino could not even speak as he was elbowed by Kiba and again thrown far, while Kiba ran back and kept his distance. Shino knew he couldn't last long if Kiba decided to straight up overwhelm him with that strange spinning attack again. It hurt incredibly last time he got hit and it was fast enough for Shino to not be able to dodge. But then Shino noticed Kiba's patterns. He hits me and then runs away. If I cannot get to him, he will strike, knowing I will be too busy defending. Instead I shall let him come to me and strike before he does. You can't beat what you can't see, Shino. Kiba again taunted from the other side. Shino narrowed his eyes and stabbed two kunai to the ground. This shall work. Time to finish this. Kiba proudly announced, as if he was in control of the match. Here he comes. Shino braced himself. Suuga. Was a roar from Kiba, warning Shino of the danger. Shino quickly palmed his hands to the ground, hoping truly this did work. Suddenly, Shino gasped as Kiba hit him dead on. Kiba smirked at his handiwork, bug boy flying back. Shino's coat was tearing up as much as he was. Shino didn't look like he was going to get back after that one. Score. Haha. Looks like I won, Kakashi-sensei. Kiba gleefully said. Kiba, in his victory dance, failed to understand the buzzing in his ears. Before he did, the swarm of his parasitic bugs was already amongst him. Shino smirked painfully on the ground, his jacket already eaten up by Kiba's attacks. I will require a newer jacket much to his displeasure. Kiba did eat up his favorite one. Shino then remarked on his handiwork as Kiba tried fighting off the thousands of bugs that feasted on Kiba's chakra. Too much deluded in his arrogance, he failed to see I made holes for my insects to come up and latch to him the moment I went down. The jutsu. Mushidama, secret technique. Insect sphere complete. Shino quietly said, watching Kiba become immobile. Kiba tried struggling and moved small inches, much to the surprise and even respect of the Aburam boy, but the bugs followed him, now feasting on Kiba's bounty of chakra. Kiba knew he was beat when Shino sauntered up to him and placed a kunai just above his growing Adam's apple. Concede to your own defeat. Kiba grunted, annoyed that he had been defeated so damn easily by the bug boy, knew when he had been defeated. I lose. Kakashi smiled, well, Kiba-kun did better than expected. Kurenai nodded, with a small smile herself, that he did. Clever that Aburam-san used Kiba's arrogance against him and hid the bugs underground. Kakashi noted, praising Kurenai's students. I guess that's another habit I have to break. Woo. Shino. Smart as ever. Teammate's loudest member of the team said. I didn't even know you can hide bugs underground like that. Haha. Naruto clamped Shino's shoulder. Shino had a ghost of a small smile on his face, but then held up his stoic expression, not responding too much to the praises. I expect you to do well against Sasuke. Naruto grinned and flicked his nose. Me? Against the bastard. You already know who's gonna win. Sasuke grunted as he saw Kiba limp his way back to the others. Weakling. You lost to Bug Boy. Kiba growled, tired and weak from the battle, while Akamaru came with a whimper to see his master's wounds. Shut up, Ichiha. He was tough. At least you got an easy battle. Sasuke scoffed at this, not even worth showing any of my skills. Oh yeah, Sasuke-chan. Naruto grinned foxily at the dark-haired boy in front of him. I'm betting that you will. Sasuke snorted, I highly doubt that. Sasuke stepped down from his place and to the battlefield. Naruto groaned at the arrogant boy down in front, classic douchebaggery, Sasuke. Classic. Last battle 3. Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. Let's make this quick, dead last. Maybe I could spar with someone better and properly test out my skills. Sasuke boasted. If you're hoping for me to run and attack you head-on without accessing the situation because you tried to insult me, prick, you're out of luck. Naruto evenly says, grinning back. By the time I'm done with you, you'll never underestimate me again. Sasuke snorted yet again, so you learned how to stop attacking me head-on, that's perfect. I guess then you last a few seconds longer than our regular Taijutsu drills back in the academy. Naruto grinned, I won't even need ninjutsu for this. And then ran to Sasuke, much to the surprise of Sasuke. That's pretty fast. Sasuke barely caught Naruto's fist, but he did, thanks to his height helping him. Sasuke both grabbed Naruto's hands into his own, and the two continued in a brief power struggle. Naruto was holding his own against Sasuke's strength, slowing even overcoming it. Not understanding it, or wanting to know, Sasuke let go of Naruto's hands and kicked him with as much strength as he could. Naruto slid back far from him, but judging from his expression, the kick didn't do much. Sasuke made a grunt and then raced to Naruto with speeds almost as fast as Kiba in his four-leg technique form, Naruto noted. However, Naruto knew he was just as fast, and then, the two clashed into jutsu. Sasuke tried a barrage of kicks to Naruto's shoulder blades and back of his head, while trying to also punch, while Naruto countered by raising his knees up, moving from the axe kicks and blocking the strikes. Sasuke's taijutsu had always been better than his, back then when he was young, and Sasuke was always fast enough to catch him, but Naruto no longer fought clumsily like he did in his youth, and he definitely trained every day to make sure he didn't lose his edge. But the way Sasuke was flinching at some of the strikes he applied, he knew Sasuke was surprised that Naruto was that strong. Hell, he widened his eyes when he saw his speed. His advantage was that Sasuke underestimated him to the fullest. That's why when Naruto did a handstand and kicked him with both feet to his side, he couldn't do much. Sasuke fell to the side as predicted by Naruto. Naruto didn't stop there, as Sasuke rolled. Naruto raced to him and kicked him in his chest, further knocking the wind out of him. Sasuke gritted his teeth as Naruto didn't stop his rampage. Sasuke kicked both his feet up to get away, not intending to hurt but only to distract. Quickly making hand seals, Sasuke thought, can't believe the deal last is making me actually do ninjutsu. Pain. Housenkan no jutsu. Fireballs pour from Sasuke in a hailstorm of fire. Naruto skillfully dodged the fireballs, all while reaching closer to Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth, hoping the Phoenix Age fire technique slowed Naruto down, but it seems he even got faster as he dashed in and out the firestorm. Sasuke backed up further and reached for a kunai. Naruto reached for his kunai also and clashed with the boy in a loud clang. Sasuke again for the second time today couldn't believe he could hardly keep Naruto at bay with his strength. Naruto was just as fast as him, just as strong as him, and he didn't look like he broke a sweat. Was he toying with him? Sasuke's anger came out with a surprisingly swift palm strike on Naruto's side. Sasuke didn't stop there, willed Naruto with a quick stiff palm to the chin, poured a lot of his strength in it, and did a sweep kick. He flipped back, somersaulted into the air, and quickly did some hand seals. Pain. Kakakyu no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique. The fireball was designed by a Uchiha clansman to swallow everything in its path, and Naruto was in its path. The ball traveled quicker down than horizontally, much to the help of gravity. Naruto surely wasn't fast enough to escape that. Much to the surprise of everyone there and horror to them. At least the genin. What the hell? Kiba said, not believing what Sasuke just did. He just killed Naruto. Yeah, Naruto was an annoying twit and all, but to kill him. What the fuck, Sasuke? Hearing Kiba's yells of shock and then anger, Shino also stood in shock that Sasuke Uchiha had just killed his teammate. His own expression darkened considerably, darker than his neutral expression before, and was even tempted to step in the battle to aid. Kurenai's hand stopped him as she placed it on his shoulder. "Kurenai-sensei?" Shino said. Kurenai didn't say anything else to quell his anger, having already calmed down Hinata Hyuga, whose anger was again explored today. Kurenai herself would let the two kick Sasuke's ass, but this was Naruto's fight, and he would be pretty damn pissed if they just stepped in. Just watch. Naruto's fine. He wouldn't drop so easily to a technique. Kakashi frowned and growled to himself, disgusted at Sasuke Uchiha's willful disregard for an ally's life. An ally. This was sparring, not a battle to kill each other in. Sasuke would face punishment for his actions, even if he knew Naruto Uzumaki wasn't gone yet. Already you're walking down a dark path, Sasuke. He then stared at Sakura. I wish you could see what your Sasuke-kun did and decide whether or not you still want to chase after him. Sasuke Uchiha, still with fury in his eyes, stared down at the crater and looked at the charred jacket and skin of Naruto Uzumaki. When his anger was quelled by the dull silence and the horrid and disgusted eyes upon him, a moment of clarity filled Sasuke and then a moment of realization of what he did and disgust for it. I didn't know. Naruto-kun. He heard a stutter, no doubt coming from the Hyuga girl, and much to his surprise, he no longer saw Naruto Uzumaki lay in the crater, he heard a rumbling from under his feet. Naruto Uzumaki, supposedly dead, rose from the ground with a jaw-breaking uppercut, knocking Sasuke Uchiha off his feet. Naruto this time was aimed to break Sasuke's fucking jaw after that one. The others watched in some satisfaction as Sasuke Uchiha flew across the field. Naruto glared heatedly at Sasuke and tightly said, "You tried to kill me." All traces of surprise and regret for his actions were stripped from his face as Sasuke glared at Naruto with annoyance. HMPH, you escaped, didn't you? Naruto glared at him, I'm tired of this little bastard, letting out a surprising amount of killer intent to Sasuke and with a flash, appeared behind Sasuke just about the time Sasuke got to his feet painfully. Game over. You lose. Kakashi didn't even bother saying the winner's name, instead letting out his own amount of killer intent to Sasuke and grabbing his wrist. Kiba followed, carrying one Sakura Haruno, giving Sasuke a glare. You and Team 7 are coming with me. Before Kakashi used the body flicker technique to get his team back to their training grounds after a good sparring day turned bad because of one boy's action, Kakashi nodded solemnly to Kurenai and her team. I really regret this happening, Yuhi-san. I'll go and punish one of my students for his actions. No problem. She coolly said, still glaring at Sasuke, who already looked down, angry at the grass below him. We'll talk later. Kakashi bid farewell to the team before he could hear Hinata and Shino ask questions to the annoyed Naruto Uzumaki. How did you? Hinata started. Shadow clone. Naruto finished. Fucking Sasuke. You used the shadow clone as a diversion and burrowed under the ground. Seeing Naruto's nod, Shino let out a small grin splay on his face. Clever. Naruto chuckled, thanks. Hinata asked if he was okay once more, he nodded silently while staring at the crater he was in. Sasuke is going down the path faster than expected, just envious of my taijutsu and speed. If I even showed one of my ninjutsu, he probably would have been 10 times more envious. He sighed, remembering all the hatred in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes. This is bad. Real bad. Kakashi growled, killer intent still washed onto Sasuke. Sit. Sasuke promptly obeyed. Hiba did as well, sitting down the sleeping girl. Or rather dropped her. Ouch. What the hell? Sakura screeched, not knowing who dropped her, as she took in her new surroundings, not seeing it as the training grounds Naruto's team was using. What are we doing? Sakura, shut up. Kiba whispered harshly. Hiba baka. You're not gonna tell me to shut up. Sakura started out, incredibly enraged for Kiba having the nerve to tell her to shut up until she felt unmistakable killer intent belonging to one Kakashi Haddock. Shut up all of you. Kakashi growled out. I grow tired of this team. Wha. Shut up, Sakura. Even you too. Kakashi seethed. I'm not mad at the fact you lost, I'm actually pleased that you did. Sasuke scoffed, why? So you can see us. Kakashi's glare told him that he wasn't even remotely happy that he started to talk to him again. This shut up Sasuke again after he felt Kakashi's killer intent increase to an almost unbreathable level. You're the most idiotic, dumbest pair of brats I have ever had my displeasure to be teaching. You teach us? You don't teach us at all. Don't act like you have. Sasuke screamed back, sick of this treatment. Instead of increasing his killer intent to an eye-gouging level like he would like to see Sasuke do right now, he admitted Sasuke was correct. That's right. You're damn right I don't. I don't teach brats worth my time who haven't even gotten what teamwork is. Sasuke snorted, oh not this teamwork crap again. Yes, this teamwork crap again. Kakashi mocked Sasuke. I'm not teaching you guys anything until you realize this. What? Was the annoyed and shocked question of Kiba Inuzuka. But Kakashi-sensei, we do act like a team. What about all those D-rank missions we do? Sakura asked, generally confused and generally still in pain. All you do on those D-rank missions is bicker amongst yourselves. All of you have differences with each other that you aren't trying to even solve. Kakashi said back in return for her reasoning. Sakura. You don't train, you don't spar, and you don't do much else to help yourselves be a better ninja. You rather fawn over your teammate and then pick fights with another all day. It's annoying. If you don't want to be a ninja, all you gotta do is tell me and I'll take you out the program so you can live your life as a civilian. Sakura's eyes widened at Kakashi's words. They were close to even crying. Good, she needs to cry. Kakashi harshly thought, then staring at the snickering Kiba who had no sympathy for the Sakura Haruno who was now sobbing a little to herself. Kiba, you are just as bad as her. Starting fights with her and then with Sasuke. You disrupt and act like a fool in public. You even pick fights with Sasuke and resist listening to me when I say don't fight. You're not fit to be a shinobi either with that attitude. Kiba grunted but didn't say anything else, knowing Kakashi wasn't lying. And you, Sasuke. Sasuke's reaction was an annoyed grunt. I think I can't stand your attitude the most. You are definitely unfit to be a shinobi. Sasuke barked out, me, unfit to be a shinobi. I'm the strongest on the team. You think I care if you are the strongest of the group? You think I honestly care? Konoha doesn't need misfit, arrogant, listening impaired brats like you who think you can run the team by yourself. You even defy me. I don't give a damn if you are the last Uchiha or not. Konoha isn't desperate to have you here. Learn that. The world doesn't revolve around you. I don't need to teach you anything should you refuse to do what I ask you to do. I can fail you here, take you back to the Hokage, and get him to send you back to the academy for remedial reasons. The gray-haired man looked ready to back up the threat. Just say the words, and I'll have you go back to learn how to be a genin. You can't do that. Sakura said, trying to defend her crush. Oh? Kakashi said back. Try me. Sakura didn't say anything back, letting go of anything she was going to say back and sat down again. Kiba frowned at Sakura, but he didn't say anything. Meanwhile the usually stoic Sasuke Uchiha was a cesspool of anger, hatred, annoyance, fear and confusion. Why of all times was the man doing this? If he had a problem, he should have just put him on another team or taken Sakura and Kiba off his team and just tutored Sasuke one-on-one. Kakashi sighed, his killer intent disappearing. I'm disappointed in you guys. I was actually glad you guys lost. You guys need to be controlled and this is my last time trying to help out Team 7. Next time, I'll fail all of you and go back to being special with no worry of brats. We're gonna work on your teamwork one more time and then if you guys master that, I'll get you stronger, but only if you're willing to get stronger. Sasuke scoffed to himself, about time he whispered. Kakashi ignored Sasuke. Sakura, you and Kiba will train with me with Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. Sakura and Kiba, what? Sasuke asked, flabbergasted at Kakashi. Did I stutter? Kakashi said evenly. But why those two losers? They are weaker than me. Kiba was ready to rip Sasuke a new asshole, and Sakura sagged in depression as Sasuke just called her weak, just like Hinata did. It hurt. It really hurt. Kakashi however was not swayed. I told you before I don't give a damn about whether or not you're physically stronger. Right now, to me, you're mentally weak and you're acting like a brat. Sasuke growled, almost ready to attack Kakashi. A sadistic smile was under Kakashi's blue mask. But don't worry, Sasuke. I'll entertain you when I see you doing D-rank missions for about a month. D-ranked missions? A month? I thought you said the whole team would do them. Of course they will be getting some training too. Sasuke heatedly glared at Kakashi with a newfound hatred for the lazy asshole in front of him. Because I lost to that idiot because you stopped me? That's why I don't get any training. Idiot? Sakura asked before Kakashi could even answer Sasuke. She realized who he was talking about. Wait, Sasuke-kun lost to Naruto? Seeing Kiba's uneasy nod, Sakura stared wide-eyed at Sasuke. But how? Kakashi then sneered. Oh yeah, that reminds me Sasuke, we do have to also work on not trying to kill your comrades next time we spar. Kakashi sarcastically finished. What? Kiba again nodded. Sasuke-kun would never. Sakura declared, growing tired of Kakashi's accusations. You're lying. Oh but he did, whether you like to hear it or not, Sakura. Kakashi finished. Go ask teammate if you're not too sure, but for now, he turned back to Sasuke Uchiha, prepare for some sleep, princess cause I got a whole D-rank mission for you in the morning. He then turned to Sakura and Kiba before he himself went to get some rest. Off for now, kids. We'll be training all tomorrow working on some stamina and taijutsu. Same time as we usually come. Later. He poofed away before Sasuke could get a lethal blow on him. Kiba decided to walk away, not saying anything to Sakura or Sasuke. Sasuke huffed and coldly left Sakura in the grounds without so much of a goodbye to her. She noted in a while that he never did so. She was left to her thoughts as she stiffly returned home. She was still in pain. Hopefully Hinata didn't close any points in her stomach because tomorrow was probably going to be killer training more than likely with the way Kakashi had been serious. It has been a good week for Naruto. Training, enjoying the company of teammate and even ate with them in celebration of yesterday's events. The sparring had been pretty damn good, in his humble opinion. He was momentarily pissed Sasuke was aiming to incinerate Naruto yesterday with the great fireball technique, but he was cool. His reward was a meal paid by Kurenai-sensei as a celebration for being Team 7 completely. Dinner at some BBQ joint down a block from his usual spot for breakfast lunch dinner at Ichiraku. It was cool. Really. Well, that was a blast, Naruto smirked to himself, thinking about yesterday's events. Oh yeah, it damn felt good showing up Sasuke like that. The little bastard got his yesterday. Shino and Kiba put a haluva show on, and Hinata took down Sakura with 2 strikes. But today sucks. Cried the boy as he pulled weeds from the garden of some random villager's house. He had been forbidden from using the shadow clone technique to help out and finish the work faster. Why? The technique halved the user's amount of chakra, evenly distributing it between the clones and the user, making it impossible to tell what was clone and what was real, even with the powerful Sharingan and the Byakugan. It was a smart and sexy technique simply because the clone had individual thoughts from the user and there was even a sharing of information between the clones and the user. It did not come with a price. The chakra amount of the technique was demanding. The demand of the user splitting his or her chakra evenly amongst the clones that could drain chakra quickly to near death. Due to his godly amount of chakra, this was definitely not a problem to him. Very rarely did his chakra drain from any technique, he might have lost a few battles in his life, usually the biggest ones, but chakra wasn't the deciding factor. However, Kurenai-sensei said no to the shadow clone technique. No to the greatest technique in the world, the move that was him, so to speak. Naruto freaked when she said so. She had said, summoning shadow clones not only wastes your chakra, but also cuts you for doing work together with your teammates. Yeah, right. Kakashi-sensei had said the same thing before when he didn't want Naruto using the shadow clone technique, and why? Because the teachers loved to see them suffer. That's how it was. He was thinking Kurenai-sensei treated them as a reward for what they were gonna face today. Hell. Straight, legitimate hell. They watched in sick satisfaction as he bled sweat and caked dirt in his fingernails, the tiredness they felt after these activities. To return to this time in his life made its way on the cons of returning to the past. If he was a regular ninja, he knew these abysmal missions would definitely try his patience. Thank God he wasn't. Still, a little annoying picking up the crap of the lazy villagers who also paid to see these children suffer. Finding pets. Fixing birdhouses. Retrieval mission for a goddamn pet ostrich. These inane and insane missions could make any genin say, screw this, I'm going home. But pay as low as 5,000, he guessed it could come handy if he needed cash for some weaponry. But sometimes it wasn't worth it. Come on, now. Came the sneer of a female villager to the struggling teammate. Those weeds aren't gonna pick themselves. This is slave work, Naruto cried inside. This was plain torture of the mind. Stop the future. Chapter 5 The Process of Growth. Sasuke Uchiha was not in a good mood. He honestly wasn't. Today I did not agree with him. He hated this. Most days he was just stoic and neutral to everything even when Sakura pestered him into dates and hangouts. Those very rare days he was ever feeling good about life. He woke up as early as 4 a.m., trained for an hour at his home, went to the training grounds, trained some more, possibly ate out for dinner, though far away from Sakura, went home and trained, and finally went to sleep for at least 8 hours. This was his scheduled day in and day out, and he liked it that way. Kakashi Haddock disrupted this flow. His flow, so to speak. Kakashi Haddock single-handedly called him a brat, and then decided to punish him for fighting like it was a real battle. Sasuke knew the dead last could have escaped. Even if he himself doubted it at the time. And then the dead last beat him. Bah. That stupid kunai to the neck rule stopped him from continuing the battle, and then Kakashi came and grabbed him before he could even respond properly at the dead last. Sasuke then acknowledged Naruto Uzumaki getting better. Definitely not better than him, but better. And it annoyed him. It annoyed him seeing that grin on his face, that kind of in-your-face smile that told him that he hadn't been training hard enough. Of course he hadn't. That damn lazy sensei of his wouldn't even lift a finger up to teach him anything at all. He still wasn't gonna do it. He was gonna teach the losers instead, that insufferable pink-haired girl and the ungrateful Kiba. They were below him, not even worth his time, but Kakashi decided that he would train them. Without him. For a month. This annoyed him. This angered him. How dare Kakashi refuse him? Even when Kakashi said Sasuke would get training, Sasuke knew it wouldn't be like Sakura and Kiba. They would be getting his attention even for a few hours earlier than him. They didn't deserve anything. They were losers. He deserved it. And not only that, but his own training himself to perfect the clan scrolls techniques left in the abandoned Uchiha estate was cut by 2 hours of stupid D-rank missions that didn't make sense to him. Finding some stupid cat. Finding the recipe to complete someone's meal. Picking up someone's groceries. They were degrading him, the last Uchiha. Kakashi had the audacity to say he wasn't that much needed in Konoha's forces. What? Him. All those stupid other genin, he would agree with, but him. That's why when he came to the training ground meetings, he didn't bat an eyelash when Sakura asked him how he was, or Kiba and Inuzuka briefly insulting him with posh good humor. That's why he didn't say a word when Kakashi said what they were gonna do today, be it Taijutsu drills or stupid D-rank missions. His silence meant he didn't feel anything for this team. His first initial thoughts. He was furious about yesterday the most. That was just horrible. He couldn't believe what happened. That idiot won. A spar, yeah, but he actually beat him. How could that be? How could he get so damn strong already? It's only been a month. How could the gap in their powers close to a small line? How could Naruto almost be as strong as him? Has he grown that much? He didn't even come running in after his little insult. And while Kakashi kept his growth back, Naruto clashed evenly with him. The dead last could clash with him. This meant the other members of Team 8 could too. Their teacher didn't stop them, didn't stop their growth. Kakashi did, and he was stuck with him until he was more things to grit his teeth. Everything seemed to annoy him today. From the smiling face of the villagers to the people who sucked up to him and told him to come eat a free meal at their shops. They were pathetic, all of them. Slowly, he was losing faith in ever exacting his revenge on Itachi Uchiha with the little power he received as of lately. It took fighting the dead last to prove it. And the reason for Kakashi holding them back, the one fucking reason, was because they lacked the ability to work together. Really? Fucking really? Stupid Kakashi. Stupid Team 7. Stupid everything. Kakashi Haddock told Team 7 to get some rest for tomorrow morning, their D-rank mission laid on the Hokage's desk to pick up. This came with the disgust and anguish of Team 7 as each member left for their homes. It had been a good first day that was eventual. Kiba actually sat down and shut up. Sakura didn't pester Sasuke as much as she usually did anyway, and Sasuke didn't deny him as much. In fact, he didn't even say anything at all. The sound of his quiet breathing was the only reminder he was still alive. No doubt the black-haired boy was furious at Kakashi for having the gall to make him do early D-rank missions, even before Team 7 had their daily meetings. Kakashi sighed. They will get better. Despite his enraged emotions yesterday with Team 7, he did want them to become good at their fields. Sakura had potential in what he didn't know yet, but he'll find out. Kiba had his clan techniques pretty much mastered to the ones he already knew anyway, and Kakashi knew Kiba was powerful. He did excellent yesterday, more than he thought and hoped for. Even Sasuke had potential, but there was a larger underlying potential of complete disaster with him. Kakashi originally felt dedicated to train Sasuke because he had the last Uchiha, and the Sharingan was his birthright, creating even more dangerous potential for Sasuke. Soon, however, he looked more into Sasuke Uchiha and saw little of him there. The one that thirsted for power and to avenge something. He wanted to avenge his father's name by sticking to the rules and bringing honor back to the Haddock name. Sasuke wanted to kill the man who slaughtered his clan and bring honor back to the Uchiha name. They were two staring in the same mirror. However, Kakashi worried about Sasuke. The talk yesterday didn't seem to do anything to help the Uchiha boy. It did nothing to dull the fire pit desire to kill the man who slaughtered his clan at all cost. It did nothing to help the Uchiha listen more to his instruction. It did not get Sasuke to care for Kiba and Sakura. Not like Kiba really cares for Sasuke either. When they did some taijutsu drills today, Kiba and Sasuke's fighting was more tense, leading Sakura to almost back out from it until Kakashi forbade her to stand out anymore. Sakura would not sit idly and watch these boys get stronger than her while she became nothing more than a liability to this team. Then he said to the boys and the girl to come at him with everything they got. Kiba and Sasuke showed no hesitation and Sakura finally let hers go to do so. Then they did well trying to take them down, caught him with a few surprise blows, and even he had to admit Sakura threw a nice right hook. He felt sorry for Kiba having to face that sometimes. Then they did some stamina training up until 6:45 until he felt that was enough. Frankly, Sakura's stamina was superiorly low compared to Sasuke and Kiba, who had pretty high stamina for genin. Sakura's immediate weakness was that she had no fortitude. She had some underlying strength, sure, and her speed was decent, but still lower than Sasuke and Kiba, but her durability was incredibly low. Just like a medic. High chakra control, lower chakra capacity, and lower durability. Well, maybe not like the best Konoha medic nin, but she did have the description of a regular one. Maybe he needed a real-life mission to get a feel around for teamwork. Maybe, well, at least something above the rank D rank, something like retrieving something, or them fighting bandits, something for them to get their feet wet. Not this week though. Sasuke Uchiha still needed to be punished for his actions. D-rank missions and cut pay after completing the missions had really only been his punishment. Kakashi did want Sasuke to be punished for his actions, but nothing much else he could do that didn't stop the growth of the boy, as Sarutobi-sama put it. What a day, Kakashi sighed exhaustedly. What a day, Kurenai sighed happily as she walked to her favorite bar in the shopping district of Konoha. Kurenai didn't find it a surprise when Naruto had wind as his affinity, not after Kakashi had taught him a few wind techniques before she caught them. Naruto was like wind strong, free, unpredictable, and mainly offensive. She unfortunately didn't have any wind techniques in her inventory or any ability to do so she couldn't truly oversee his training in wind techniques should he choose to use them. Her initial thought to get Kakashi to oversee Naruto's training, since Kakashi was the copier of 1,000 techniques and had a few wind scrolls on him, Kakashi already told her that Team 7 was a maelstrom that he needed to survive, so he couldn't do anything to help Naruto without fixing the inner problems between them. She wouldn't let Kakashi even do anything if he decided differently. After seeing Sasuke Uchiha in his genius glory, Kakashi had to work on restraining that boy. His envy was disgusting. In any case, Naruto needed scrolls for his wind techniques. He already knew a C rank one, so why shouldn't he know some more? Shino's affinity to earth release techniques frankly made sense. In taijutsu ninjutsu drills that they did, Shino made it his mission in the heat of the battle to stay put as best as he could, hold his ground, and let his opponents make the wrong move. All Aburum's fighting styles were like that. Most earth release techniques were like that. Stationary, stoic, strong, defensive and powerful. Aburum usually never dabbled in arts other than their own secret techniques, but an Aburum who had not only supreme on his opponents if they came close, but far away as well if he needed to fight mid to long range. That would be very interesting. Unfortunately, her ability to use earth release techniques were down to one move and it wasn't relatively strong, being the same rank as Naruto's Gale Arrows technique. Hinata had been the luckier one, of course. Her affinity was water. Something Kurenai herself could do. Hinata's definitely fit water. She was calm when not threatened, stable when not moved, and cool to the touch, but when enraged, turned into tsunamis, whirlpools, and massive concussive waves. She had good offensive and good defensive and precise control. Unfortunately for her other students, Hinata was the only one she could teach and help her affinity, but she wouldn't be getting a whole huge assortment of water release techniques. Kurenai didn't dabble too far besides one B rank water technique. The rest were C or D rank. Other than affinities, Kurenai was also trying to teach them more ways to break. If she ever got caught, most she faced still didn't stop her from using her chakra or ninjutsu, so she said they needed to learn the chakra suppression technique she wielded. The technique completely suppressed the chakra of the user, disrupting the flow of their chakra, in which all she knew needed in order for them to work, in which ninjutsu release didn't quite need to be used. However, it also meant the user would be susceptible to any other follow-up technique, which means Genjutsu release was more ideal. After that took a few hours to get packed down, Kurenai instructed them in other ways to break. Most could be broken by the Genjutsu release technique and Screaming Kai. To break it, but did you know you can not only suppress your chakra to break free of it, but completely release it in a huge wave in order to rip a hole in it? Whoa, really? Naruto asked, amazed. Kurenai nodded, yes, a chakra wave can completely destroy a genjutsu and very possibly hurt the user. So why do we do the genjutsu kai technique more often if that is so? Shino questioned, confused at his beautiful teacher. Why spend time teaching us the genjutsu release technique if that is true? Hinata started, a little hesitant as Naruto and Shino's attention shifted to her, but let it go quickly. Maybe with doing the technique, there is a downside. Shino nodded, that makes sense. Kurenai smiled, glad you figured it out, Hinata-chan. The girl slightly blushed in praise but did not fumble from it. Yes, well the chakra release technique is more ideal in breaking it completely, like the chakra suppression technique, it requires the user to release a huge amount of chakra at once. And most ninjas don't have a huge amount of chakra. Shino nodded at the explanation, finally making sense to him. Kurenai smiled again, quite so. Yes, the chakra release technique leaves the user with a low amount of chakra in the end. And yes, the user can rip holes into genjutsu, even genjutsu stacked on top of another one like high users of genjutsu like myself are known to use, but with little chakra to work on a counter, what could that do? Smart ninjas without a lot of chakra to work on will use the genjutsu release technique, which is a fusion of the chakra suppression and chakra release technique, while temporarily suppressing their chakra to disrupt the flow and then release it suddenly again. But the genjutsu release technique can work on genjutsu much slower than the other two if the enemy decides to stack genjutsu on top of genjutsu. However, some ninjas that have high levels of chakra, Naruto grinned at this, and the other members of Team 8 actually nodded evenly at him in silent agreement, most can't. Most ninjas also wouldn't choose the chakra suppression technique either since it leaves them with no ninja abilities at all, so we teach our students to use the genjutsu release technique instead. Is there any other way to counter genjutsu, Kurenai-sensei? Well, Naruto, you could also inflict pain on yourself to break it, though it will probably be easier to do genjutsu release. Some can break through easily, however, none of you can do it. The Sharingan seems to be the only one that could. Kurenai could have sworn she heard Naruto growl after that. Some people actually train themselves to see through without the use of the Sharingan. Finally, you can even cast techniques to obstruct your opponent's view of you. All the user needs to be looking at their opponent in order to work. Obstruct their views and they cannot use it on you. Woohoo. Genjutsu sounds awesome. Can't wait to use it. Naruto loudly declared, bringing one more smile up to Kurenai's face. Now, Naruto. I know you are excited to try, but it takes years of chakra control beyond yours right now. Kurenai personally didn't like Naruto's face sagging into depression. However, I'll see to you first being able to counter it and then see if you could do it. Kurenai wondered if Naruto could even do it. At the time, she was saying stuff to cheer him up. So he couldn't do it, no doubt the boy's chakra control was good, maybe even great, but it had to exceed that, even exceed the word excellent. And she knew his extensive use of the shadow clone technique, which she was starting to tell him that he couldn't use them in sparring. He had no problem with it, but when it came to D-rank missions, she also didn't want him to do it, to which he groaned like hell, much to her slight amusement. In all seriousness, she didn't want Naruto using that technique as much as he did. She knew the problem with the shadow clone technique. Extensive overuse of the technique and the information gathering of that technique over time could reduce his brain into actual mush. However, she knew Kyuubi also could shelter him from such pain and prevent. She seen his training regime at home once, which he created about 24 clones to work on 3 different types of exercises for chakra control, while he himself participated, doing both or a hybrid of either exercise and the leaf concentration one. His training with him was odd. Naruto had no family, had nobody to really look after him. While no doubt she knew the third Hokage and young Naruto had some sort of connection, she also knew it didn't run to the point he willingly would look after Naruto, even if he knew he couldn't. He knew the village was, in the end, more important than Naruto. The needs of many outweigh the needs of one. However, that didn't mean the Hokage never had his eye on Naruto. She knows he wields that crystal ball of front for a technique to see all that are in the village. He keeps tabs on the Kyuubi container, makes sure he stays out of trouble and such. She didn't know who else liked the boy, much less loved him, but he knew he was close to the people at the Ichiraku stand. That elderly man and his young 15-year-old daughter. He wasn't as close to them as he was to Sarutobi-sama, but she knew their relationship was beyond the customer and servant relationship. Also, no doubt he was also tight-knitted with Haruka Yamino, a Chunin teacher she knew by name. He was almost like a father figure in Naruto's life, or an older brother. Whatever pray tells. She really knew nothing of Haruka, but obviously the man was close to Naruto Uzumaki, the only teacher in the academy he was close to as well. However, she knew Naruto had become her family and she had become his. Shino and Hinata were too. They were his family now. She knew the boy was lonely and his craving for one family. Why should she deny him of it? She was like his big sister now, his mentor, his shelter. Even if he couldn't excel in, he was well on his way to be a censor or even a medic. She would help him get whatever he needed. Not only him, but Hinata and Shino too. Hinata needed a mentor, a sister figure as well. She needed someone to not only push her, but do it gently. She didn't need a father who harshly harassed her for being what he didn't want her to be. If he heard Hinata learn water release moves, he probably would have flipped out even more with it. Even if she wasn't loved by Hiashi Hyuga, or even if he never saw her strength, she would mold Hinata into a powerful ninja. She would push her to be stronger and better than before. Shino was passionate in his field, sure, but he was too closed in. He did need to make it more broad. If someone could counter his style like a long-range expert who didn't need to get near his bugs. Learning earth release moves would help him completely, increasing his range and possibly making it easier for his bugs to catch his opponent. She would help him do that. She would help them all. But for now, she walked home, smiling at the growth of her students. Hiba Inuzuka wouldn't lie. Today was tiresome and a lot of things happened, but ultimately, he was glad Kakashi-sensei was training them properly. It sucked losing to Bug Boy, but to see Sasuke get handled by dead last Naruto was just depressing. He was personally glad he was fighting, trying out his skills, and moving somewhere doing something. He didn't care so much that he felt like a ragdoll and Kakashi-sensei pretty much treated him as such today. He was just glad he was getting better. Next time, Shino. I'm not gonna lose. Kiba grinned to himself. Training was definitely gonna be stepped up. Sakura Haruno never felt so much pain in her life. Mental, yes, but physical pain was something she was not accustomed to, not even the academy, where she didn't do so well in the taijutsu classes she had. Today consisted of push-ups, sit-ups, laps around the village, and brutal taijutsu drills with Kakashi-sensei. She had never been so out of breath in her life. She was definitely the first to drop to the floor like a damp rag, while Kiba and Sasuke-kun kept at it. Sasuke-kun and Kiba, they were stronger than her by light years, even when they were also chewed out by Kakashi-sensei's taijutsu as well 15 minutes later. She could easily admit they were, after all, they both had better skills in taijutsu than her. She was tired of fighting Kakashi-sensei after a good 20 minutes passed by, while the boys kept going on and on, closing up the gap between Kakashi-sensei and them faster than her. She never wished for her bed like this in her life. Forget a regular daily treatment of her hair. She was practically limping home. She never wanted to do this again, but she knew this would be the new daily regime. Why couldn't they just de-rank missions? While she thought to herself about how much she missed them, she was taken away from the thoughts from one annoying voice that ingrained itself into her head. The evening, Sakura-chan. Oh god, why? She thought, more tired than she was before unsurprisingly. She knew that voice, the same that tormented her for years in the academy, pestering her about dates, hangouts and kisses. Naruto Uzumaki practically bounced to her with some type of energy out of this world. Pestering presence he held as he walked confidently to her. Frankly, she didn't need this shit. Naruto, I'm not in the mood. Sakura warned, still tired from her tough day. He seemed to steal the last energy she had. Leave me alone. Sorry Sakura-chan. That stupid grin came up on his stupid face. Stupid. Rough day. What the hell do you want, idiot? She acidly added. She did warn him, right? He couldn't say anything after she punched his head clean off his shoulders. He wanted to stupidly talk to her while she was caked in dirty and scuffed. It's his fault he gets screamed at. I just wanted to ask a question, Sakura-chan. Then I'll be out your hair. Haha. Naruto again loudly said. Her ears now started to hurt too. Oh god. She finally bellowed. Listen, can't you do that crap later? Ask me out on a date when I'm not having a bad day. And when is that? Naruto's sweat dropped. Move, Naruto. Sakura's patience had finished. I had enough. She strongly pushed him while almost stomping off. Hold on. Naruto's voice came again. She was about to spin kick his weak ass until next week. She didn't give a damn about those lies that he beat Sasuke-kun. He was such an annoyance. Look. I never want to go with you on a date. This isn't about a date. Naruto said seriously, which surprised her, but her shock was changed into another scowl. Then what the hell is it? Have you thought about why you want to be a ninja? Naruto cryptically said. Whwa Sakura sputtered. He came out to ask that. What the? Naruto shrugged. I was thinking since yesterday about that when our teams were sparring when you lost to Hinata-chan. Sakura growled, don't remind me. We'll kick her ass next time, cha. Inner Sakura's persona came up, wildly proclaiming, much angry at their defeat by the shy girl. I'll be honest, Sakura-chan, you need training. How dare he? How dare he come out here when she was weak and tired to just say that to her like that? Especially when he was weaker than her. How dare he? She was already cocking her fist back and letting it go, hoping to catch Naruto good. Uncharacteristically, Naruto caught her fist and an even more uncharacteristic small frown came on his face. She growled and gritted through her teeth, let go. No. Naruto. I swear if you don't. Calm down, Sakura. Naruto dropped his annoying suffix, his serious grimace finally completely overtaking. Listen, I'm here for a reason. And this is to help you. Help me? Maybe you need to help yourself. Naruto seemingly ignored Sakura's jab. Look, all I ask you is this. How did you get beaten by Hinata? She just took me by surprise. No. Not by that. You underestimated her. Naruto's frown deepened. You overestimated yourself. You thought Hinata was weaker than you and too shy to fight. How dare you? Stop struggling. His grip became more firm. Sakura was even more surprised by his strength. I'm telling you need more training because you do. None of us on Team 8 are weak anymore. Even me. We have been training in and out since we graduated. Hinata, Shino and me. All of us. We want to become better ninjas. We want to strive. You're saying I don't want to be a better ninja? Sakura glared, anger at him growing at new heights. Naruto let out a small smile. I'm saying you need to let go of the things that are stopping your growth. What would you know about my growth? We're not even on the same team. I'm telling you this based on what I saw yesterday. You're too dictated by anger, Sakura. You have little durability. Naruto said, further making her wince and growl defiantly. If you want to become stronger, work hard on it. Sakura scoffed, since when did you become my teacher? Naruto grinned, well, I'm not, but if you want, I can show you some pointers here and there. Sakura growled again, not a chance. The thought of Naruto training her sucked her to no end. Sasuke-kun was better than him. Why was he acting like he was high and mighty? Naruto shrugged, now grinning that stupid grin again. At least I tried. Naruto let go of her hand and he backed off, just opting to stare in Sakura's emerald angry eyes. Take my advice though. Figure out why you wanted to become a ninja first. Then figure out if you want to become stronger. I understand how you feel. Sakura's eyes widened. For a very long time, I didn't know why I wanted to become a ninja, but then, I did. I was to protect my precious people. Protect his precious people. Sakura never heard Naruto say that. Didn't he want to become Hokage? What happened to that? Naruto smiled, you're one of my precious people. Sakura had the decency to blush. She was one of his precious people. What do you mean? Naruto's smile got wider. Think about that a little, Sakura. Whenever you figure out why you want to become a ninja, come seek me out. And with that, Naruto walked away, his hands in his atrocious orange jacket. Sakura did nothing but watch him walk away, him slowly adding more distance between them until he disappeared completely from her vision. So all he came here to ask why she was a ninja. Really? The idiot. And then he made her blush with his stupid comment about precious people. He should pay for that. She could have knocked his ass out until next week with his comments about her being weak. It hurt listening to the supposed dead last, saying she needed training when he needed it himself, damn it. However, she didn't. She just stood there and watched as he walked away. Then many questions came to her head that second. Why did he come here? What's his agenda? Who was that? But those thoughts quickly dissolved as they were replaced by the one thought for herself. Why did I want to become a ninja? And with that, Sakura found strength to somehow walk down the path to her home again. The first thoughts in years that did not involve Sasuke Uchiha at all. Naruto grinned, watching Sakura return to her house. Kakashi-sensei would probably be praising him now. The girl was being pushed by Kakashi-sensei, but she needed the words, not the actions. She wasn't like him. She needed to hear it herself. Although he himself knew he could have chosen better words, he knew sugarcoating it would not help it. The girl needed to be a warrior, strong as she was in the future, possibly stronger. She needs to overthrow any feelings of doubt and distraction from becoming the best ninja he knows. He needed her by his side to kick Sasuke's ass if he needed to destroy a tree and throw it at someone if he needed her to do it. She was still one of his best friends and he couldn't see her suffer like this. He did what he felt was right tonight. Sakura was going to grow great. He knew she would be. And he would be here to help if she needed it. So you agree with such terms? A voice came down from the dark corridor of a massive base. It had been a male voice. You take care of my problems and I give you whatever you need. A gruff voice grunted out of the darkness. What do you say? A nervous voice said. The feminine voice laughed amusingly, translating, what he said is he is considering it, but he has a price. Price? Any. The man loudly proclaimed. 500,000 Ryu. The first male sputtered. 500,000. For 3 people. For that price, I can get other bandits to slaughter the town with no care and have enough to rebuild it myself. Well, we can throw in the demon brothers too, you know. The female said, trying to reassure him that this was the right choice. We all split the 500,000 by 100,000 each of us apiece. 500,000 still. The female voice sighed, I know it's costly, but my master thinks there are others who want the bridge to continue its development, one being Konoha ninjas. Konoha ninjas? The male's voice sounded confused. Why would they be here? The man you want to kill isn't there in town. We know that based on when you gave one of our guys here a scouting mission. We trailed him until he entered the Land of Fire's territory and then came back. Obviously he's gonna hire some ninjas from the Leaf. That's why our fee has been bumped up. No doubt he's gonna be sent to a team or whatever." The man growled. "Alright, fine. Be glad I am a very powerful man. With that price, there had better not be a single bloodstain left of Tazuna." "Why, of course, Gatu-san," the female voice cheerfully said. "Not a single one." Multi-millionaire Gatu grunted, sitting back in his armchair. "Alright. Just take care of it and I'll give you the money. Leave no one alive. Be it man, woman or child. We're ninjas, of course, Gatu-san. We're totally ruthless. Piece of shit ninjas." The small man said. "I'll show you ruthless after this." "So it's agreed then?" The gruff voice from before rhetorically said. 6 feet tall, the demon of the hidden mists Abusa Mamachi stood next to his two protégés, grinning like a shark at the man. He raised his sword off his muscular back and pointed it to Gatu, who immediately jumped back to the other side of the room. The pale gray man grinned. "I accept. Stop the future." Chapter 6 Ride the Waves, Part 1. 10,000 thoughts ran through the mind of Tazuna the bridge builder as he left his home in a 2-day trip to the Leaf. All of them pointed back to, "Will my family be safe while I go?" Those thoughts got him drunk as soon as he hit the Leaf. He hazily remembered how he got out of his hotel room. The reason he came to this village wasn't on the hope that he could score its world renown, bombshell's sake or get a look at the large and lively village, but rather get help. Help against that bastard plaguing his village like a rat. So he paid for a mission. Not a lot on him as much as he would like, not a lot he had period. But he afforded it with a little bit of coins in his own pocket. The leader of the ninja village modded and allowed him to stay for a night more free in his hotel before he could call the team that were going to take him back. He wondered how many would come, how many would take him back. He was not familiar with the ninja system and how a C-rank mission was or how many people would escort him. The Hokage didn't quite tell him either. But if they were ninjas, they had to be super ninjas, right? Tazuna groaned, wishing he didn't forget to take a last swing at that great Leaf Village sake before leaving his hotel room. He felt a headache come on. These weren't super ninjas. These were children. He paid almost all the cash in his pocket just for kids. "Ah. These little punks are gonna accompany me back to my land," he snorted, rudely saying. "Children. What happened to the super ninjas I paid for, Hokage? I assure you, these are the super ninjas you requested," the elder man said, smiling despite Tazuna's rudeness to both the team of ninjas he requested to take him back to the village. "It'll be best not to underestimate them." Tazuna snorted, pushing his glasses back to the bridge of his nose. "Gee. The short yellow one looks like an idiot. What kind of ninja wears orange?" Tazuna was glad to know the boy didn't lash out at his rude comment. Naruto felt nostalgia hit him again and again, from the way Tazuna swayed in the room with a drunkard swagger to the way the man insulted him. Different words, sure, but the same dumbass old drunkard of a man who underestimated him, reminded him of the good times before his world went to hell. He had to also remember to slap some sense in an Ari when he saw them. Then thoughts from Zabuza Mamachi to Haku came up in his head and he grinned brightly at them. Team 8 is standing at where Team 7 stood and Tazuna was in the right spot. He backed up to when old Naruto was foaming at the mouth for Tazuna, insulting his height, calling for his life. Good times, good times. Still, it hurt when Tazuna insulted his orange jacket. He knew the jacket could make him a good target, but damn, did everybody hate orange except him. Kuranayu, he sighed in relief as her team didn't kill the man with their techniques. It took a lot for her to not strangle him when he said, "A woman ninja too." What the hell, Hokage? Sexist, ungrateful old man who not only insulted the Hokage, but her team too. She didn't say anything too catty back, however. Her team finally got their first C-rank mission and she herself was not going to mess it up for them because she doesn't like the client. Then it hit her. Their first C-rank mission. Odd, she could remember hers. What a good feeling to finally get her feet wet. Now it's time to get the Genin's feet wet. And the Land of Waves had lots of that. Hinata didn't know what to think when she came to the training grounds and Kurenai-sensei announced they were taking a break from the usual training regime and they had been assigned a C-rank mission. She didn't know what it consisted of, but frankly, she wasn't too confident in it. But when she saw Naruto-kun bounce in confidence and happiness from taking a break from those infernal D-rank missions, she couldn't help but longingly look at him with a small smile at his antics. Why couldn't she be as confident in her abilities like he was for himself and even of hers? Naruto-kun had told her and praised her of her abilities in her clan's techniques, in which she almost did not believe until he kept saying it each time they sparred with each other. Naruto-kun wasn't known to tell lies. With her Byakugan, she wanted to know whether or not he is because then his chakra would have fluctuated. It never did. So she started to believe he was telling the truth, never lying when he said her gentle fist would bring him down if he ever got hit by them. He never quite did. Naruto-kun had been the approving words while her father was the disapproving stare of her power. Ultimately, she didn't know who to believe. But maybe, just maybe Naruto was right. Maybe she was strong, but just needed convincing. Maybe this mission would prove whether or not he was right. Shino had been as neutral as he was about this mission, but then his feelings were mixed as more and more time progressed, as long as he thought about it. Inside himself, something about the mission did not seem right. Escorting the bridge builder didn't seem like it was supposed to be. The man obviously walked to Konoha with no problem, but getting back required ninjas. Something did not add up. Did he expect trouble? Bandits on the road were not uncommon, and it was pretty common knowledge that the Land of Waves lacked a ninja village of their own like the Land of Fire had. Maybe the man had been afraid of bandits. If so, he wouldn't think this mission would be much trouble. Bandits were always annoying to dispatch of to a ninja without killing them, but nothing troublesome, he knew. Kurenai-sensei also added that C-rank missions never really consisted of any trouble, short of one or a few bandit gangs out there trying to scare and rob some people on the road. C's like this will be a quick 4-day trip from and to the Leaf. Something that cut a small hole in his training but he could spare it. Kurenai-sensei's body was cleaved into several pieces after the demon brothers rose from the puddle and attacked Kurenai-sensei. Yup, just like last time. He could see a small panic rise in Shino's face, but to fall once again, and Hinata's face rose in shock and horror as well, until she noticed Kurenai's chakra just jumped from one place to another, with her Byakugan activated. They must have figured out she simply used the substitution technique to get out of here, and this became an immediate test of their skills. Naruto's mind snapped back to reality after his thoughts of seeing the demon brothers bringing up good and bad memories. Naruto Uzumaki gasped as 2 Chunin-level ninjas came from the water puddle that Kakashi-sensei had seen and gasped at the supposed untimely death of him. He could not hold back his panic and was stabbed by one of the demon brothers' claws. Poison seeped into the wounds he had on his hand. The killer intent froze him in place, something unexpected even for the yellow Hokage spire, but Sasuke Uchiha however had taken on the two, no fear in his eyes, with little to no trouble. Throwing a kunai in the shuriken-like chain mechanism and further stopping them, he then stepped on their head, triumphing at their defeat. Before the demon brothers could do anything after they hit the release of their chain and could attack their enemies individually, Kakashi-sensei swooped in, applied a brutal headlock on the two. Naruto had never been so damn embarrassed in his life. The bastard Sasuke had one-upped him, gaining praise from Kakashi-sensei and his crush, Sakura-chan. Kakashi scolded Naruto for freezing up in battle, leaving the client and a teammate to fend for themselves, asking him what would happen if he wasn't here. And then Sasuke Uchiha had the gall to then taunt him after Kakashi-sensei said that. "What's the matter, scaredy cat?" Sasuke Uchiha mockingly said to Naruto, smirking at Naruto's defeat. "Naruto, have you been poisoned too?" Kakashi sighed, "Lem take a look at." Not going to indulge his rival Sasuke with looking any weaker, Naruto drew forth a kunai and stabbed himself in the same wound he received from one of the now restrained demon brothers that sat unconscious and tied to a tree nearby. This brought surprise to everybody there in front of him. His own blood pushed the poison out forcefully and then with a grave voice, Naruto proclaimed calmly, "I will never again freeze up and leave my friends to fend for themselves." He snapped out the haze and brought forth superior speed that clashed with the missing nins. Jumping over their cleaving chains, Naruto, like Sasuke had done, sent a kunai into the chain, stopping the mechanism for working, some things never changing. The two ninjas struggled to get it free for a good minute, but they were quickly attacked by a barrage of Hinata's gentle fist, and further incapable of doing anything with close chakra points in their stomachs, chests, their arms and their legs. Shino made sure no more ninjutsu would be used as he used his colony of bugs to hold onto the Chunin's chakra, draining them. The demon brothers then had the misfortune to deal with an annoyed Kurenai Yuuhi, who then slammed them to the trees with 2 kicks. With the gentle fist brutalizing their extremities and other body parts, the Aburum's incredible will with his bugs, and the blonde hair boy whose speed and taijutsu easily clashed with them, the demon brothers collapsed in defeat and unconsciousness. Wondering how would they explain to Zabuza-sama that they were defeated by a team consisted of 3 and 1. Kurenai would have congratulated her team by defeating the missing nin duo and such of a renowned caliber like the Demon Brothers of the Mist, but that was just it. The Demon Brothers of the Mist was from the Mist, Kurigakure. What were Kiri ninjas doing here? This was a C-rank mission they were assigned to, not a B or even now an A-rank mission. If they just attacked like this in this area and there wasn't any hidden village here in the Land of Waves, someone must have hired them. However, their target didn't seem to be teammate, they were just prizes. No, the target was the bridge builder, Tazuna, who seemed to suspect this. So, Tazuna knew ninjas would be after him like this. And only paid for a C-rank mission. Her voice edged to a dangerous level as she sneered at the older man. Her angry red eyes blared punishment if Tazuna didn't clarify this. Explain this now. Shit. He was caught. He was hoping he wouldn't attack until at least he hit home. Hell, he was hoping he never got attacked. God. Damn it. And now the woman ninja was glaring at him for his mistake. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Kurenai listened as he told his tale about not having enough cash on him to pay for a B rank mission, thinking quickly he spent it on booze rather than save up for it, and he didn't expect someone to send ninjas for his life. Who's after you? She smoothly asked the man, trying not to seep out any new contempt she felt for the man. Well you see you heard the name of Gatu. Batu? Kurenai looked surprised, her withering gaze gave away. The multi-millionaire Gatu of the Gatu company. The man gravely nodded, Kurenai's face became a mix of confusion and nervous curiosity. Why is he after you? The man and his operation settled in my town about 2 years ago when everything went to hell. Our economy was shot down thanks to his businesses in the land of waves. As he came into the picture, a monopoly was built for him to benefit from. He uses our shipping waters to ship out drugs, illegal weapons, and whatever his stubby little smuggler's hands can get on. Azuna growled, he has put an embargo on our country, further preventing trade with other countries, like the land of fire or the land of rivers. That in turn has made the land of waves poor and dependent. He's a no-good crook who will even kill those who oppose him, and we can no longer stand for it. People in my town have grown tired of it. That's why we started trying to build a bridge. I'm a bridge builder, the top man in charge of it. We're already disillusioned by the death of our town hero, Kaiza. Tazuna looked down in sadness. And you thought you could simply just pay for the C-rank mission without even warning the Leaf what it was getting into. Kurenai glared, still very angry at Azuna's foolishness. You could have told the Hokage and he would have sent a team more suited to handle this mission. Can't you see why I did what I did? I was desperate. I didn't think the Konohagakure would even believe my story. He shot back, his own desperation emitting from every one of his sweat beads. With your foolish choice to not try and tell the truth, you have not only endangered the life of myself, but also of my team. Kurenai coldly said, not caring about Azuna's words. Her anger clouded her ability to care about his words. This mission just got more complicated now, and we're only slated for a C-rank mission. This has become a B-rank mission now, and could even become an A-rank now. This is a team of genin, not. If you give me a second to, we're not doing this mission. What Azuna started. We're going back to the Leaf and you'll have to do the trip on your own. What? You can't. You're my bodyguards. He screamed in fear. Not anymore. Kurenai shook her head. The moment you signed up for a C-rank mission and it turned into an A rank is the moment we stopped being your bodyguards. Please. This is about money, right? Look, as soon as the land of waves start booming again, I'll pay the Leaf Village in full. 100,000 Ryu, 500,000 Ryu, hell even 1 million Ryu. Just don't leave me out on the road. He pleaded for her forgiveness. Please, Yui-san. I beg of you and your team, protect me. Don't leave me. Kurenai opened up her mouth for a rebuttal, but then came the shy, timid voice of Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai-sensei, we can't just leave him here. She said as strong as she could, which was as strong as she ever sounded in the years Kurenai knew her. That's right, sensei. We can't leave this old fart here to die. People are after him. Let's do the right thing. Naruto, this is not about doing the right thing. He didn't do the right thing by telling us what this mission really was about. Kurenai said back, frowning at her students. I know how you feel, but if you know how we feel, then you wouldn't be trying to make excuses to go back to the Leaf. Naruto shot back. Naruto, Kurenai started, annoyed at Naruto accusing her of trying to make excuses. What is it then? You don't want to help. Naruto, do not speak. What is Kurenai-sensei? Uzumaki. She finally roared out, her anger at its peak. Do not speak to your commanding officer like that. Naruto quieted down and stood down. His pestering pleading died with his voice. Kurenai sighed, hoping somehow she didn't hurt Naruto's feelings. I'm not trying to be harsh, but you guys aren't ready for this. You're still genin, no matter how strong you are, and yes, you guys did well taking out the demon brothers without much trouble, but they obviously were hired by Gatu, and who's to know how many other ninjas that man could have hired. Yes, we ninjas do the best to protect lives before we can destroy them, but to take a mission out of our caliber is foolish. But it's the right thing to, Naruto. Kurenai said again, exasperated. Look, it is the right thing to do, but you guys aren't strong enough to do this mission. We're going back to the village, cause that's the right thing to do with you guys. I'm not gonna risk your lives for this. But what about Tazuna-san? Hinata asked, giving a pitying look to Tazuna. Are we going to just leave him here on the road? No, we're not. Kurenai sighed. We can go back to the village with him, shelter him for the time being, and get a better team to handle this mission, and that's final teammate. Is that alright, Tazuna-san? No, I can't. What? Kurenai sputtered. This man was now not listening to reason either. The man glared at the ninja, defiant at her words. I cannot turn back and wait in the village while your ninjas come and go hunt Gatu. Hunting Gatu will take days. I cannot. I cannot wait. I cannot when I have a family. I have a daughter and grandson to look after. I refuse to go back and risk them getting hurt by people who are trying to come after me. Tazuna. I am not. Might as well leave me on the road. See, sensei. We can't leave now. And I'm not going to. Naruto definitely said, crossing his arms. And that's final. Naruto, Kurenai glared at him, can you just. I agree. Kurenai looked up in frustration as the last member of Team 8 agreed with Naruto, who kept saying he was going to keep on with the mission. Why? You too, Shino. Kurenai-sensei, well I agree that we are possibly not ready to take on this mission. The fact to take Tazuna back and keep him in the village after this already long walking trip could endanger the lives of his family. There is simply no time to go back to the Leaf and request another team to take on this mission. Shino pointed to Tazuna. He is essentially bait. He will draw out Gatu's ninjas and we will be ready like we were against the last we dispatched in a time of 3 minutes. What if these ninjas exceed the level of Chunin, Shino? Would you rather Tazuna's whole family and possibly the countryside be slaughtered? I believe if we are to fight Chunin level ninja, we can beat them. You may be able to stop too, but what if there were an armada of them? What would you do then? Kurenai questioned with a big frown on her face. How much would be the cost of missing ninja services, Yui-sensei? Astronomical. Uncertainly high. Yes. Missing ninja services do not come cheap even for a man of Gatu's stature. An armada is highly unlikely. Also, Shino smirked a little, you fail to remember we already have our armada here. Shino pointed to Naruto Uzumaki. And my armada as well. Shino, to Kurenai's snort of amusement if she wasn't scowling already pointed to himself. Naruto interjected, trying to help out the intelligent Abiram, come on, Kurenai-sensei. We can protect him at least until his bridge is built and we can take out that bastard Gatu in the process. So you mean to tell me that not only are we going to protect Azuna from several possible ninjas, but we are going to kill Gatu too? Your argument didn't help when you added that in. In fact, it made my decision to go back to the Leaf even more larger. Kurenai deadpanned. But we can also call for backup. Hinata said, getting Kurenai's plain gaze at her. We can send info back into the village and get a team to help us out. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. Really now? I thought you said it'll take too long getting back to the village. For walking speeds with Tazuna. Naruto helps Hinata again, putting a hand on Hinata's shoulder, bringing a light blush on her cheeks, but speeds with my shadow clone, I'll be back in the village by nightfall and tell the Hokage to send me back up. Naruto grinned, with complete confidence in himself. Kurenai sighed once again, as Naruto kept trying, no. You don't have the necessary speed to do so. But Kurenai put her hand up to stop his response. She sighed again, and much to the surprise of Team 8, a shadow clone was created. My speed outclasses yours by miles, Naruto. I'll reach the village hours before yours. If you three are convinced you can handle this mission, I guess I could give you three a chance. And with backup and another on the team, that will help. However, next time I say we're not doing this, we're not doing this. She then shot a glare at Azuna. Be glad my team feels pity for your family. Go ahead. Thank them. Thank you, teammate. Tazuna said, relieved tears pouring down his face. Thank you. No problem. You're welcome. It is of no concern. As her clone made its way off with information of the mission on a scroll she quickly wrote down, she sighed, be ready, you three, because I'm sure this mission got a lot harder. Sarutobi looked interested as Kurenai Yuuhi's shadow clone handed him a scroll and nodded at its information about the trip. He knew Tazuna's request for bodyguards seemed odd for someone who transversed from the land of waves relatively unharmed. He thought the man initially would be afraid of something going back. Ninjas were in the beginning out of the question because there was no hidden village nearby or in the land of waves, but the fact two Chunin-level ninjas appeared virtually out of nowhere and attacked Team 8 changed his mind. So Tazuna lied because he was too afraid to ask the Leaf for a favor. The third knew the land of waves cut off their trading ties with Konohagakure due to unknown means until he learned of Gatu, the man behind millions in the Platinum Gatu Company, ruled over wave country with an iron fist. He always believed it was simply a front, his company, for drugs, illegal goods and prostitution rings, but Konohagakure had no reasons to step in, even if the land of waves was a good trading buddy for Konohagakure. Now, however, his decision could benefit or destroy the lives of the land of waves. Now, he could do something about it. The land of waves was neutral territory and its daimyo could agree with this. Kill two birds with one stone. Free the wave and earn back their trading, and kill the man who perverted companies and countries because of his influence. It was the right thing to do, even if Team 8 was still inexperienced. He smiled at their resolve to even convince their teacher to help this poor man. No doubt Naruto had influence in this. But they will need backup. Sarutobi then smirked. And I know just whose team to send. But the snap, one of his Anbu came from the shadows with a bear mask on. Sir. Kuma, retrieve Kakashi Haddock. I would like to have a word with him. The one-eyed man technically could have thought of many reasons why taking the mission with his team would definitely not be a good idea. It cut into his reading. He rather sees Team 7 suffer with their training and regular D-rank missions. He said they were gonna suffer D-rank missions for a month, and he wanted that. He didn't want to appease Sasuke-Uchiha. He didn't even think they were ready. It cut into his reading. He simply said no to the Elder Hokage, told him that Team 7 didn't deserve it, and promptly told him to go send even more D-rank missions for his team. So, why did he say yes for himself to go? Simple, he wanted some fun. He could use this as an excuse to read more. He could get a break from the troublesome genin he had. He could teach Naruto more wind-related techniques, hell, even help out Yu. He sends other students with whatever they needed. It sounded just like the perfect semi-vacation. However, a slight pout came to the gray-haired man, who was formerly engrossed in his newer issue of his favorite Icha series. But then, who would teach his cute little genin and make them suffer under their heel? No one was quite available at the moment. Nobody could even stand 3 brats that needed some discipline. Discipline, aye. The flamboyant man would push them to insane heights beyond what he could do. He knew he himself was brutal, but Guy upped the insanity by tenfold. He saw how he trained one of his students. He actually saw the pair run laps on their hands for hours. A little guy, just to be exact. Kakashi feared for the young youth's time as a teacher and his genin as much as he feared Guy now. The only man Kakashi feared training with. Perfect. Perfect for Team 7. And what of their chakra control exercises? Yui-san did tell him that her team already knew the tree and water walking exercise. Oh no. And apparently so did Asuma's team too when he saw him the other day as well. He couldn't let his genin fall behind now. And again, that wouldn't be the brutal type of training he was looking for now, huh? Oh, haha, ideas came up. What if he did let them do the exercises, but with Guy? Guy may center around to jutsu as a whole, but he did know how to do chakra control exercises, for they had been the basics of every ninja's knowledge. But knowing Guy, he knew it would be painstakingly good for his cute little genin. Perfect thinking as always, he prided himself. Sasuke grunted, so you're skipping out on our training again? He shook his head in disgust. Oh, whatever did we do now? Yeah, why now do you have a mission? Kiba groaned as well, wondering what they did now to earn punishment for him not training them. He was good. Kiba made sure he didn't fight with Sasuke. He made sure he blew off Sakura less. Hell, he even stopped chasing cats anymore. That was one of his favorite activities, damn it, so what was the big deal? Sakura was the only quietest on the team. She just figured looking for the answer to his answer fared much better than jumping into conclusions like Sasuke-kun and Kibabaka and trusting any fearful thoughts. Hokage's orders, kids. Nothing against y'all. I gotta go back up a team on their mission. Kakashi said cheerfully, sparing Sasuke the immediate jealousy if he knew Naruto's team was on a mission beyond a D-rank 1. He however did feel a little spite from Sasuke when he said backing up someone on a mission. The boy seriously needed to calm down. Be gone for a few days. Typical. Just like you to go out of your way to not train us. Sasuke's spiteful comment came back. Kakashi wasn't too fazed by it. Kakashi grinned at them, no, I'm not. I didn't neglect you now. Be glad the person I got for you in my absence has actually a few days off from his students. Boo. I don't think you ever heard of Mito Guy. Eh? Their blank stares had been his answer. That's okay. You'll find out soon enough. He cheerfully said, grinned evilly under his mask. One student of his always trains with him, so I'm thinking you'll have another sparring partner to help you out. And this one possibly is the ultimate one. He added with an eye smile. What makes him so special? Kiba asked, scoffing at Kakashi's choice of words. Let's just say his determination is rock solid. Kakashi smiled. Team 7 sweat dropped to Kakashi's joke. Well, anyway, I'm off now. The reason why I got you guys here early is because well, this is Guy's training time. Have fun with him now. Tell me all about the stories when I get back. Kakashi grinned, later. Kakashi disappeared in a plume of smoke. Kiba snorted, well, that's cool, I guess. We still get training in the end. Yeah, but who's Guy? Sasuke said back. That will be, my fair youths. A loud voice came behind them. As they turned around, their eyes immediately bugged out. A man in a green jumpsuit, a flak jacket, thick eyebrows and a bowl haircut man smiled down at them. I am Mito Guy. Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. I am here to take over your youthful growth. The hip Kakashi will not be here to see you grow more. But I promise to bring your youth out incredibly for him to see. And to help me out, my most youthful student here Rock Lee. Will help. Me. Out. Guy said, posing flamboyantly at the last of the words. Out the trees came another one of them. Bowl haircut, green jumpsuit, posing flamboyantly, good god, who is that? Rock Lee, Konoha's sublime green beast of gales, will be here to help Team 7 with Rock Lee loudly said, but then stopped shortly after his boast. His bug eyes reached Sakura's emerald green eyes, who took a step back, recoiling in disgust. In a green flash, Lee appeared at her feet. Hello, fair maiden. I am Rock Lee, Konoha's sublime green beast of gales. What is your name? Sakura Haruno. Sakura nervously said. She really didn't know what to say. Sakura-san. Your beauty is simply sublime. Join me in hand and let me take you out on a date. Lee said, smiling and posing with his thumb up to her in his self-proclaimed nice guy pose. Her reaction was a mixture of a blush and a wan look in her face. A date. Why with you? Why? Help me, Sasuke-kun. Sakura wailed, grabbing onto Sasuke's shirt much to his discomfort, hoping for her crush to save her. Said boy grunting. This did nothing to get Lee from Sakura's face. Sasuke-kun? Lee asked, half heartbroken, that Sakura did not accept his offer. And then his eyes reached the boy next to his fair maiden Sakura-san. A youthful flame entered his eyes. Sasuke-cha. I should have known my fair maiden was struck by your genius. You and your handsome hip ways. But be warned. I am a genius of hard work. I will fight for Sakura-san's love. Sasuke tried but felt a kick outside this world. Sasuke's immediate reaction to Lee was to fly back 10 feet from his spot. Sasuke-kun. Sakura gasped in horror as Sasuke coiled in the air. The quieter Kiba looked in shock too. Whoa. Sasuke landed on his back, looking in shock, obviously still wondering if the green freak actually kicked, and then his anger coming back to the surface again, realizing he had a fat lip. Lee smiled happily at his work but then crumpled in pain as Guy rocked his head back and forth with a powerful fist. Lee. You fool. How dare you hit your opponent when he wasn't ready? Show some respect. Ouch. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. But I got too excited. That is understandable. But you shall be punished for your actions. I am ready for my punishment, Guy-sensei. Lee proclaimed loudly, not even worried about his punishment. You must run 7 laps around Konoha with your hands while clapping with your feet. That's 7 laps. All he did was kick the crap out of Sasuke. Damn. Kiba said, his eyes bugging out by the insanity of this. Yes, Guy-sensei, I agree with the Inyazuka. Kiba sighed. Instead, I need to do 15 laps on my hands while clapping with my feet. Of course. How could I myself be a fool? Lee, 15 laps is perfect. Go now, my student. Hurry and complete your task by noon or you will do 1000 push-ups with one hand. Yosh. Thank you for such a reward, Guy-sensei. Lee immediately did a handstand and clapped his feet. Yes. I will do this before noon, this I swear. Lee then sped away. The 3 members of Team 7 looked in complete shock and horror at this. How the fuck did he ugh? What the hell were they dealing with? I posed a nice guy pose to them. I am sorry for that, Sasuke-cha. My student gets a little riled up. Soon, he will properly challenge you for your fair maiden's hand. What the fuck? Kiba said out loud, seriously not knowing what the fuck was going on. And sorry for my stupidity. To give Lee 7 laps. Ha. What foolishness. And for my foolishness, I will tie my hands behind my back and fight with only my feet. Are you fucking serious? Kiba shouted. I had already tied his hands up. Guy smiled at them, come at everything you have, my youth. Seriously, who was this guy? What the hell were they getting into? Kakashi definitely is an evil bastard. Evil indeed. Stop the future. Chapter 7 Ride the Waves, Part 2. Hey everybody. Kakashi smiled as Team 8 finally burned out their fire from last night and finally put down their tents. Kakashi-sensei. You're our backup? Naruto asked, confused. Then he looked behind him, even more confused. Where's the rest of your team? I am it. Kakashi grinned. I get a little break from the norm. But who's left to look after your team? Why, my personal friend, Mido Guy. Kakashi said cheerfully as he looked at his book again. Naruto sweat dropped. Can't say I am sympathetic to Team 7 now. Wasn't it weird that the green beast of prey didn't stop training even until his own untimely death? Somebody like Guy could beat the crap out of you just using his own feet, let alone his hands. Get him with a pair of nunchaku and it was over. Naruto should know. He trained with a nice guy before. A lovable, nice guy was bad already, but a serious guy was not fun to play around with. Not at all. He practically brutalized ninjas of the Uchiha Armada with Rock Lee until he died by Madara's own hands. He also learned that a serious Lee was even more dangerous too. The man never skipped out on training Lee, teaching him everything from the morning peacock technique to the daytime tiger technique. Lee's speed, brutal strength, thirst for revenge and will in opening 7 of the 8 gates easily trumped the arrogance of the Uchiha. Sasuke and Madara were almost nothing to Lee, and Madara could have been pulverized if he didn't sync with his tailed beasts to beat Lee to the ground. A fitting death for the both of them, side by side, in battle and entombed in flames by the both of the Uchiha. Naruto knew something never changed. Though, perhaps he could actually see Serious Lee and Serious Guy in battle against Madara once again with different results. Kurenai sighed, well, not a team to back us up, but Kakashi is the next best thing. Kurenai nodded at the lazy man, and he could take over Naruto and Shino's training and teach them a few moves whenever we get time to settle down. Alright, we dispatched the demon brothers, and we're definitely gonna need help if there are ninjas out there hired by Gatu. The fact that we're going up against a multi-millionaire is a little scary itself. Kakashi's eyebrow quivered, and he stared at the old man walking in front of them. Well, at least with two, I am sure we can take him on. Shino is right, missing ninjas do not come cheap. But they don't, Kakashi nodded. Want me to help them out with Naruto's wind-related techniques? I doubt you know any since you specialize in. Maybe I could even help the others with finding theirs. Actually, I already did. Hinata's affinity is water and Shino is earth. Kurenai smiled. I got Hinata. I do have some water moves in my arsenal. Oh? Kakashi was generally surprised. Although he knew Yuhi-san specialize in mainly other intel on her skills weren't very much spread around. Well, that makes it easier. Alright. I'll help out Naruto and Shino with some techniques. Start off easy. Hell, might even give some scrolls to your team. She smiled thankfully at Kakashi's willingness, but furthermore frowned at the mention of the word team. How is your own team going? Kakashi sighed, honestly. They still need to work on teamwork, but they are progressing. They aren't fighting so much amongst themselves, though I do sense a small rivalry is starting to build between Kiba and Sasuke. That might do Sasuke some good though. Rivalry and healthy team interaction. Before this mission happened to change with you guys, I was going to teach them chakra control. Kurenai sighed, feeling more tired than usual, so more holding back. No. Kakashi grinned, a little too evil for her taste. They aren't being neglected. They'll be training with Guy for the next few days. The Guy? Kurenai said out loud. She knew her students looked back in confusion, wondering what was the trouble. What the hell? Guy, Kakashi. Are you trying to kill them? Kakashi held his hands up in defense. Haha, no, not today. Kurenai did not find his joke was hilarious as him. He coughed awkwardly. I did have reasons. I would have sent Abisu to help them with chakra control and some small pointers into jutsu, but what's better than Guy who'll push them harder than that? Kakashi shrugged. But what about Guy's team, Kakashi? Isn't that unfair for them? Kurenai reasoned, her frown almost making her ugly to look at. Almost, Kakashi remarked. Now, I said to Guy he could look after my team until he had to tend to his team for a few days, hell, even have them do a sparring match up with Team Guy while you're at it. Do you think that's wise after the last one Team 7 had? Kurenai's eyes narrowed in that memory. I told my team to behave or there'll be dire consequences. I'm just begging that they do. The gray-haired man grinned like a piranha. In any case, I see no harm in it. Sakura does need more help with Taijutsu. So Sakura is starting to grow too, huh? Kurenai smiled. Always nice to hear that Kunoichi strives to get better. Most these days we're too bogged down by boys, glamour and whatnot like a high schooler. Yes she is. Kakashi nodded. In our training, she has even shown more determination to continue more than Kiba and Sasuke. All I need to do is get her to stop drooling over Sasuke so much. One thing at a time, Kakashi. Minutes later, they decidedly stuck with comfortable silence instead of talking about trivial things like teams and the newest brand of bombshell sake they had on the market. Their silence was met by the only comforting sounds of their shuffling and marching on the main road of the forest, heading into the land of waves. The trip through the forest was smooth, with no signs of ninja or even bandit activity. Tazuna walked with Hinata now in back of him, Kakashi in back of her, Shino and Naruto to the sides of him and Kurenai in front of him, leading everyone. Naruto then suddenly stopped and looked directly at a bush. Kurenai-sensei. I hear something. Naruto said seriously. What is it, Naruto? Don't know. Naruto squinted his eyes. Do you sense anything? Kurenai said back. I think so. Lem check. Dokidoki Kanchi no Jutsu. Naruto said, whispering the last part as best as he could. Heartbeat sensor technique, huh? Kakashi wondered. Must be his tracking technique. A small pulse emitted from the blonde boy, Kakashi noted. The pulse was then sent to the grassy area in front of Naruto. Naruto however did not look too pleased. I'm not getting feedback from it. Naruto frowned. Must not be anything then. Kurenai concluded, lowering her kunai but not letting her guard down. Then a rustle was heard from the area again. In nothing short of a twitch, Naruto expertly sent a kunai and heard a slick as the kunai went through cleanly into the animal. Naruto went to the bush and stiffly moved for the others to see. The white rabbit laid there, dead now, the kunai stuck in its abdomen. Naruto looked sheepish but so remorseful. Sorry sensei, thought I sensed something. Very good. You are a slave to your own impulses. Shino deadpanned. His sarcasm was light salting in Naruto's open wounds. Naruto had the decency to blush. Hinata looked also surprised at Naruto's impulsive actions. And Naruto-kun. Kurenai sighed as Naruto practically the snow rabbit just then. Poor thing never even seen it coming, its white fur was dampened by its own red blood. Wait, white fur? White fur? A snow rabbit's fur was brown in the spring, not white. Snow rabbits who are with white fur are usually domesticated, not wild. This was a forest. There weren't houses miles from here. Kakashi seemed to be sharing the same thoughts and then widened, looking back at him. Something came at them with high speed, and it wasn't a kunai. Everybody ducked now. Shino and Naruto pulled Tazuna down fast as they went down, and the other three hit the deck fast. A massive sword lodged itself into the bark of two trees evenly and cleanly. In a flash, teammate and the two looked at beheld a tall, muscular standing on top of the horse laying sword above them. Ah, my intel didn't say Kakashi Haddock, the legendary copy ninja himself, would be on this mission. Zabuza Mamachi, here? Kakashi wondered out loud, his eyes widening. Oh, nice that you know of me. Then I don't need to introduce myself. The gray former 7 ninja swordsman of the mist said, with his signature decapitating carving knife sword strapped confidently to his back. Kurenai herself narrowed her eyes. Teammate, cover Tazuna. Shino and Naruto came back to the sides of the fearful Tazuna, while Hinata was at his back, Byakugan on to cover her front and back. With you on this mission, things got a lot more complicated. Kurenai said. Oh? Didn't expect me, dear. Zabuza mocked. 2 ninjas on this mission to bring back the bridge builder. No wonder the demon brothers were defeated. Konoha takes no chances. Zabuza then looked at the ninja protecting Tazuna and grinned, and what's this? 3 cute little genin. And one of them seems to have the Byakugan. This seems to be my lucky day. You're not gonna get any far from here. Kakashi revealed his red eye, the Sharingan, staring back at Zabuza. I promise you that. Zabuza chuckled, well, glad I decided to bring Ren with me then if I have to deal with 2, eh? Said person jumped down from her spot and smiled cheerfully, hey. How y'all doing? Naruto's eyes widened out. Who in the hell is that? The girl no older than 14, maybe 15 years old, smiled at the 3 kids in front of her. Her black long glossy hair was tightly tied in a long ponytail, and she had an outfit similar to Zabuza, except hers consisted of more black and less stripes than Zabuza. She wore a black tank top, black sandals, had no headband like Zabuza, and a black version of Zabuza's bandage mask on. Ren Telak here. And let all you guys have fun with Zabuza without me now. Zabuza smirked, believe me, Ren's not gonna make it fun for your snot-nosed brats. Kurenai smirked at herself, having confidence in her team, we'll see about that, demon of the mist. Ho, you know of my work, doll face. Well then, you should be running away. And you should have run away. I don't like being called a doll face. Kurenai appeared in the back of Zabuza and the bark of the tree with a kunai at his neck. Zabuza's face looked petrified as Kurenai slitted his neck cleanly. Her response was Zabuza dissolving into water. Kurenai gritted her teeth, hoping to catch the real Zabuza in her. Suddenly mist appeared under teammate's feet. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the enemy girl disappeared from his view. 8 points. Zabuza's ominous voice rang from the mist. Larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. So many choices, so little time to choose. Which one should I choose, Ren? What about the jugular, Zabuza-sama? You'll be going easy on them if you give them something they could survive. Give them something to choke on instead. Ren's voice said through the other side of the mist. Her voice was just as bloodthirsty as her master's. Zabuza's chuckles were hollow and helped promise Ren's suggestion. Haha, you genin are too fresh and young. By the time I graduated, I already had killed. Have you ever been killed before? Yes. Was Naruto's initial thought, grim at the appearance of Zabuza. He knew Zabuza's game was just to scare the smaller ninjas away from battle, but as he looked around at his team, he knew it worked. Same crazy powerful killer intent. That new girl's killer intent isn't as bad either. It seems that killer intent was as much of a physical attack at his being as it was of a mental projection of promising death. Naruto's current body could not shake off as quickly as Naruto's 25-year-old mind could. Naruto actually realized he was a little shook up from it as well. However, the body caught up with the mind shortly and he took the killer intent surge in stride as soon as it went away. It seemed however Hinata looked almost terrified for her life. She probably never even felt somebody truly wanted to slay her life and have willful disregard for it like Zabuza and Ren was. As for Shino, his reaction almost got a snort of amusement from Naruto. Very quickly did Shino's stoic mask undo itself into Shino's true self, a boy still. He was a boy before a ninja after all. That's what killer intent did, made people feel inferior and like a child. Shino's reaction was what he expected. His black shades had done more than fog up as the boy's face started to pour out small bullets of fear in the form of sweat. Naruto barely leaped away cleanly as a kunai came to his own chest. Not knowing who it was and not caring, he quickly flashed through hand seals and shouted, "Futon. Shippua." The wind arrows billowed through the mist, inadvertently making out a path of the thick mist for Naruto to clearly see. No sight of Zabuza or that girl, surprised that Genin knows wind techniques. Zabuza said, genuinely surprised at Naruto's display of techniques, while at the same time again trying to kill the ninjas. With great strength, Zabuza lifted and tried to bisect the same woman who used to try and hold him in place. Kurenai barely rolled out the way while trying to attack Zabuza with a kunai. His sword easily blocks it. However, Zabuza had not forgotten Kakashi Haddock. The legendary man tried to slam a kick to his open chest. Zabuza held his sword one-handedly, shielding Kurenai while grabbing Kakashi's leg, much to the gray-haired man's surprise. Zabuza smirked, "Didn't expect me to be this physically strong, huh?" Without warning, he pushed Kurenai back and tried slicing off the leg of Kakashi. His cleaver sword only met water. He clicked his tongue. "Sharingan copied my water clone, huh? Let's just say I had prior knowledge of the technique," Kakashi said, his Sharingan making its debut in its battle. "Let's see that red eye of yours in battle then, Kakashi." Naruto grunted and backflipped from a water clone's horizontal slash at him. "Hinata, Shino need a little help here." They both snapped out of it and nodded while Tazuna ran out of the way of the battle. The water clone possessed good speed, having 1/10 of Zabuza's original speed. Naruto probably would be able to dodge it if it wasn't for the clone's sword taking up too much space and getting close. Hinata came in, however, closing distance between her and the clone in the back of it and slammed a good hit to his lower area. Shino also followed with a kick to the head and Naruto slammed a foot in the water clone's stomach. The clone dissolved into water and fell to the ground. Naruto smiled momentarily. "Forgot about me, children," Ren said back to them and tried slamming Shino with a powerful kick. Shino spun, dodging the kick in its entirety and tried sweeping the girl off her feet. She did no such thing like fall, grabbed the boy's downed leg, pulled him down with superior strength. Shino quickly raised his head and lifted his body and tried kicking her yet again. Then in an unorthodox manner, she did a handstand on it and kicked the bug user on the back of his head. Shino fell back. Apparently she's good at taijutsu, they concluded. The girl's style was like Naruto's, free and willing to try anything, but also however, Shino and Hinata were definitely better when they got closer to their enemies, able to shut them down while he finished them off. Shino snapped and a colony of his bugs came forth into his hands. Ren smirked, "Nin bugs. I heard there is a certain clan in Konoha who can use bugs to defeat their opponents. Drain their chakra." "That is correct. Well, unfortunately boy, I'm not gonna take any chances." Raten. Raidatiha, lightning release. Lightning shield blast. In a yellow flash, a yellow burst of lightning energy filled her every being, cloaking her from back to forth. Naruto noted it had been just like A's the fourth and possibly current Raikage lightning release armor, which itself was a cloak of lightning energy to protect the user and keep enemies away. However, her cloak had been yellow and lacked the same fury the Raikage's cloak seemed to have, and judging from her speed now that it was before, it seems the cloak did nothing to speed up the user. In lieu of himself preparing for the inevitable rush attack of this girl, Ren slammed a fist into the stomach of Naruto Uzumaki. And it wasn't dainty. Naruto flew back a few good 20 feet, spitting out saliva and blood as he did. Hinata flashed dangerously at the enemy who just threw Naruto back with a blow and quickly went forth to attack her with a kunai. Now releasing what the cloak acted like, she backed up and threw a barrage of kunai knives at her enemy. Ren smirked and stood in place. Much to Hinata's horror, the kunai did nothing to slow her opponent down. The lightning shield cloak acted like a frying field and fried alive the kunai she threw, stripping down the metal to nothing but the handle that dropped uselessly at Ren's feet. "Too hot for you?" She then tried pumping a fist in Hinata. Her speed being higher than Hinata, she did just that and Hinata dropped in an useless heap like Naruto had done before. Shino swore, slightly scowling nervously at Ren approaching him confidently. "Try to touch me now, bug boy," Ren boasted arrogantly. Shino soared again. Zabuza grinned as Kakashi again tried coming at him with a kunai, while Kurenai kept her distance, no doubt trying to pull off a technique or rethink about attacking Zabuza. The mist helped him get away from her sight, so long as he didn't try fighting her directly. The legendary copycat ninja was already a handful, coming evenly with him when it comes to strength. And that Sharingan really meant no time to pull off techniques that required hand seals. And he didn't want Kakashi throwing around his own techniques like that. Perfect. Suiton. Mizurappa, water release. Violent water wave. Zabuza heard out of nowhere. Kakashi had jumped out of the way and dodged the wave of water rushing towards him, billowing through the mist. Kurenai had apparently shot out the violent jet of water, having good concussive power to knock him back a few. Zabuza easily rolled out the wave and jumped onto the lake behind him. The mist was so thick, he had known Kurenai was just frankly shooting in the dark. However, this added more problems. Kurenai was already an all-around ranged fighter with her, which he eliminated with his mist technique, and now she had water release techniques in her arsenal as well. Kakashi himself didn't need any technique class to find Zabuza. The man had been not only renowned for his Sharingan for tracking the movements of the opponent, but also his sharp-witted nose that was almost equivalent to a nin dog's. Every so often he got away, Kakashi came back, rushing towards him with superior to jutsu. Zabuza however knew the battle could turn in his favor anytime. The children have been their worries also. He didn't personally like slaying them, but if he had to in order to get this money, the kick aimed at his side jetted through the strong fog. Seems Kakashi's nose found Zabuza again. It was a little annoying to keep Kakashi off his tail, but he could do it. Just took the right time. Patience. Deception. Feinting weakness. Make them believe he was running into a corner. And then, Suro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Strike. Kakashi swore. He swore to himself 5 times. How? How couldn't he see this coming? The water under his very feet felt thicker. Something that should not have been left unnoticed by someone of his own caliber. The adrenaline pumping in his body, the annoying dog constantly clouding his vision and forcing him to use his nose, the very ragging his own breath due to the Sharingan active and his own frustration with Zabuza's retreating. They had been factors in his own foolish mistake to follow Zabuza out farther in the bay. He could amusingly say that this prison did however eliminate him from using chakra if it wasn't for the fact there was no possible way to get out of this on his own. At least he had Kurenai. At least she wouldn't make the foolish mistake to jump at Zabuza. Her calm analytic mind would possibly. Suro no Jutsu. He spoke too early, eh? Zabuza looked at his water clones holding the two and resisted the urge to firmly pat on the back lest they disappear because of that action. Didn't want to free his new 2 trophies now. Not only did he have Kakashi Haddock, infamous copy nin in his grasp, but his little lackey who had a penance for water techniques. She couldn't fight long range now, eh? This really was his lucky day. Naruto did not relax, only shook off the pain and confusion as he stood up. Hinata had been by his side, also clutching her stomach. She was helped up by Naruto and Naruto didn't even take time to wonder if she was blushing like crazy. He already had seen the serious daze and nervous glance she had on her face. Their opponent had been better than usual. Sure, defeating Mizuki took nothing but clones, but this girl had some type of affinity to lightning release. Shit, where the hell did this girl come from? Has his actions really altered the past this much to get some different new girl to them? Who's to say she never existed though? A million ninjas out there that he never even met. But why did Zabuza have to get someone like this? His mind mulled back to Haku and suddenly with a grimace, he nodded. Zabuza had an eye for the strong ones. The ones who were prodigious. And in turn turned very strong under his wing. Shit, great. Naruto didn't know where Hinata was when he was currently dodging arrows of lightning chakra and honestly could care less now. Those pointy spears of energy traveled fast as hell, he noted. Too fast for his own liking. He swore and started to summon more speed well over the limit a genin speed is usually estimated at. He tried again his best to dodge it and tried making it out of the way of her attack. He didn't know where anyone was. Not Hinata, Ren or Shino. If only he could find them and think of a plan to. Naruto palmed his face as he trailed off. How stupid and naive could he really be sometimes? And without any more besides rolling his eyes, he started doing the necessary rat hand seal to do it. Holding it in place, Naruto let out a pulse of energy in the area and felt 3 feedback waves come to him. Hinata had stayed on the right of him, nearby a tree that hid from the battle, the girl they felt nothing much but tinges. Suddenly the clouds of fog and mist ate away from the field he was on. What a relief Zabuza mercifully or arrogantly, whichever one called off the technique, he thought in his head. He sighed gratefully, fully knowing where everyone was at. He then let go of his rat hand seal and cut off the feedback waves from hitting him. However, the first lightning bolt he saw let him know that Ren had found where he was after she spent time wondering what the heck was that tingle she was feeling. Raten. Ryaya, lightning release. Lightning dragon arrows. Naruto's first instinct was to run, dodge and miss the incoming bullets. He followed such when running to the right of her, managing to run out of the way the bullets were going. Naruto thought the technique seemed a lot similar to his own wind release. Gale arrow's technique having one direction at a time, one path to follow down. However, he should have just kept running. In an instant, the missiles of lightning energy entered his area and attacked with just plain unnecessary force. Hinata and Shino let out a nice small amount of gasps as Naruto crashed stomach first into a tree, doing nothing to cushion his fall. The girl smirked sadistically, watching Naruto go down with some sort of sick satisfaction for the blonde boy's pain. However, she frowned when he got up, relatively not in pain, and her eyes widened when he became nothing short of a puff of smoke. It had been a clone. Since when? She wondered to herself, not happy with the blondie just suddenly disappearing. That bug boy and the Hyuga also disappeared too. Ah, nostalgia, you never failed to hit me. How nostalgic was this? Seeing your teacher trapped in a water dome prison homie to anyone who decided to be trapped in there. He wondered if Kurenai-sensei felt the heaviness in the water like Kakashi-sensei had. Kakashi had told them to run away and leave him there, but he didn't. They stood, fought, worked together, him and Sasuke. Naruto and him. First time they did, and it felt good working with somebody like that. Now he was here again, only 2 people to save. No sweat. Zabuza's eyes bugged out as the yellow-haired, orange-wearing boy came at him with all his little genin speed on top of water. On top of water. Most freshman genin couldn't even do that. The fact that the boy and his 2 teammates were pretty much skating on the water spoke for itself. He had been internally impressed. Ren took less time than that learning that, but still. They had been more than meets the eye. However, the boy had been too headstrong, too naive to go and run away. He would be lifting his sword off his back to try and get the boy, but he had Ren. Ren. Stop them. He barked loudly. She had wisely taken off her field of electricity and joined her younger peers right on the water, only she jetted across the surface. Much to his displeasure though, the Aburam and the Hyuga turned their sights on her, pushing her back from helping them. Shit. But still, the boy had been foolish enough to try and take out the spheres of water, imprisoning his teachers, instead of first taking him out. He let the boy take an experimental hit at the domes. Guillotine. Shipaya. The arrow technique, an obvious copy of Ren's lightning dragon arrows technique, did its work of fully sending wind arrows at the 2 domes evenly spread across. However, much to the disappointment of the boy and the joy and amusement of himself, the arrows didn't even dent the water. Denting the water, really? Boy, you made your last mistake to try and fight me. You should have been listening to your teachers and running while you can. He grinned maliciously. Don't worry, I'll make it all better for you. Without even lifting his sword, the real Zabuza stepped from behind his clones and simply sent a kunai in the boy's chest. He gasped in pain. He liked that. The 2 looked in horror as they saw the boy drop back first into the water bleeding profusely, like Zabuza struck at a vein. He liked that too. He saw the horror never leave his teammates' eyes and the devilish smirk on Ren's face. Zabuza loved that. Is this the first time you genin seen death before? He smiled arrogantly at them, not having much remorse for a dead genin. He had already killed 100 children in his lifetime. 3 more brats won't do much to his conscience. He couldn't hold back his boasts. They simply all rolled off his tongue so greatly. If he did, he could have heard the rumble under the lake and felt the ripples at his own feet. In a flash, his 2 clones were swallowed into the sea by a pair of arms at both of their feet with a loud splash. The 2 clones never came back up. He swore under his mask loudly. Shit. 2 more splashes in the water he heard. Double shit. Out came back up to the surface was the wet Kurenai Yuuhi whose glare heatedly for getting her hair wet. Then came out Kakashi Haddock, hair wet as well, killer intent extending to the heavens, as Abusa looked back at the hypnotic stare of his Sharingan eye. Triple shit. And finally came back the reason for such ripples and rumbles in the water and why his clones died. In a geyser's rise and fall, 12 blonde-haired boys glared heatedly at Zabuza Mamachi 6 on the left and 6 on the right. One Naruto Uzumaki rose wet as hell, kunai nowhere to be seen in his chest anymore. They didn't look as amused as he was when he tried to kill them. Apparently they also had a good feel on killer intent as well as his Ren. The day isn't my lucky day after all. Kurenai couldn't believe it. Her Gen and Naruto still after all of that went through the trouble to free her and Kakashi, even when they agreed to leave them there, run and protect Azuna. They were brave, stood up, took on a task that she even said they couldn't do, all while surviving that other girl. They were to be rewarded for such. But right now, she agreed with Kakashi this was not Naruto's fight right now. Only theirs. Naruto, I appreciate your clone's help, but I think Shino and Hinata are gonna need a lot of helping hands with this one. Go to them. Roger. Naruto grinned, too cheerfully for a boy who just got stabbed in the chest and thrown into the lake they were on. If Kurenai wasn't so busy glaring at Zabuza, she would have laughed right for Naruto. Zabuza's face hasn't let up from leaking out sweat as he felt no hold up from Kakashi's incredibly hypnotic stare and the power killer intent both had him under. The boy went on to tend to Ren. Pity he couldn't use the boy as bait to get away from them anymore. Kakashi grunted, let's finish this Zabuza. Unfair, Kakashi. You have 2 people on your side. Zabuza tried to joke. Kakashi snorted, you played unfair the minute you threw your sword. Time for us to do the same. Kurenai. Zabuza momentarily forgot Kurenai was a practitioner of, and that second to figure it out had been a second for her technique to work. Eijoni no Jutsu, Shadow Orge technique. He had never felt so blissful at sleep for a minute. Then he felt pain explode in his dreams as Kakashi followed up with the Water Dragon Bullet technique in record time. Ran was like her master before she saw him be sent to the trees on the side of the lake. She had actually been nervous. No longer was she able to protect herself from the genin's attack without hurting herself in the process. The lightning shield blast technique would fry her to death too, even if they weren't smart enough to jump from the lake to get away from the sweeping electric currents. She was also surrounded by a total of 14 little genin on all sides of her. Shit, this isn't good. And Zabuza-sama said no to using that technique, so suddenly she didn't need to worry about such a thing when the Hyuga sent a punch to her stomach, definitely closing up some points there, but not stopping when she also poked a few holes into her shoulders and arms too. And then those damn insects were upon her, starting to immobilize her quickly. She tried, unsuccessfully, to move her arms in order to swat them away. They laid there, limp and useless. Finally, the yellow-haired boy who made everything suck after he took out Zabuza-sama's clones, snapped an axe kick to her shoulders and then kicked her across the lake with much power for a small, short thing like him. Them not being too far out from shore, she landed with a thud on the ground under her. She barely made back to land, her pants deep in the water while she laid there. She barely now could feel the bugs feasting on her chakra. It must have meant they have already feasted until it was nothing to even work with. She went into sleep for the rest of the battle. Zabuza groaned, feeling a crazy head overflow him. He was tired, honestly. He didn't want to move and he was just too busy being pinned down by the copycat ninja. Kakashi held onto the belt that held his sword in place. Tell me, I heard the Sharingan can't see the future. Do you see something? Yeah. Your death. Kakashi coldly stated, ready to fully end Zabuza's life with a kunai to his chest. Unfortunately, a single denied Kakashi's need for vengeance and Zabuza ceased to exist anymore. Kakashi tried holding his hand to his pulse to check if Zabuza really was dealt with, and with some relief, the monster of a man was gone. He sighed and up in a tree across from him a hunter nin stood, looking down from his spot. Thank you, Konoha Shinobi. Then again, it might have been a girl. I have been hunting this criminal for a long time. Now, the hunt is over. No problem. Kakashi said, putting his hands in pocket and making sure his Sharingan eye was not visible anymore. Kakashi knew Kurenai and her team had been slouching around to get to them. His accomplishment is over there to dispose of. The hunter nin nodded wordlessly, looking in the direction, then got Zabuza's corpse and then teleported to collect Ren's unconscious one. Without so much of a wave as Kakashi would have been pretty amazed if the hunter nin could still do it with two bodies and arms. The hunter nin disappeared from sight. Lucky to have a hunter nin be there to properly His thoughts failed him as he barely even made it to Kurenai's arms as he collapsed in a heap of sheer tired and chakra exhaustion. Had he used that much chakra on the Sharingan? God, it was sure taxing on his bow, and Kakashi was out like a light. The one man knew not bringing his team would be the best damn thing he chose in his life. However, he had made many bad choices after. Having the Sharingan running for a good hour, copy techniques and tracking Zabuza's movements had been a bad decision. Using the water dragon bullet, no matter how powerful and flashy it was, draining more chakra than he let on, the adrenaline masking his chakra drains from both techniques, and having the Sharingan active. However, without it, he wouldn't have even thought he could soundly beat Zabuza with it. The man had been sly, hiding in the mist, hiding from his view for most of the battle. And when it was over, Kakashi Haddock never felt so comfortable in his unfamiliar room and ceiling, with these unfamiliar sheets and blankets he laid in. No doubt this was not the setting of a tent, but of a house. They were practically in the land of waves now, Must have been a pain carrying his dead weight. Speaking of dead, he would definitely be dead if he forgot to tell teammate that Zabuza Mamachi wasn't dead. The haze of his own exhaustion finally being unveiled from his adrenaline mask had distracted him from knowing truly what was the hunter nin's intention. All hunter nin of the former village of the Bloody Mist destroyed their victim's body on the spot, not caring whether or not Genin was there to look. That hunter nin didn't even bother trying to destroy the body. That it acknowledged the hunter nin's false identity, and the man Zabuza was and still is, was still breathing, albeit probably a little choked up from the in his neck. His own knowledge of anatomy dictated that a certain spot right under a certain vein in the neck could incapacitate a person and create a pseudo-death-like state, even making the victim devoid of a pulse. Again, Kakashi had been tired, still in battle mode to make a logical reasoning, thinking of 25 other ways to kill Zabuza, chakra draining, and that had cut off some of his own book knowledge. Zabuza's plan was good, whatever it may have been, should it have worked. Unfortunately, he himself was still alive, right? And there was work to do. Work, he groaned, not even wanting to leave his comfortable bed. Geez, why did he decide to take the mission again? This was just not fun anymore. Just not. He didn't even get to read a chapter of Icha Icha Paradise yet. How upsetting. At least with his cute little Genin he would have. Team 7. Wonder how they were doing without him. He had neglected to remember who he left them with. Sakura Haruno groaned. It had not even been a full hour yet and she was getting tired now. She had already patted herself on the back for lasting this long. Who was this man Kakashi-sensei left them with? Did he not rest? Did he not say stop, that's enough? Of course he did, but when it was around 12. Not a single break before that. Her own break was when she said she didn't want to spar with Lee or Sasuke or Kiba, so Guy-sensei said she can spar with him. And then she re-evaluated on training with the three boys. She didn't like her choices. Any of the free choices. She would only see green blurs if she decided to match up with Lee. Sasuke-kun would tire her out with superior stamina and Taijutsu. Kiba would probably go the easiest on her, but that didn't quell any displeasure for her. Going easy on her means she needed a lot of training, and she was not being reminded of such. Ai-sensei would probably be the most sensible albeit dangerous partner. He would tell her flaws in her Taijutsu, all while praising something about it. All of them could tire them out. Stamina training she definitely would work on for these last days with Guy-sensei. Everything was Taijutsu stamina training here. Heh, she grinned to herself, possibly more stamina than before. At least she never did quit when Guy-sensei said again when he demanded her to strike him again. However, sheer determination to get better did not dull the noticeable aches and pains she felt from her very bones. This was really the first time she actually remarked Sasuke-kun as a second this time. She could acknowledge why they called him Rock Lee. The boy had monster speed, easily outclassing Sasuke-kun by miles. When she saw Lee, all there was green blurs around the area. Sasuke-kun probably could see more than her, but how much, she did not know. Kiba already remarked that he was a close second to Sasuke himself, but Lee made Team 7's own training spars look like nothing. Was this what Sasuke-kun was dealing with when he fought Naruto? And Sasuke-kun said he was holding back too. Could he be sure? Naruto Uzumaki, the once dumb but somewhat sweet boy who always asked her out, always pestering Sasuke-kun about beating him, always told the class who mocked him for once, not even knowing how to do henge correctly, that Naruto. How could he have gotten that strong so fast? Or was he strong already? No way, he couldn't do the clone technique before, but then he suddenly could. And Sasuke said his clone showed battle damage when in that crater burned from Sasuke's fireball according to him, so he could make solid clones too. Or did he just use the transformation technique on it? She really didn't know. A part of her still believed Sasuke-kun could beat Naruto in all battles, but then he just seemed especially more than it meets the eye. The fact he came to talk to her just threw all the dismaying thoughts she had of him. And much to her own embarrassing admittance, it had inspired her to find out what she could do. It inspired her to do better. And little of it had even a reason to impress Sasuke-kun or Ino Pig. She spent all that night trying to figure out what she wanted to do in her life career as a ninja. She didn't know why she wanted to become a ninja, even becoming ninja before she even breathed the same air Sasuke-kun had. She didn't even know. Perhaps she did want to impress Ino Pig, who was known as Ino-chan back then, when the girl was one of her best friends, her only best friend back in her childhood, when everybody was still teasing about her huge forehead. She had been her shelter, her source and her confidence. However, the moment Sasuke Uchiha stepped in the room, that friendship dissolved into nothing more than a painful rivalry, almost painful. That could have been the reason she had become a ninja, because of Ino. To make her proud, but now, it was becoming more like impressing Sasuke-kun. It's funny how a boy ruined their friendship. It was kinda late for turning back, but never too late to rekindle a friendship, right? She thought about it lately. Even though she liked Sasuke-kun, did she love him? Was she willing to be just his? There were times when she thought about her future, and surprisingly she did not see settling down as pleasant as it once seemed. That would be it, right? Sasuke Uchiha was the last of his clan that cold responsibilities his woman would have to bear. Children were one as well. She didn't quite mind being Sasuke-kun's wife, despite her wanting to just be a girlfriend of his, but she did not desire settling down and becoming a bearing mother, waiting for a husband to come home from battle, hoping he didn't ever leave her and her child. She did not like the idea of being just that, a helpless housewife whose thrill lay in going down to the store and getting different choices in what to eat tonight or newer cleaning supplies off the money her husband gave her. She wanted to fight. She wanted to help. She never wanted to feel weak again. She could handle defeat, but she would like to know she tried, not that she couldn't even try and the opponent beat her soundly like Hinata did. She wanted to fight, to become stronger of mind and body. That was her purpose of becoming a genin and not becoming a school teacher in some far-off land or a housewife village who might have some part-time job perhaps on the side of that. She wanted to be better than what she was now. And she was gonna get there. Even if she had to let Sasuke go for a little while. She did like him, she did, but she wasn't willing to be forever dependent on him. She was tired of being dependent. She was tired of being weak. Time to shape her own path. Even if she had to suffer through these grueling exercises with Guy-sensei to do it. Stop the future. Chapter 8, Ride the Waves, Part 3. Kurenai groaned in both frustration and disappointment. She had sneaking suspicion this mission wasn't over quite yet, not by a long shot. Her suspicions were confirmed when Kakashi said he believed Zabuza Mamachi was still alive. That the hunter nin gave them the slip and was in cahoots with the missing nin. Great. 3 missing nin they had to deal with as soon as it started again. And it was again the bridge builder they were again after. No doubt after they saw their skills in action, they were coming up against them with full throttle. The fake hunter nin plan was definitely illustrious, as was it dangerous for them. Now that they had to deal with Zabuza, his apprentice and their helper practically in the next battle, and possibly even more ninjas should Gatu choose to dispatch them out to the field. The element of surprise was no longer on their side, they were now under the same fire Gatu was probably under. Shino was the first to realize that hunter nin usually destroy the bodies of their victims in plain sight, not run away to deal with it. Kurenai nodded in agreement and Naruto showed 2 emotions after that, one of knowing of such and then masked that with quick ignorance of the situation. If he knew that Zabuza might still be alive, why did he not intercept the hunter nin or send a clone after him to know where his base was, where Gatu's base was? Or was he tired? It seemed the fight with Zabuza's apprentice was not an easy one at all. Perhaps he was tired. She didn't know of his reasons, but she didn't question it. However, she knew something more was up with Naruto, that he had hid a few things. Right now, it wasn't her place to know or figure it out. Right now, she just felt like tearing her hair out, knowing that they had to deal with troublesome Zabuza Mamachi again. Kakashi had estimated Zabuza would probably be back up to full health after he licked his wounds for a few more days, possibly 5 more days. 5 more days, huh? Perfect, that leads to little time to even teach her genin a few moves. Possibly 1 and maybe squint in a second one for them to experiment with on their own. No time to waste though, sunlight was burning. Alright, Kurenai's cute little genin, I heard you guys already know how to walk on trees, water, and even found out your chakra affinities. Seeing their vigorous nods, Kakashi cheerfully grinned under his mask. Since I know a few tricks of the trade, I'll be helping you learn a few moves in your arsenal. Kurenai-san already said she was gonna personally instruct Hinata on getting a feel for her water chakra, so you 2 boys are with me. Kakashi said, watching Hinata nod and get up to leave for Kurenai. Kakashi clapped his hands, now, since Naruto I was already teaching you how to use some wind techniques, I'm gonna take a minute to get Shino to get a feel of his earth chakra, so if you will. Of course, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto boisterously said. Naruto then practically bounced like a ball of energy over to the other side of the field. Shino shook his head at his eternal enthusiasm. However, questions were plaguing his mind. Naruto-san's prior training in chakra control and affinities was instructed by you, Haddock-sensei. Had Yuhi-sensei already known? Has she enlisted your help for his training? Kakashi smiled nervously, waving his hands a little. I may have taught him how to use his wind affinity and 1 wind technique, but I still haven't taught him anything else. And Kurenai-san didn't know about it until a week later, in which she stopped me from doing so unless I got her permission, Kakashi smoothly said, quelling Aburam's possible envy for Naruto's abilities. He was pretty sure Team 8 needed no envious teammates. However, Kakashi did frown at the mention of chakra control. Chakra control I surely didn't teach him either. I didn't know Kurenai-san didn't teach him either. The sharp young 13-year-old Aburam's face furrowed with confusion. Then my earlier assumption of him having prior knowledge of such exercises has possible reasoning now. Kakashi smiled, the boy is more than meets the eye. Yes. Shino simply said. If you could have guessed, what would you think would be the reason he was so good at chakra control? I would say he was priorly training in such arts. However, due to the animosity Naruto-san is faced with around the village, Kakashi frowned again, that assumption has become superiorly doubtful. And your second guess? My assumption would be that Naruto-san might be a, Shino almost looked troubled with his confusion, a genius. It's possible. Kakashi's tone made it seem like he was going to shrug as well. But why would Naruto-san hide his strength under his current foolish persona? Shino was still confused. Kakashi shrugged finally. Maybe he wants his enemies to underestimate him first. A ninja's greatest tool is surprise. But to hide his strength from his teammates? That leaves me puzzled. Shino said back. Kakashi sighed, I honestly know less about it than your own teacher. Naruto probably wants to fool people with it and then catch them with a surprise attack. The boy probably learned that a shinobi doesn't show his trump card too quickly in a battle. Or maybe he doesn't trust anyone knowing his true powers yet. I don't know. Maybe you should ask him yourself another time, eh? Shino's small nod was all the answer he needed. Kakashi smiled, smoothly changing the subject. Well, let's work on your own growth. Now, let's get a feel of your earth chakra. He felt pride on how much potential this generation of kids have, just as much as full of potential as was his generation when he was growing up, whether or not they suffered through the hardships of war. The talk with Shino seemed to get him to try even harder than he was already trying to get a feel for earth release techniques. By sundown, the boy was already on his first earth technique. The earth release. Lance of the earth technique. The technique summoned a solid lance created out of nearby dirt, soil and rock, held up by mechanisms of chakra, capable of being used hand to hand like a real lance. It took a little chakra. It fit the boy and increased range in his taijutsu. Naruto had joined in the festivities by practicing a newer wind technique Kakashi had instructed him into doing. Naruto however was not bogged down by an average chakra pool like Shino. After 4 ties of the earth release. Lance of the earth technique from Shino and a short taijutsu spar with Naruto, Shino was beaten. Naruto kept practicing, even if he wasn't technically doing it. Some of his clones had tried their hand practicing his newer wind technique, while a few practiced the wind release. Gale arrows technique on the side. His newer technique wind release. Great breakthrough. C rank and a powerful gust of wind should Naruto practice it more. Fortunately, or unfortunately for the trees in front of him, Naruto had clones right on it. Meanwhile, Hinata quickly learned how to do water release techniques and got her hands on Kurenai's first water release technique in her arsenal. The water release. Water whip. The technique was relatively weak in strength, but it was still useful. It could be used in combat to constantly whip the opponent, but the more useful feature was that she could grapple the opponent from any part of their body. From their torso, to one of their legs, to even their neck. And it can change sizes, so long as the user pours more chakra into the technique. The whip was a perfect technique for Hinata, as it did not demand of her too much chakra and only used more when changing sizes. Whenever her own chakra pool expanded, using it wouldn't even take much chakra, if not really at all anything. Yes, things were coming out fine. Ouch. You sure don't miss your targets, Haku. The gray-skinned man said uneasily at the welt on his neck, though to Ren it sounded like whining. Oh, lighten up, will you, Zabuza-sama? Ren sighed, at least you're alive. Frankly, you got your butt kicked easy yesterday. Says the girl who got knocked out by 3 cute little genin. Zabuza mocked Ren's rude little runt Ren. I got knocked out by 15 cute little genin. Ren shot back. Zabuza snorted, Haku told me it was 3. Ren growled, easily annoyed by her master. Haku started awkwardly. Maybe you two should take it easy for the next few days. Your wounds still need tending to. Both of them calmed themselves down, letting out a chorus of whatever. Haku smiled anxiously. Aha, so this is how ninjas act in their defeat. Gatu sneered, entering the room, resting on his cane. Zabuza's voice didn't drop a pitch. A defeat now, but the purpose was served and we now know what they can do. You also let them live. Maybe I should have hired Konoha Ninja instead. Gatu arrogantly said, having much nerve against a weakened shinobi in front of him. Is that all you came here for, old man? Maybe you should just go hide under your desk while we take care of business. You lost to those ninjas so easily, you and your little girl there, you baby demon. Gatu said, furious at Zabuza's loss so much he got even more courage to raise his cane against him. Ren caught his cane without even looking at Gatu, and Haku grabbed his foot. Gatu felt a cloak of fear overcome him. Both ninjas stared at him angry at his nerves. You know, nice that you came here with actually a spine attached to your lower side. Ren said, cheerfully. Her sarcasm was laced in venom and hatred for the 48-year-old powerful magnate. Her face did nothing to hide the fury she felt inside for his insolence. You will never touch Zabuza-sama. Haku's once kind voice dropped many degrees, also having an uncanny coldness that Ren had displayed. Unhand me. Gatu demanded, fearful greatly for his life. You got a lot of nerve coming in, well we were just talking now, so maybe Zabuza-sama will forgive your foolishness. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Ren smiled coldly over at the gray man, who chuckled amusingly. With a wave of his hand and nothing else, Ren and Haku let Gatu go. The short old man fell to his butt, clutching shortly more onto his fears. Gee guards. Where the hell are you? The two strolled in and looked impassively at the old man on the floor. Zori helped Gatu up and Waraji said, stoically, you called boss. Gatu was very much enraged, I could have been in trouble and you just strolled in like nothing. Zori shrugged, we didn't sense any trouble. You bumbling fools, get back to your posts. Gatu glared heatedly at them and then at the ninjas as his guards left. And you, make sure these ninjas are dead by the end of the week. Zabuza chuckled, ignoring the fact Gatu was talking back to him again. Don't get your grandpa panties in a bunch, Gatu. We'll make sure they don't live after this one. Why you better? Yes, we will, Gatu. Zabuza chuckled, relaxing more. How about we shake on it? Haku, show him how us ninjas shake. Gatu surely did shake when Gatu's arm snapped cleanly by the fake hunter nin like a twig. He shook in every scream of pain. He didn't even feel his guards drag him out the room as he cried out in pain. Well, the last few days had been eventful with training and such. Naruto smiled a little, fainting being exhausted in the forest. Haku stared down at him and then smiled warmly at him. Hello. Naruto looked at the boy more pleased than he should have let on. Hey. What are you doing out in this first, little boy? Hey. I resent that. Naruto pouted, trying to be as cute as he could. I'm not a little boy. I'm a ninja. Is that what you were out for? Haku smiled prettily. Well, you must be training to be a strong ninja. The strongest in my village actually. In your village? So you do not hail from the land of waves I see. Yep. Boy lady, you sure are smart. Naruto grinned stupidly. But I bet you knew that already. So, why are you training, young one? To become the best in my village. Naruto puffed his chest out. Then he deflated and smiled a little genuinely. Gotta protect my precious people, huh? Haku's eyes dropped, gazing back in Naruto's stormy blue. His pain resonated with Haku's own. Such determination for a young one. The black-haired young soul said. Well, I got a lot going on. I'm sure. Haku got up from the spot and got the basket while smoothing out the pink kimono. Haku then smiled again. I hope you do protect your precious people then. I surely will this time. Haku nodded and was about to walk away until Naruto spoke yet again. What about you, sir? What do you fight for? Who do you fight for? I too have precious people to care about. Haku smiled yet again at Naruto. You will become stronger. And then, we will meet again. But we will. Naruto said in a strange light tone. Haku noted. By the way, Haku started once again, I'm a girl. Haku did not see the noticeable blush but did hear the loud, what? At the end. What the fuck was going on in this universe? Haku was now a girl. Or was he a girl before? Arg. He totally ignored the way Haku walked in on him while he laid there, acting tired from his usual morning routine because Haku always did walk effeminate before. The slight sway in his hips, the curves in them, even fuller lips that he wielded. He was a she. And strangely, Naruto again remarked jokingly, still the prettiest person I pretty much seen in my life, be it boy or girl shit. As he walked home, he ignored the small heartbeat following him back to Tezuna's place. The evening at Tezuna's house was everything he expected. Warm and nice the minute, cold and awkward the minute. Inari, Tsunami's son, opened his mouth. Why do you guys keep trying to fight the inevitable? What good is getting stronger if you're just gonna end up being dead at the end of the week? Boy does your kid have a mouth, huh, Tezuna. Naruto Joker grinning as he reached for some more of the delicious rice Tsunami-san had made. You're so stupid. All of you. Inari remarked, now turning his eyes to Shino who looked impassive, to Inari and Hinata who looked at him with a mixture of pity and some quiet annoyance. Inari didn't stop his caustic remarks as he scoffed, you'll be dead by the end of the week, alright. You know, I would hate being like you, kid. Naruto lightly said, not even looking at Inari once again, showing more passion for his food in front of Inari. Inari fired back, I would hate being like you. You don't even know what this country's been through, what I've been through, and you're acting so lightly about this. What do you know about hardships? What do you know about life being hard? You're always been smiling ever since you got here. Huh? You're just an annoying twit. Yeah. You wouldn't be the first who thought that. Naruto said, chuckling despite his own annoyance and anger coursing through him. But your assumption of me not being able to comprehend hardships is quite wrong, my little brat. So what tragedy did you face in your life? Many others do. So you lost something? I don't care. You think I care about what you say, you little brat. I don't care about your hardship. Most members of Team 8 flinched at Naruto's words. Kurenai herself said the most. Naruto, stop. The kid needs to hear this, Kurenai. First time Naruto dropped the sensei suffix since he was under her wing, and it told her that he was being completely serious. He turned back to Inari, life isn't about crying and whining and wishing you never lived this life. Life is about adapting and surviving. Living and learning. Getting up and fixing your problem. That's what I did. I stopped crying. I was tired of not making a difference or helping change this fate. Naruto's mouth snarled at the mention of that word. There is no preset of your future. You control it. You make your path, not this fate shit people are sprouting. I'm going to set you straight here, you gonna keep crying? You gonna keep being a baby? Then you better accept your fate now then, child. Inari's eyes started to water at Naruto's mocking words. Hinata never heard such a harsh tone from Naruto, and Naruto, he's only 8. Naruto's glance swept over her and very quickly did she feel his cool glance. He was just talking about the world and how hard life is. If he is so worldly, he can take a few insults here and there. The boy had long left his place from the dinner table. Tezuna and Tsunami didn't do so much to go after him. They sighed and strangely looked at Naruto with a look of appreciation. However, Hinata and Kurenai did not appreciate Naruto's words. Kurenai frowned and rose from her seat. Maybe I should. No. Kakashi held her back. Naruto did the right thing by telling the boy that. But he made him cry. Hinata said, wondering why Naruto seemed angered by the boy. Exactly what he needs in his system. Kakashi said back. Naruto knows all about that. His life was already filled with toil and crying and anguish. He told the boy what he needed to hear. Kurenai and Hinata knew what he was talking about, he knew, but they swept their sympathetic glances at the door where Inari ran out to. Kakashi had already demolished his plate of rice. He'll get it. Come tomorrow, he'll get it. The day was the day. The day they all clashed. Haku, Zabuza, that girl, and teammate filling in for Team 7. Well, at least Kakashi-sensei was here to make it seem like Team 7 was at it again. It probably would be a hard fight. He had to make sure Kakashi didn't even kill Haku. Wow, that was gonna be hard. So after he took the time to get out the house, beat the crap out of those 2 samurai bodyguards and tell Inari to be strong once in his life, the little boy and his mother went to rally some people. Meanwhile, the big bad ninjas would duke it out on the soon-to-be great Naruto Uzumaki Bridge. He knew Hinata and Shino got stronger over the past days and learned 1 or 2 techniques to increase their chances of being Ren and Zabuza. He knew he would personally fight Haku himself. Definitely. By the time he jetted onto the bridge, a thick mist had already crept from under the unfinished bridge, with Tazuna and teammate with Kakashi preparing themselves for Zabuza's mission return. Round 2 had started. And geez, he thought, it sure is hot today. Perfect timing, Naruto thought, perfect timing. Zabuza chuckled, and so, we meet again, Kakashi Haddock. Kakashi nodded, seeing Naruto jet up to them. Perfect timing, Zabuza. Looks like everybody's here. And then frowned slightly, seeing that Hunter Nin on Zabuza's side. And looks like your side is here too. Nice plan, wasn't it, Copy Ninja? I wonder what newer tricks you're gonna pull with such a closed space like this bridge, We won't be holding back now, the gray-skinned man grinned at Ren. Ren grinned herself, definitely not this time. At your word, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza nodded at Haku. Do it. In a flash, the Hunter Nin struck. Throwing a flash of a teammate. Naruto muttered, I got this and deflected it with a kunai rapidly. He then momentarily forgot the kunai as he dropped it on the ground, clashing hands with Haku. Both had a quick grappling session, neither one letting up once. It was clear to Kakashi however that as Haku held onto the right arm of Naruto tightly, leaving the fake Hunter Nin's left hand open. So, he can do one-handed seals, huh? Zabuza's got some dangerous apprentices. Bijutsu. Sensetsu Sushu, secret technique. 1,000 flying water needles of death. Haku declared. Above Naruto's head, in the air, thousands of needles made from the moisture in the air. The needles directed themselves quickly to the blonde boy, however, he stood in place and held Haku in place to suffer the brunt of the attack. As the needles hit Haku, the ninja became nothing but water, declaring the presence of the Mizubunshin no Jutsu. Naruto himself smirked and then dissolved into a plume of smoke, declaring his own use of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Haku did not waste time remarking on the boy's impressive use of the shadow clone technique and instead ran full force back into him. Naruto grinned and pumped a good amount of chakra into his own legs, coming close to the speed of Haku. As Haku went to stab Naruto yet again, Naruto quickly moved to the side and aimed a punch to Haku's face. The punch had some raw chakra pumped into it, easily breaking the porcelain mask. Haku's effeminate face was shown in front of teammate. Naruto grunted, it's you. Yes. Haku picked herself off the ground. Zabuza chuckled, amusing Brad able to go toe-to-toe with my Haku. And oh? They know of each other. Yeah, we met. Naruto growled, putting a facade of anger towards Haku. I have already told you that we will meet again, Naruto-kun. Haku said. Yeah, but not like this. Traitor. Naruto spat. Zabuza grinned, oh this fight has gotten interesting. Alright Haku, show the little yellow-haired brat what you can do then, while I tend to the Sharingan and doll face over there. Haku nodded and baited Naruto to her, who stalked slowly to her level-headed. Zabuza grinned at Ren, you can do whatever you want to the 2 other brats over there. Ren grinned and smirked maliciously, licking her lips. No hard feelings when you lose, okay, kiddies. Uhi-sensei. Shino looked at his teacher with some search for approval. Kurenai had already motioned to Zuna to run the minute he had seen the mist develop in the battle. The man was at least safe from any damage to himself. However his bridge she would suffer the most pain. Kurenai stared dead ahead at Zabuza, furthermore focused with a kunai upon her hand. Do it. Both of you. Shino nodded. Hinata's placid pearl eyes popped up with veins, right. Ren grinned and confidently waved her fingers at them. This shall be fun and I can go all out this time. Ren gleefully thought. So, little boy and girl, don't you think it's a little better helping out your little yellow friend against Haku, instead of thinking you can clash with me? He's gonna need it. Naruto-san will be more than enough for your ally. Shino said, taking his hands out of his pocket. You'll worry about us now. Yawn, such a chore. Ren mocked, yawning. Ren smirked, well, if you think you got what it takes, come at me. Shino knew the girl would probably be red for whatever attacks he had what she knew, anyway. Hinata-san, prepare yourself. The girl nodded wordlessly, dropping into her clan's fighting style. Shino put his hands to the ground and whispered, Doten. Tsuchi no Uransu. He stood up again with a lance in his hands made of some of the bridge's materials. The staff looked sturdy and available for any attack. Ren however smirked, "Oh, earth release now. Seems like you have been training. I was under the assumption that you were too busy licking your wounds. It seems you forgot who was declared the winner in the last battle we fought." Shino frowned at her. "It seems you need reminding. Confidence will be your downfall, kid." Ren smirked and chakra was pumped into her hands. Out of her right arm, her arm became one with a yellow bright electrical energy. This energy warped into a blade of sorts. Raten. Rajinkin, lightning release. Lightning god blade. Shino clashed with the girl, not knowing unfortunately what would be the problem. He swore when he saw the head of the lance being eaten up by the lightning sword Ren wielded. Remembering his lesson with Kakashi-sensei, his mind mulled back to his explanation of the 5 elements. We have fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind as affinities we can naturally use. Fire burns, water knocks out, earth crushes, lightning cripples and wind cuts. That is their nature. Kakashi explained to Shino as he was trying to yet again get a feel for his chakra type. Fire is dampened by water, water is pushed back by earth submits to lightning, lightning cannot stop wind, and wind simply empowers fire. Do you understand, Shino? Shino nodded. Your greatest strength is stopping power, but your weakness is being stopped yourself. This girl had reign over lightning release moves, he had territory over earth. Her moves could naturally undo him. His staff against her sword would do no good. He swore again. Ren smirked at Shino, seeing he realized he was up against his worst match. What happened to all your vigor, bug boy? HMPH. Shino grunted, throwing his lance down. Ren smiled evilly and noticed Hinata unleash a good barrage of kunai and shuriken. Ren, like an expert swordsman, slashed through the flying metal, frying them to handle well the kunai anyway. She twirled easily through the metal barrage with no trouble. Ren smiled again at Hinata, when will you really learn that those kinds of techniques won't do you any good? Ren then rushed through to slash at the Hyuga girl. With speed much superior to Hinata's. She would not be able to dodge. Shino jumped in front of Hinata and quickly flipped a piece of the bridge up as a wall. Doten. Doroku Geshi, earth release. Earth shore return. The wall did almost nothing to protect them for very long as it crumpled to the diagonal electrical slice easily. However, it gave them enough time to move from her assault. Shino let out 2 huge globs of clouding insects from Ren's side from behind her when she slashed through the wall like a madwoman. The wall had been more than protection from the black-haired girl. She already heard the buzzing, pumping chakra into her heels and slashing through the hundreds, trying to drain her chakra. The lightning sword however was giving out each time she slashed through the insects' bodies. So the sword had a time limit. That was one thing that comforted him. However, as soon as it dimmed from existence, her cloak took its place surrounding her completely. Perfect. Hiding her head on was what she wanted because she knew they couldn't do it, not without suffering damage and paralyzing themselves. Her chakra cloak of electricity kept her safe from any kunai, any shuriken, any of their taijutsu. His bugs also couldn't get through her defense for long due to the electricity frying their bodies to dust. Hinata couldn't shut her down at all with her gentle fist or even get close to do much damage. And when they did get close, if they could, she would run away. He would have to get to her, get close without moving too much. Much like a rock. Shino stayed on one side and Hinata stayed on the other. He thought about what they could do while keeping their distance from the girl. He knew Hinata had 2 water techniques on her side. Hopefully, they can't help wait. Water conducts electricity. Hinata uses water. Yes, if she uses some type of technique to at least get the girl wet, somehow he started to blush she will be electrocuted without even doing much, and that insufferable defense would come down if she knew what was good for her. It was also manageable as well. Pure fresh water from a river would not be a good conductor to short-circuit or shield, but the bridge they were under was a strait that stuck the land of fire and the small country of land of waves near each other. Or the electricity's heat could very well evaporate the water, very doubtful if it could if the water amount was huge. He was just hoping Hinata's water blast was powerful enough to stop the girl. Shino looked at Hinata wordlessly, nodding to the water. Hinata was sharper than it seems under her timidness she knew he wanted her to use a water technique. Doing the necessary monkey, rad and ram hand seals as quickly as she could and not waiting to give Ren another chance to attack, the Hyuga had not even time to say the technique. The gushing water taking place and blasting at her enemy. The technique spun in the air, being much faster than Ren could be. The girl was probably amazed Hinata could even use water release techniques in the short week they last saw each other. Everything that happened next was what Shino had hoped for. The shield fizzled for a second and a zap sound was heard as Ren shook in pain due to her own electricity hurting her. The shield was gone and Ren dropped to her knees, still feeling the electric course through her. It was amazing she didn't get knocked unconscious from it, much less have her heart pop dead in her chest. Shino however did not waste time to properly appreciate her strength and will to keep fighting. As bugs moved in to feast in the newer bounty of chakra they could have. Suddenly a cold silver of awe and newer fear lanced itself into Shino's lungs. Ren's once mocking earthly brown eyes became angry coal ones. Her sclera became blackened and her brown eyes became a dangerous yellow. Her muscles twitched angrily, bulging and deflating a second later. Then her muscles relaxed as the killer intent seemed to fill the air, almost seeming corrosive. Hinata could also feel the cold hatred of Ren Telok flush over them. The killer intends to freeze them in place. The Telok rose, a new skin as silver as their hearts filled with wonder and fear. This is the true extent of my blood. She wildly declared, her skin now steel cold as her voice. Zabuza knew fighting on this bridge left him as boxed in as the two ninjas present. Kakashi was even more hot on his heels as before. Suddenly, he smirked at the killer intent of Ren was over him, not dimming his resolve at all to continue the battle against Kakashi and Kurenai. The girl used her bloodline. Perfect. And no doubt Haku would use hers to take out that yellow brat as well. Free brat's done for. However, he himself had to be careful with Kakashi Haddock. At least he had eliminated Kurenai's factor in this battle, his mist filling his side of the area mostly, so Ren and Haku can inflict proper damage on the three other brats. Kurenai wasn't a close fighting expert like himself or Kakashi, and she knew to keep her distance against him, throwing the occasional water release technique whenever she could find him with her red eyes. The Kakashi he was dealing with had the Sharingan and his nose to help find him. He himself knew to keep away Zabuza, but to keep no good distance from him. Kakashi knew this mist was his element of silent killing. He will know why he had the power to kill 100 little kids in the academy, why he was feared whether or not he was tethered to Kurigakure, respect inside and outside the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and why he was the demon of the mist. He smiled when Haku's demonic ice crystal mirrors was released for the world to see. Another brief clash began again with Haku and Naruto. Senbon and Kunai clashed, with them both stopping altogether and falling to the ground. Haku's arsenal seemed endless. Every second, more seemed to rain down to his feet, threatening him with death. Haku made use of the surroundings around her. Water was her element. So was the wind. Both of the elements were at her disposal. No matter how many gale arrows he billowed through the small traces of fog at Haku, she was fast enough to not get caught by it, as he was fast enough to watch out from her. He didn't know how Shino, Hinata or his teachers were doing in their battles, but to him, this didn't even seem like either side was getting the upper hand. Naruto was not tired at all. Not at all. But neither was Haku. Not even when he did that flashy cool trick with gluing that kunai to the sole of his foot and through-kicked the kunai with his foot to him. The chakra augmented the speed of it, but Haku easily caught the blade with ease. Why? Why do you fight for Zabuza, Haku? Naruto already knew the answer. He has given me everything. Life, meaning, home, protection from the storm. My person, my precious person. Haku prepared herself. You should know why I do this, Naruto-kun. You know of the hardships of being nothing to the world around you. I can see it in your eyes. You have tasted the people's bitter hatred around you. But Zabuza-sama has shown me a purpose I can fulfill in order to earn his love. Forgive me, but Zabuza-sama is my precious person. And if I must, I will kill my heart to do his bidding. Haku made a small hand seal, her face no longer hidden from Naruto. Her face showed sheer determination, but her eyes showed regret and sadness. It was her way of saying she was sorry it had come to this. The jutsu. Makyohai Asho, secret technique. Demonic ice crystal mirrors. Haku was still the lost soul needing to lean on Zabuza Mamachi for a purpose. Something never changed. Naruto gritted his teeth, trying to ignore the stinging in his shoulder and legs. He admitted he did feel annoyed that even now he was slower than Haku than he was before. His newer speed may have clashed easily earlier with Haku, but the ice mirrors augmented her speeds to incredible levels, well beyond the levels of. To Haku, Naruto was nothing but slow motion each time he even moved. Haku's element was here, and he was foolish to even think he could clash with it. There were a few strategies he could think of here. He could try to break the mirrors. He already tried billowing one mirror with wind techniques, much to his displeasure to know that wind would not work against ice. Wind and water was a component in making ice release techniques anyway, so why would it have worked? Besides, none of his separate wind techniques, besides from the wind release. Rasengan and wind release. Rasen Shuriken would be powerful enough to handle the ice mirrors. And there 21 demonic ice crystal mirrors to be handled. Not to mention Haku could even come from the shards of the ice mirrors to take out the opponent. His Rasengan probably could handle his opponent's ice mirrors though. And nobody was here either for him to disillusion him from doing it. However, he would have to stick to the Rasengan only because the wind release version made too much noise, so to speak, gathering winds around the wind release. Rasengan technique made much noise and probably would even vacuum the fog around Kakashi and Kurenai's battle, putting it in pure view. However, another grimace entered his face. Haku's speed outclassed his own at the moment, so how would he match it? He had no Hiraishin to help him, and nothing else could augment his speed at the moment. Unless, well, he did keep some clones at his apartment to keep it tidy in practice or whatever. That would easily outclass Haku's speed or at least meet up with it, and he could send a Rasengan right down the ice mirror and kick Haku practically unconscious. Nobody could see it, but they could sense it. But what options did he have? He'll just make sure. Alright. He decided. This would be a nice test of his skills anyway. Shino groaned in pain, feeling that Ren's tremendously strong fist pound into his abdomen. Without the lightning shield, they thought they stood a chance. Shino tried drowning her with his flood of chakra-devouring bugs. Suddenly, the bugs returned to him and fed him frightening information. Her new skin had been steel itself. It had protected her underskin from attacks such as chakra absorption. Her chakra could not be drained. That should have been no problem for Hinata if she could still shut down Ren with her gentle fist. She tried striking palms of vengeance upon Ren, but they had done nothing to stop Ren. She even smirked at the girl and launched a rib-crushing punch to Hinata's stomach. The indigo-haired girl cried as her eyes widened from incomparable pain, her own extremities jutting up from the punch. Ren then launched an almost beheading kick to the back of the head of Hinata, and she did not stop her assault. A flurry of punches was then launched at him. He barely dodged them, but she did stiff him with a good kick from the last feint punch she threw. He fell to the ground with a heap. He seriously did not desire to get back up and battle again with this monstrous girl. She ran to him. He could see her speed now. She was no longer almost a blur to his eyes, she was a metal woman running to him with the intent to cause great bodily harm to him. She tried her best to elbow him, but he rolled out the way and spun to his feet. He remembered that Taijutsu was not going to work against her and neither was his bugs going to exhaust her. She was gonna exhaust herself, but seeing how she seemed now, that was not going to happen anytime sooner. She seemed slower now. However, her strength was boundless now. A fair trade. Her speed still seemed to be a great match for him and Hinata to keep up with. Even if, however, if her speed was now the same as theirs, she had higher stamina and probably higher durability as well. The steel looked sturdy and well on her body. He never saw or heard this Kekkei Genkai before, a Kekkei Genkai that was invulnerable to Taijutsu and his own bugs. His sweat had gotten even more heavy. The coat did only help him sweat more. Perfect. Ren wasted no time thinking like him and grabbed his head and lifted his head with inhuman strength that she formerly did not possess and slammed a plethora of punches in his chest and stomach. He was sure his blood glimmered across her silver bicep. He even idly wondered if her hair became steel as well. The thoughts of pain came back again as he felt himself being brutally thrown off the bridge. The metal barbarian slammed her feet to the stomach of Shino as he went into the water fast down, closer and closer to the bottom. Ren grinned maliciously at her work and did not flinch when she felt the Hyuga brat throw a blast of water at her again. This time the water would not be working. As Hinata flew to her, she grabbed by her head and slammed her head to the water. Much to her surprise and disdain, the girl had enough time in the air to switch with a log before she was slammed into the water. Annoying little brats that she was playing with. Playtime is over, little girl. Ren yelled on the surface of the water. Raiden. Raidatiha. The Hyuga girl narrowed her eyes, knowing the lightning would easily shock her if she was too close to her. Suiton. Rasen Suha, water release. Spiral water wave. Hinata yelled, doing the C-rank move yet again, while jumping to do a sweeping motion upon the steel girl. Much to her own shock, Ren's shield was not present, so it didn't even seem like it short-circuited. Instead, the energy seemed to be absorbed. Her prediction was answered when Ren slammed a straight powerful horizontal fist to the falling Hyuga. Hinata again choked up pain and blood and remarked that she might have another broken rib. Ren smirked, I knew you would try that trick again. So, I decided on something different. My newer transformation can absorb electrical energy, making me faster. Short-circuiting me won't work anymore. So, what you gonna do now, brat? Hinata gasped, her pain slowly becoming dulled by the adrenaline pumping in her veins. She didn't want to honestly keep going on against the older girl. She was stronger, better than her. This made her think of the spars at home with her father. Brutal, simply brutal. She was also starting to run low on chakra, the water release. Spiral water wave technique taking more out of her than she let on. She probably could perform it more if she wanted until her chakra ran out, but she didn't know how much time that would last. Besides, the water didn't look like it affected her, she was just sitting like a rock while the water did nothing to even put a dent in her. She really wanted to stop now, but if she didn't keep going, she would be getting herself and the rest of the team killed. And then there would be no one to help Kurenai-sensei or Kakashi-sensei. She had to keep fighting, even if she didn't want to. She just had to. She refused to lose anymore. She refused to be beaten down and died here. Much to Ren's displeasure, Shino came up, gasping for air and uncharacteristically spurting for air. Everything upon Shino was gone, from his shades to his socks. He glued himself to the top of the water's surface and glared at Ren. She smirked, looking a little damp there, bug boy. Shino muttered, I could say the same about you. Ren looked in confusion at him, but she realized what his comment meant. From under, her heavier body was being dragged down by two clones. She squirmed a little, but they held strength higher. Possibly more clones than two under her feet possibly. She did nothing but growl and roar angry at the boy. Thankfully the makers of Naruto influenced him to do that technique. Hinata sighed in relief, seeing the girl supposedly gone. You're okay, Shino-kun. Shino stared down at the spot Ren was drowned and then frowned when bugs then floated up dead upon his feet. Move, now. The move only acted as a distraction. She will be back up soon enough. And true to Shino's words, Ren shot up from the water, lightning energy imbued in her, hoping to electrocute the troublesome bug boy. Hinata made something akin to a growl and groan. It was almost cute, Shino strangely remarked in his head. What shall we do now? I have a theory. She is now made of metal. Steel perhaps. Yes. Hinata asked questioningly. Perhaps we should take advantage of that. How? Keep using water techniques against her. And whatever you do, do not stop. Shino said, without giving out too many thoughts out loud about his plans. He had hoped the Hyuga had gotten his plans soon. Regardless of whether or not she knew what he was planning, she was nodding before Ren tried slamming them both with a stomp. Her double foot stomp cracked some of the bridges where they were once standing. Hinata moved to the side, closer to the side where they were exchanging hands against each other. Shino was closer to the land before entering the bridge. Ren growled angrily at Shino, opting to go after him instead of the girl. Nothing she could really do anyway but stay back. Blades, Taijutsu and water release techniques were really the girl's, and all of them were useless anyway. She felt odd, weird, and slightly sluggish. Maybe it was the chakra drain, she thought. Blah, she'll get them beat before she feels the pain of this technique happen. The boy got faster or something because he just kept dodging her moves. Even when she had some of the boost going through her. Probably needed more. Sheesh, she needed to train more in this form. Definitely when she beats the crap of these genin. And then, that Hyuga girl kept shooting water at her. How annoying. She would swat the puck away, but she was trying to mush this little bug here now, who kept dodging her. Shit, was she that tired? No, she felt fine, but she didn't know, moved a little slower now. She didn't know why. But it was surely pissing her off. And why couldn't that one-trick pony Hyuga stop fucking shooting her with that fucking water blast? Ooh, you'll get your turn for a beatdown, she thought snarling, just let me crush this little Suiton. Rasen Suha. Hinata screamed, letting out more chakra out of the technique. It billowed into the back of Ren for the 5th time. Ren roared, oh that's it. Suddenly, she stretched her arm to the Hyuga's neck, liking it with the girl squirming and choking. The desire to kill them gone but the desire to hurt badly, yes. Even now, the girl still struggled to do hand seals. Didn't she realize that wasn't going to work on her? She was really starting to slow down in chakra because it felt so hard to pick up the little brat. She maliciously picked her up and slammed her to the ground with all her might. The girl gasped in pain and closed her eyes from the world. Ren smirked and retracted her arms from her. Finally, one brat was due. Suddenly a grasp was upon her own neck and much to her surprise, Hinata Hyuga stood once again, using her own version of Ren's attack with water. With surprising strength, she moved Ren to the side when they jumped off and had that brief battle on the water. Suiton. Fukuju, water release. Obedience. Hinata yelled, jumping in the air and slamming her into the water yet again. What was up with these kids and water? Were they trying to drown her? Smart idea, but then again it was dumb. She would always swim back up. But yet, those clones made of insects again came upon her, dragging her down. 4 kept their grasp upon her. She was getting tired of this. She didn't want to honestly kill them, but they were pushing. The lightning shield came back up again and short-circuited quickly, letting all the bugs die from the shock. She herself was unaffected by it due to the metal absorbing the blowback, and with great difficulty she swam back up to the surface with the natural heaviness of the metal armor and this heavy feeling she had. She glared heatedly at the 2 genin up on the bridge and jumped as high as she could back up on it. She scrambled to get back to the ledge, gasping angrily at them. She went to get them, morphing her arm into a silver blade and then started pumping electrical energy in her. She went to rush at them, but suddenly, she stopped moving. Her legs ceased to stop working altogether. She could not move, walk, or even crawl there. What's going on? Why can't I move? Ren growled, but looked down and saw the problem. Those water techniques, dragging her down into the water and all that had been working. They weren't hoping her armor dent from all that water, or she drowned or they tired her out via chakra, they were hoping she just simply stopped. Her legs had stopped because they were metal. And metal could rust. What the hell? Seriously? They got her by a technicality. She could see the smug looks on their faces, especially the bug boy, and how they walked up to her. I am pleased this worked. Shino quietly said. If it had not, we would have surely lost, Telok-san. Ah. She sneered. So you little shits won. Congrats. Go ahead, finish me off. Shino however shook his head. We have no moves in our arsenals to do such. I have already explained that if this did not work, we would have lost. We also have no desire to kill you, only to stop you. Why? Are you genin that silly? You have to kill me before I kill you. With what chakra? My bugs tell me you have little to none in you now. And Hinata-sen also has the ability to see how much chakra you have. Not much to be a threat to us now. Shino said, putting his hands in his pockets. We have no desire to kill you. You have our words. Wow, she shook her head. If Konoha ninjas are this soft, it's a wonder how you beat me. I'm sure if you guys were from Kurigakure, that wouldn't be. She muttered at the end, not bothering to help Hinata and Shino's questioningly glazes. Ren scoffed, even if you beat me, Haku and Zabuza-sama are gonna beat the crap out of you. Suddenly a wave of chakra floated over her, she felt it. What was that? Shino had also felt it. It was a massive amount of chakra flying just above them. What power? He then frowned. Could that be from the battle? His eyes turned to the mist. Zabuza grunted, being held in place, stuck into that Kurenai had put him in. Shit. Just shit. He froze in place, his vision and mind tricking him and thinking the ground itself rooted and glued itself to his heel. He was absent-minded from the outside pain digging into his shoulders and back and legs and hands. When the pain did get too much to handle, he was no longer interlocked in the. He gasped for air and the pain he felt the newer intake of air gave him. He could not move his arms, his legs or himself anymore. He couldn't do any of that anymore. Only his eyes moved, and they widened in perhaps fear for his life as chakra raw and seen gathered in Kakashi's hand, monkey being the last hand seal before he raised up, and lightning chakra poured out. His world seemed muffed as he barely heard Kakashi proclaim this was his original technique. Figures the original technique in Kakashi's arsenal was the deadliest of them all. He knew he wouldn't live if that blade of lightning energy hit his heart. Not at all. There wouldn't be anything left of him when it punched through him. It was the end. Did it feel good? No. He can't believe he got caught twice by Kakashi Haddock. He couldn't believe it. He still needed to fulfill his revenge, to get revenge on Kurigakure, to kill that menacing Yagura and take over. But he couldn't. Too weak. Now, he couldn't do it. Now, he couldn't do it. And he accepted it. He would have a newer role, a better one in hell. And so he did not turn, closer widen his eyes when Kakashi came running to him with his lightning cutter. However, he did when his own blood wasn't spilled in front of his eyes, but that of his female apprentice Haku. The lightning did nothing to make it gentle. She died as painful as it was quick. The lightning blade both punted her heart out its place and shocked all the other systems of her body, making them fail. Her brain ceased working as well without the heart. Everything that Haku felt, he felt more. But she let a painful smile to him as she turned right back to see. Hi Haku. I'd like a tool should be. A tool shouldn't be cried over, much less thanked for their incredible and undying loyalty to their masters. And yet, he felt the need to cry over her dead body as it crumpled quickly after Kakashi withdrew his hand sharply quickly from her chest. Petite breasts shrunk and her legs that once kicked up limply fell back land. She finally fell to the ground. Even Kakashi widened his eyes, not realizing his own mistake until too late. His face became that of guilt. Zabuza grunted, the dogs had been long gone off his almost useless arms. He was amazed his legs could still work however. It only influenced the eternal unrest of hatred he felt for Kakashi Haddock now more than anything before. He tried to bisect Kakashi. He tried gutting Kurenai. He tried cutting them both horizontal with his blade, with one hand as the other failed to work. He would kill them. He would kill them all. He was no longer human. His skin was red. Naruto swore. Haku wasn't fast enough to stop a Sage Mode chakra and not strong enough to match its strength. The mirrors broke and even when Haku came out the shards, the ice release user couldn't do anything to stop his more superior speed and without nothing short of a good minute, Haku was defeated. Haku and Naruto are at her neck now with a kunai, asking him to take her life. Because she failed her Zabuza as a tool. Naruto didn't feed on her bullshit. He asked her a really stupid question. He asked why. Again. She smiled and told him all that he knew already. That Zabuza took her and ran in early. He gave them shelter, warmth and love and he only asked for them to shed their hearts to become his blades. Haku was determined to do such a thing. Up until the point he sensed the lightning chakra, no doubt Kakashi was finally about to put Zabuza to rest. However, Haku did too, sensing the danger and rushed to Zabuza's side once again. He swore and then summoned his speed again. He planed out said fuck. When his yellow frog eyes dissolved from his eyes, leaving him with disgusted harbor blue eyes. The time limit was still 5 minutes. God damn it. And it would take too long to dispel another clone again to go fast enough. He then summoned as much speed as he could which wasn't much since the fatigue of coming out of the mode was too great to move anymore. By the time he even moved, Haku was under his feet, staring up at him, smiling gently. He screamed. Zabuza's sword dropped out of his hands. Both arms were now useless altogether. They simply stopped. The sword, Kakashi and his own anger, simply exhausted them beyond repair. His anger was not gone through. His eyes were still in a mist, bloodied like his tear-stricken eyes. He still snarled when Kakashi Haddock put his hands in his pocket, thinking he was done. If he could get a kunai, he would snap that troublesome neck of his. But Kakashi was not staring at him, or his brat behind him, or even the brats who walked away from the unconscious Ren as useless as he, but the man who took the show. Atu. He smirked. Well. Look at us here, men, 7 tired ninjas for the taking. I knew it was wise to send you to fight. Zabuza said, his tiredness masked by his growing anger. Atu kept the confident smirk. From the very beginning I was planning to kill you. Now you don't get any help anymore, Zabuza. Gatu then strolled up and promptly kicked the downed Haku in the back of her head. Stupid little bitch broke my arm. Got what she deserved. He spat on her for more insults. Naruto growled, don't you fucking do that, you prick-ass bastard. Oh? Gatu's arrogant smile was then let out to the yellow-haired boy. And these were the ninjas you were defeated by, Zabuza. A bunch of kids. You really are a little demon, Zabuza. Kakashi weighed his options out as he put his Sharingan back under the special headband, sealing it away and the drain of chakra. He was seriously feeling fatigue from the battle. He was seriously not really about to do much. Gatu had a lot of soldiers. Untrained, unruly and just bloodthirsty dogs. But the dogs had more energy than them and they were tamed by the money Gatu was paying them. They would be able to defeat them. Kakashi. Zabuza said, staring directly at Gatu. Blood started to drip from his mouth. I'll be honest. I hate you. I really do. I wish you a horrible death. But for now, I have no desire to cut you down. Instead, I desire Gatu to die more than anything. So, I need you to give me a blade. Kakashi's kunai was the exact shape, form and way Naruto threw to Zabuza's mouth long ago. And with a flash, Zabuza was gone. True to his name, the man went out as a demon should go out with honor. Haku's voice, devotion and person came to him one last time, with each piercing blade of the bandits drilled in his back. All of those memories strengthened his resolve to kill Gatu. He reached Gatu. Every. 1 cut. 2 cuts. Single. 3 cuts. Slash. Gatu was eviscerated, cut up everywhere, however he did not scream in fear when he fell off the bridge. He instead felt nothing after he toppled into the water below the bridge. Zabuza did not collapse there. He turned to the bandits, which most started backing up. Zabuza willed himself again to move, but all he could do was walk. Walk to Haku's corpse. And then he stared. Haku? He started, as the darkness came. I do not think we'll ever see each other again. And then there was darkness. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others' videos. I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys in the next video. Till that, take care.